The games begin!
Why, certainly. Hello, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. So glad you can make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we have saved you a front row seat. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and best names in the trading world on our show. This is Opening Call. He's Rick and I'm Morty. And I'd like to welcome you here to another week of informative education. We're going to have lots of things going on here this week. So I want to just give you a little heads up. Stick around. And each and every day, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, the young lady at the Wendy's drive-thru who got my order right. And even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you, believe in yourself, right? And all that you are. Know that there is something inside you that is greater than any obstacle. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, the top-notch man of the hour, the man with the plan, Johnny Hoagland. John, good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, Eddie. Feeling good. Ready for another week. Great to see you, Eddie. As always, it's great to see everybody. It's Monday, June 24th already, almost halfway through the year. Hard to believe, but as always, our focus on the opening call is seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. It's great to see everybody.
Great. Fantastic. Well, let's get the news out there. U.S. stock futures edged higher today slightly. That was starting last week of the first half of the year near record highs. And largely boosted by the enthusiasm surrounding that thing we call artificial intelligence, whatever that is. I don't know. It might be a market mover at some point, but let's keep our eyes open. We did see the Dow contract about 70 points. S&P climbed about a dozen, and the NASDAQ rose by 45. The S&P broad-based benchmark index hit a new intraday record high last week and is up almost 15% so far this year, while the tech-heavy NASDAQ composite gained almost 18. Blue chip is lagged by constant gaining, just under 4% for the first half of the year. Main focus this week, all the way down to Friday, the PCE number. It'll be May's personal consumption expenditure data, and that's something that the Fed prefers as far as the inflation gauge goes. Well, it seems like Apple has run into a regulatory difficulty in the European Union, European Commission, which also acts as the antitrust and technology regulator, said today that the iPhone maker's App Store breaches the EU tech rules because they prevent app developers from steering consumers to alternative offers. Also, they had the European Union had a little scuff with China, has agreed to start talks on the planned imposition of tariffs on the Chinese-made electrical vehicles. Now, the European Commission announced earlier this month that it's planning to up the tax tariff to 38.1% to top it off the standard 10% tariff for car imports. So that's pretty big here. News prompted the ire of Beijing and the Chinese authorities, hinting at the possibility of retaliatory measures. My goodness, where's the love? Johnny, you got some love for us?
I had nothing but love for us, Eddie. But as far as the economic numbers, 7:30 this morning, Goolsby was already chatting. 9:30 this morning, Central Time, the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index is due out. 10:30, there is a 3 and 6 month bill auction. Daily is due to speak at 1 o'clock today, and that's really all we've got on the docket here for economic numbers today. But as the week goes on, a lot of focus on Tuesday and Wednesday on housing prices. On Tuesday, we have house price indices and consumer confidence. On Wednesday, new home sales, EIA petroleum status report as usual on Wednesdays. Thursday, durable goods. The GDP is due out Thursday. And of course, as always on Thursdays, we've got the jobless claims number. And probably the biggest number of the week, the PCE numbers due out on Friday. As far as the VIX is concerned, VIX is up a little bit this morning, about 4.6% at 13.82 the last I checked. Dollar index pretty much just flat at 105.5, and the yield on the 10-year slightly higher this morning at 4.27%. And that is what we're looking at as far as economic numbers here this morning and throughout the rest of the week. Looking forward to an interesting and challenging trading day.
Aye, we are, aren't we? Let's take a look at crude. Dude, where's my crude? Well, it looked like we were going to be edging up higher today, but something kicked in, and we tanked all the way to 80.51 here low. 81.17 is the high so far, but Brent oil futures rose 0.5%, 84.78 a barrel, and WTI climbed 0.5 at 81.12. We do see bigger numbers now as I speak here. 81.17 is that high. Oil prices mark 2 weeks of gains. The oil prices were sitting on 2 weeks of strong gains. That was after both benchmarks rose about 3% last week, driven by the mix of encouraging demand signals and worsening geopolitical conditions. U.S. data shows the unexpected draw in oil inventories and improved gasoline demand factored into a more positive outlook for crude. All right, so we've got tip of the week, and we got a new one for you. James, you want to put that tip there? There it is. Talking about triggers. No, we're not talking about Roy Rogers' horse. We're talking about emotional awareness. Knowing what triggers emotional reaction, fear, greed, excitement, frustration. This allows traders to manage these emotions better. Emotional awareness helps traders avoid the impulse decision that could lead to silly losses. Johnny, what do you got for trigger?
Yeah, this is just really important. I mean, understanding when you are triggered is half the battle, right? When you start to feel tilted, emotional in your trading decisions, you're probably, a little bit on tilt. I like to call it when my cheese slips off my cracker. So just be able to recognize what those levels are, whether it's a number of losing trades, whether it's a financial loss, whatever it is that triggers you to become impulsive, to become revengeful. Just know where those are, and be able to step away and get yourself back to center. Back to center. No, no major emotions in either direction. It's going to be probably most beneficial for your decision making process. So understand what triggers you. Me, typically it's going to be three consecutive losses that kind of gets me a little bit upset, and I know then that I have to just take a little bit of a break, get myself back to center, and then re-engage with the market. So just a wonderful tip of the week. Know your triggers.
Yeah, and like Jaddy said, if you're in a situation, you've got to be professional enough to say, okay, I need to step away. I think that's one of the biggest problems is, wait, one more trade. I'll get this. And all you're doing is digging a hole deeper. So keep that in mind. Also, everyone who checked in for Friday's fire drill got an email Friday afternoon. Okay, you check that out. If you participated and you don't see an email in your box, please check your spam folder. See if it is in there. If not, then contact support. And speaking of support, please remember, be kind to our support agents. They are working very, very hard each and every day and into the night. So answer all your issues, questions, and requests. So be kind. What goes around comes around. All right, Johnny, you got some chart action for us. And let's see what we've got for our contestants. Right, Johnny, what do you got?
Starting this Monday on the daily in the S&Ps as usual, we can all see that the uptrend remains intact. We had some probably necessary pullbacks at the end of last week. The weekly focus again is probably going to be on the GDP number on Thursday and the PCE on Friday. We do know and we do remember that we did put in the all-time high in the extended trading hour session. We also know that that tends not to be a lasting high. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, of course. We're still experiencing a little bit of a pullback here. That's okay. That's necessary. That's needed for the market to adjust its inventories and end up turning, back to the upside. As we know that the most of the stock eating public is buy side only, and there is that natural hint to the upside again with the GDP and the PCE numbers coming out on Thursday and Friday. Maybe a little bit of a lower participation. Traders adjusting and adjusting positions, and larger traders getting hedged for anything that might happen. So we're starting the week here off a little bit here. The S&P is down about 5 points. But the Nasdaq's down at 73 points as we speak. So we're still continuing to see some downside pressure in these markets, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. We had an additional 300 contracts created in the S&Ps on Friday. Overall, we lost 15,000 because we're still getting rid of that June contract, and there's still 604,000 contracts that are going to expire and settle in cash. So we're going to see a big drop in open interest, but that's with that expiration. Take a look at the 30-minute chart, and we'll get a little bit closer here to see what we might be looking at for opportunities this morning. Get this scaled. So there's that all-time high that occurred in the overnight session, Thursday, Friday. All right, we're starting to see some sellers coming into this market right now, and some of that may be because of the things that Goolsby has said here at 7:30 this morning. We're starting to see a little bit more participation. Where are we though? Well, overnight inventory, we may be starting to get a little bit too short here, but we're largely going to be opening inside the range from Friday, and possibly even inside the area of value from Friday, suggesting maybe we need to start a little bit slower. We do have the 50 session and the VWAP at the same level, and it was supportive until recently. Okay, no, the 8 o'clock number, the 7:30 number, actually the 7:30 move to the downside actually pushed price below that. So now we're starting to look like maybe we're going to see some seller control early in the session here. We're going to see rejection of value from Friday. Friday's value area low on this platform is coming in here at about 55.27.5, right about where we're trading right now. We're right at the low of value. So this looks a little bit interesting. It's going to be an interesting open, I think. We may see some decent opportunities. The profile from Friday was a normal variation, neutral day. Those days, normal variation, neutral days, tend to have price seeking new areas or levels to facilitate trade. That's the market's job, is to facilitate trade. If it used up the ability to facilitate trade here on Friday, price may go looking for new levels to facilitate trade. Right now, we're seeing some seller control in this. Again, we'll be with you this morning for the fast markets, and we'll see what kind of opportunities we start to see as the day progresses here. But again, opening in range and possibly inside of value has a tendency to keep me a little bit patient. Getting a little bit of a hint here that we may need to look for opportunities earlier in the session today. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. So NASDAQ, last week's weekly kickoff high finished, put in the high for the week. So the weekly kickoff high, 20,370, remains the weekly kickoff high. We did not find any acceptance above it. It only traded 4 ticks above it, and that put in that overnight all-time high in the NASDAQ. So weekly kickoff remains the same on the upside. We got weekly kickoff at 19,375 to the downside. If we can't hold that weekly kickoff level and the weekly kickoff level in the S&Ps, there's a little bit of a gap down below that we might be starting to see a little bit of a more serious pullback in prices off that all-time high. Again, the all-time high was in the overnight session, and there is that probability that says that high is not going to be a lasting high. So we are seeing some pullback here. As far as the open interest in the Nasdaq, we lost about 300 overall. There's about 73,000 left to expire and settle in cash. Of course, we know that the expiration did happen on Friday. They just haven't settled all those positions in cash. So now we'll really be able to kind of go back to looking at volume and open interest. The volume on Friday wasn't all that great to the downside. No major changes in open interest. Seems the market is just kind of drifting to the downside. Right now, we're just about to put in a test of last week's low, 19,904. Keep an eye on that as well. That could be somewhat pivotal for price action today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. And scale. There we go. So there's that all-time high. Last week's weekly kickoff high. Really nicely put there. Overnight inventory. We're starting to see markets getting a little bit short here. Again, testing last week's low. There is a naked point of control down below that at 19,888. We were talking about that, I think, on Friday as a potential visual target to the downside. It looks like we're trying to get there. It looks like we're testing the low from Friday. Friday's low was 19,914. So we're testing below that now. Last week's low right in that area, and naked point of control right in that area. A lot of visuals for price to target down here, and it looks like there may be an opportunity early in the session for an execution in this area. There's a little bit of confluence in this area. The profile on Friday, again, was a normal variation, neutral day. Price likely to go seeking new levels to facilitate trade. Is that going to be to the downside? Looking more and more like that is going to be the case. There's crude oil, the daily chart. So 81.45 was weekly kickoff high last week. We looked pretty far above it. We got on Friday up to 81.79 was last week's high, but we were unable to maintain price above that level. Why is that level so important? Well, 81.45. Well, it's technical profile, different types of levels, and we also have the neckline from the head and shoulders that finally broke. We hit the target from the head and shoulders pattern, and we've returned to the scene of the crime. In essence, this trend line was where the market really kind of broke and started to complete the head and shoulders pattern. We're back to it. We found some resistance above that level on Friday. So 81.45 remains the weekly kickoff high. We're kind of in a 3-day balance, but it's looking more and more like we may be leaving this 3-day balance and seeking prices to the downside or at lower. Volume Friday was okay. We lost 10,000 in open interest. So when we weren't able to maintain price above that 81.45 as well as the neckline of the head and shoulders, we saw some long liquidation come into this market and some profit taking. Perhaps maybe some late to the party longs were the ones that started that party to the downside, and that party seems to be in pretty good shape as we speak. It was a double distribution trend day to the downside. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here, and we'll take a look at that day type from Friday. So overnight inventory, nothing really that great here. We do have a naked point of control down here at 80.29, a visual target that puts us near our overnight low, Friday's low. All right, so a little bit of confluence possible here, down here around 80.30, 80.29, all this whole area here, 80.29, that naked point of control. Last Friday's low, 80.35. So really kind of a cool looking area here to potentially look for some sort of an execution. The double distribution trend day on Friday was an area of time and volume up at this area. Let's call it 81.15 up to 81.45, right? We didn't really have much time to spend above that level. Naked single TPOs were around 81.05 down to 80.84, looking like we were going to be opening inside of those single TPOs, which has a tendency to have price repair. And the repair means we go up to an upper distribution and a lower distribution from the previous session. Something has changed. It looks a little bit like this market is probably not going to repair back up to the upper level here, which I've got at 81.45 is really the area that I would look for this market to return to see if there's any business left to do up there. We're running through the lower distribution, which I've got kind of at an 80.65 level. 80.65 would be repair. Well, we've been there. Now we're kind of taking a look at potential continuation to the downside here. I'm going to be very interested in seeing how crude oil finishes out this day. And in gold on the daily chart, we're still very range bound. We were attempting to get a nice breakout to the upside, but on Friday that was squashed. Volume was pretty good. We lost 3,400 in open interest, indicating long liquidation. Maybe we got a little bit too long on this push to the upside, and that's usually what's going to start the party in the opposite direction. Is when we get a little bit too long. You can just see it here on the daily chart. I mean, it's pretty range bound. I still feel as though this market is largely in short time frame control. Because volume remains somewhat unimpressive. And again, that loss in open interest on Friday indicates some long liquidation. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so the opening range was the dead high of the session on Friday. It was a trend day to the downside that ended really in a late spike to the downside. So the late spike is when the last half hour of the day extends the range and then closes below or above the previous daily range. And so that's, this is something that we've talked about quite a bit and sometimes can provide a pretty decent hint as to where price is attempting to be accepted. The base of this late spike is 36.10. Well, the market opened above that level, indicating potential rejection of lower pricing. So we don't really have a whole lot of overnight inventory, maybe a little bit to the long side. But as long as we can hold above that 610 level, 3610, then I think we might be showing a potential kind of a return back into value and to maybe check some higher points here in gold. We need to hold that 3610 base of the late spike for that to continue to ring true as an hypothesis. I'm looking at if we can hold that 3610 level, then I'll be looking for opportunities to see this market kind of return back to the upside after Friday's downside route. So that's what we're looking at as far as the charts are concerned. Always thinking about, again, context, risk management, and patience. Take your deep breath, traders. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always and every day, please pray for peace. Let's have a really good session.
I agree with you, Johnny. I agree with you. All right, we're going to take a little break here. Coming up, don't forget, we've got Andre Hoag, Deanna, Nick for a Tick, Fast Markets. Peter Tuckman's going to be with us. Bonnie's going to be on TopQuiz. Brett for Shoulder Tap. Robert going to be group coaching. We got Anne Marie for Strategy Lab. And the Power Hour, Zach Anthony will be joining the dynamic duo. So, Johnny, I'll meet you at the vending machine. And we're going to take a little break. We'll be right back with Fast Markets. All right, we are back. Let's get our house account in the gates. And good morning, Andre.
Morning, Eddie. Morning, everybody. Welcome to TopstepTV. We are watching fast markets right now. This is Monday, beginning of the week. Let's have a good week. In the upper right-hand corner, you guys know him. That's John Hoagland. Lower left, you guys know D. Lower right, Nick for a tick, all in the house. Opening bell is about to ring. John, what are we looking for on the opening bell here? Let's do it.
Well, let's see where we are here.
Let's do
We're
this.
In range, in value from Friday.
Okay.
This is including the overnight. So this is Friday's value high. I'm focusing on the S&P, right, for the house count right now.
S&P's, NASDAQ, either or.
55.38, the high of value. 55.27, half the low of value. We've opened in range and in value. I'm staying patient. Got a $2.25, $3 handle opening range here so far. We'll keep a look on this, and we'll throw the NASDAQ up here as well. This does not include the overnight session. NASDAQ outside of range, outside of value, bordering range. So this is potential rejection of value, rejection of range to the downside, or reacceptance of value to the upside. Got a 16 handle opening range. If I was going to be doing an opening range trade, it would be in the NASDAQ, but I don't trade the NASDAQ.
All right. What would you be, long or short in the NASDAQ? I know you said rejected low, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, if it breaks to the upside, or we just the 1 minute opening range just broke to the upside by a few ticks, right back inside of it, trying to stay patient. If we do see some legs to the upside, you may want to go with it because that could create a value acceptance and bring us back to 2019 on the upside.
2019.
We're looking at a 24 handle range right now, about an 18 handle opening range. Seeing some volume here.
Okay.
S&Ps did break above the opening range, but we did not do anything there.
Gold seeing some buyers out the gate. Dow just doing what Dow does, making new lows.
Yeah, I think the more interesting market was really crude oil. I mean, looking at this 30-minute chart here, we were talking about this on the opening call. Friday's low, our overnight low, and a naked point of control. Visual targets. Look what happened. It tested down to that naked point of control. Buyers have come in and just ripped this market right back to the upside. Nice looking area right there. We did talk about that on the opening call.
All right, well, pretty quiet right now. Nothing crazy.
Right
It is
now,
Monday.
yes.
2 minutes in. Let's go over to D. D, what are we looking at in crude? RBOB, what are your thoughts going into this week?
Well, we still have that potential for summer buyers to keep stepping in. Obviously, we saw a sell-off on a Friday. That was pretty nice. I'm not seeing anything obvious right now. Both of them are opening inside value. So is gold. So that usually means I want to give it a little bit more time before I do anything. I'm just not really... I don't think there's any good opportunities where we can easily limit risk at the moment. So I'm going to let the price activity develop a little bit more, and then we can see what we've got once the initial balance is done. Which side are we going to break the initial balance, if at all? So it's Monday. We need to stay patient with John on this one.
That's very wise, very wise. Let's bring in Nick for a tick. Nick for a tick in the green room. I was asking you, what is that picture behind you? It looks like Jerome Powell, but what is that exactly? Show the camera. What do you got there?
Well, I guess it's a couple things, but one of my favorite Jerome Powell moments for everyone to kick off this week. It's not FOMC, but if everyone remembers this lovely caught on the hot mic during the climate protester speech and engagement he did. So if someone wants to make this into a t-shirt for me, I will gladly send you a Venmo. This is just one of the glorious quotes from the chairman of the Fed that I would love to immortalize in my life going forward. But it made me laugh. It's kind of my motto for the week going into it. So yeah, for me, like I said, I would like to see sellers basically with that mindset in mind, continue what they started in the latter half of last week. I'm looking to see, do we get some continued weakness? And I said this, I think on Thursday, with kind of how this new all-time high was built in the last week or so, on low volume, on summer grind up, on really just NVIDIA being euphoric. I'm looking for some aspect of an unwind, a retest of the breakout from CPI, where we basically have almost no volume. We have some single prints in the pre-market is what I would call them technically, basically down to about 54.50 on ES and roughly 19,500 on the NASDAQ. So if we get some weakness continuing into the start of this week post OPEX, that's where I'd be looking for potentially buyers to step back in.
Yep.
If this, this run is truly a kind of bull market for the rest of the summer and we continue to once again make new all-time highs.
Okay, so you see some more room to the downside here in equities.
I do. Like I said, volume was so thin once we kind of lost 20,000 that I'm continuing to see, do sellers really step on the gas pedal here to start the week? Or do we continue to kind of flail around and range in this area and build volume acceptance here to continue back higher? So either or, the 20,040, 20,030 area was kind of my pivot from last night as I was doing market prep. That I'm going to be using this week to kind of lean more longs versus shorts. So us kind of opening below that here, like I said, it gives me that confidence to feel we may get some more continuation to the downside this week.
Okay. Let's keep an eye out for that. All right, John. Opening range has been established about 6 minutes in. Buyers came up in the Nasdaq, but sellers did step back. In S&P's in a very tight range. Dow not doing a whole heck of a lot. Any new thoughts as we see this opening range play out?
Yeah, the Nasdaq really kind of tested back into value from Friday. Value low was 19,955, showing signs of rejection of value.
Okay. Hey, Nick, when you have
S&P's S&Ps aren't moving at all.
They are not. I've noticed that. Share your screen real quick, Nick, when you have a chance.
Oh, I thought I did. My bad.
All good. Gold pushing higher here. Only thing that's really moving, kind of open at 23.40. Currently trading 23.46. Push higher. I do have my Topstep daily levels open here on my screen. Always make a little real estate on your screen for that. Again, we have the house account open. Real trades to take just yet. We do have some levels. I got John's levels. I got Coach Jay's levels, Coach Ray, Coach Jack, Coach Paul, all different levels, different markets. If you want soybeans levels, corn levels, got those. Gold levels, got those. Of course, NASDAQ and S&Ps, plenty.
What have you got on gold levels?
What do we have in gold levels for Hoag? What do we got? What do we currently trade? 23.44, 23.44. Friday's value area high, 23.51. Friday's value point of control, 23.38, 23.38. So right in the middle there. 23.38 value point of control. Value area high, 23.51 in gold. Hey, D, in crude, you still see more room to the upside? Seeing it as the bulls did take control. Yeah.
If you
see 90s? Could you see 90s coming into play?
I don't have a crystal ball, so whether we're going to get all the way up there. But if I can just tell you on the technical side what I see. We're taking some weekly supplies here where the previous sell-off came in the form of a drop-based drop. And sometimes these base areas that are sort of in the middle, they cause a temporary sell-off before the market goes all the way up to the originating area, which would be 83.46. So we're obviously quite a ways off from there. I would say that's possible this week if we continue to push higher. 90s, I would probably put them maybe into July if we continue upside. But yeah, not this week. I think that would be a little bit too much to ask for. Again, anything could happen, right? But from the technical point of view, we do have that resistance area at 23.45 that could cause some, a little bit of slowdown. It's going to take some time to break through that. And until then, I just want to see some intraday levels that we can take advantage of, maybe a mispriced opportunity if we kind of go a little bit further out, or if we get a retrace from something like an initial balance, so we have an obvious sustained auction. Right now, we don't have any of those, so we need to give it a little bit more time.
Okay.
Can someone wake up the spoos? We're like stuck in a 2-point range.
Dude, I know.
Yeah.
We're 10 minutes into the session, and it looks, it's got a smaller range than all of Globex.
Yes, it does. I am pulling up some levels.
Somebody needs to give it a quad espresso.
Yes.
Get out
quad espresso. Oh, my goodness. Yes.
Hey,
we got what's up, Johnny?
I was looking at gold this morning, and there was a late spike to the downside on Friday.
I was in on a gold trade this morning on one of the combines just to get my toes into the water, and that was a successful trade. I did get 891 in one of them and 323 on a smaller risk in the second one. But again, it was a combine trade, so do we really want to count that? But yeah, I did see some developments there. But right now, again, it's a new session. I still want to see what they do from this auction point of view. Are we going to stay above the initial balance? Are we going to fail the auction? Because that could be a good choice on an inside day if we're opening inside value. So there is a potential for failed auction here. But I'm kind of not that happy going into it right now because from a lower time frame, I don't think we're far enough away from the mean to make it worth my while. So yeah,
gold tilted 71 here right now.
Yeah.
But
NASDAQ
it's
71
attempting
long.
to go back into the initial balance. So if that remains for another 20 minutes or so, there could be a trade there. If I don't manage to get the failed auction because the initial balance is a little bit small for the size that we currently have, when we look at the liquidity in gold, there could be a chance for a neutral day. And that's when the range-bound trading should be taken into consideration. And then we can just look for mean reversions from the extremes of the session range. So that would be my second hypothesis. First one being we go higher, second one being we failed the auction, and third one being we get stuck in a range and then we modify and reassess.
Smart.
We got we did have some pretty good value rejection in
Yes, we did.
the NASDAQ. It's taken out the low of the opening range now.
We did, and we are seeing further weakness in about half of the Mag 7. I mean, pretty much everything but Meta. I mean, yeah, Meta and Tesla are pretty much the only ones that are green on the day. Nvidia's down about 2.5%. So we are seeing some weakness in the market darling that is Nvidia. Everyone knows how I feel about it. We are
there it
closing
is.
in at the split price of $120 a share.
Nvidia almost getting back to $120. Price to cap. Price to open it for the split, I believe, $120 a share.
Yep.
What did we peak at? $140 maybe sometime last
140
week?
and probably like Nancy started selling calls against her position or something. And, naturally we start to retrace a little bit. I mean, that would be the most gangster thing ever and very much on par for something sounds like she would do, but
she just hammers the market.
Yeah.
All right, sellers in the house here, S&Ps and NASDAQ sellers in the house. I don't know if we're getting 19,500. Here we go. See if we keep pushing here.
And my 19,500 target on the NASDAQ, that is a weekly target. That is basically, I'm kind of using it, thinking of it as like a week range, more or less, like a full extension, basically, of a typical week range. It would put us right around there. And it just fits. The 20-day moving average is sitting down towards that area, as well as, excuse me, like I said, it cleans up those single prints from the initial CPI, 2% ramp up that we kind of had out of the gate that day. So from a market structure, cleaning up, balanced auctions, as I would call it, that is kind of what you want to see if you're looking for, this to continue to build at higher prices and make new all-time highs. You want to see that structure kind of be built back down a little lower and then rebid off of it.
Yes, exactly.
I like your 19,500. 19,375 is a weekly kickoff low in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
The weekly kickoff high remains the same because it kissed it on Thursday, and that was it.
And we did reject on the NASDAQ right off the 24-hour VWAP and, have just been kind of cascading waterfalling since then. So I know some people love that quick little, longer short off the 24-hour VWAP. I mean, that one was about as clean as it gets. So if you took it around the 960 area.
Just tested down to and checked a naked point of control down at 19,888.
88.
You remember that from last week, Andre? We talked about that level last week.
Yes, we did. Well, I guess we're going to try the S&Ps here. We got some SPU levels. 55.27, we're at value area low right now as we speak. I do have two check marks, 5519. 5519, perhaps Friday lows, maybe along there, perhaps. But you guys are both like in room to the downside, so.
I do, but I am seeing absorption here at the lows around 900 on the NASDAQ. So this is where, and you got the pierce below the overnight low. So this is what I would call, potentially a cheap long now that we've kind of bounced back into that range above, 900. If we can hold this is kind of where you start to get a cheap long, stop at a new low, and, kind of make the range play to start the session.
It did test
ES's range is so tight, though. It just,
yes, it is, man.
Interesting.
This would be the long if you were going to take it. I would assume cheap long, like you're saying, Nick.
Yeah,
it's so tight right now. Open up.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a little picky here. I didn't love how. I would have liked to see a little more excess on that pierce below the overnight low, but we'll see how this kind of builds. But it is holding 900 right now.
Yeah, a little bit slow on the open here, which is okay. Started the week,
and there it goes.
Minutes. Here come the buyers. 900.
Wow.
It's
wow.
Easy.
There you go.
Buy the 90s, sell you 10. Buy the 90s, sell you 10s. Boom, 20 points. Just like that. Cheap long, in and out. Real quick, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you will see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up on Twitter. Hit us up on X. Call it what you want. Tag us there and use the hashtag Fast Markets. Send us your trader setups, your swag, Life Funder certificates. Send us anything you want. We'll scrape the internet for you, and we'll show it to you later today in Fast Markets. Again, hit us up at Topstep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Be sure to share whatever's on your mind. We'll take a look at it as we get closer. Yeah, what do you got, Nick? Nick, what do you do?
I received my
Whoa.
5K hat and pin.
Oh, nice.
Yesterday in the mail. And I naturally immediately mentioned MP on Twitter asking where my 100K club is.
Oh, you hear that, MP?
So
Tell him, Nick.
Had a good laugh, but thank you guys for the hat. I don't know when I filled out that form, but it got here. So it will in fact reach your house if you did, fill out that Google form. Eventually it will get there.
Very cool. All right. Well, the buyers did step in S&Ps. NASDAQ, you had to be a quick one. Quick in, quick out. Very cool pin, Nick. All right, D, we hit 81 bucks here in crude. We did see a bit of seller come in. We're about 9 cents off of those 81 even level, trading $80.91.
We have overnight highs there. So we have the little Asia and London supply with the high around 81.17. So that's what's reacting right now, because it's always a zone. It's not just a singular price point. You have a high, but within that high, you have like a supply area. So we gotta look for the edges of that supply, whether we're gonna get a reaction from it, a reversal, or whether we're just gonna go straight through it. But now we are getting a reversal. If I had to guess, like what sort of a day we're gonna have, it might be that we get stuck in a bit of a range because it is Monday. Mondays can be a little bit slower, and sometimes they have a tendency to be more range bound than some of the rest of the days. And if you look at it statistically, they are on the smaller side when it comes to the session averages. So we need to be a little bit mindful not to try and jump into any momentum trades until proven otherwise. So if there's a clear failed auction or if there's a clear range, that's great. But if we get a momentum with quite some volume that sustains above the initial balance at some point, I may consider the longs as a momentum trade.
Yeah, see, this is more of an excess low on NQ that I would be looking for to long. I know the first one kind of worked for about 30 points, but we got a little pierced below that. So that's kind of what I wanted to see the first time. Now I'm a little iffy on longing it because it actually could, in theory, be like, hey, we're trending down now. This could easily turn into, like I said, that downside weakness that I'm looking for to kick off the week. Granted, it is post-OPEX, Monday. So a lot of institutions, a lot of big dealers, a lot of people are repositioning and adjusting the way they're hedged and things like that going forward. So it just tends to be a kind of a weirder week with potentially some weakness as they, like I said, they reposition some of their orders, some of their options and things like that. So that's kind of why I was leaning downside.
Yeah, that the buyers did get rejected there. Again, this is last week of the month, last week of the quarter as well. So we may see some repositioning.
On my charts, I have an NQ that touched in the value low from Friday zone, and that's where the sell-off came from. I wasn't really focusing much on NQ, but it does look better for short for me. Let's see what happens. I mean, if they start ignoring this average daily range low, which is sitting at 841 in NQ, if we ignore that, then it's going to be one of those trending days. So clearly we're in some sort of inventory adjustment in that case.
And I would imagine, D, that's probably why we're seeing the divergence in ES and NQ right now is the SPX positioning that dealers are potentially doing because it's not moving. So it's pretty much stuck in a range versus NQ is clearly seeing some weakness, about 0.5% divergence right now, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's a lot.
There's a divergence. And then you got the Dow making new highs. Dow shot out of a cannon here. So yes, there's a divergence between S&Ps and NASDAQ. NASDAQ's sitting around the lows.
I had a little DAX long from this morning. So that just reached targets. So that's kind of going the opposite way. Interesting. Do usually follows whatever the equities are doing, but it's kind of got a mind of its own recently. It just does its own thing, like Dow.
Yes,
DAX,
it does.
same thing. We
love
do
it.
our own thing. The rest of the world does not exist.
Looking at Till here, 50-50 across the board. There's 66% long Dow, but like Deanna said, Dow just kind of does its own thing, kind of like the DAX. A bit of a quieter open. We did see some opportunities in the NASDAQ. Could have gotten long off those 80s, sold the 10s. But there was some more sellers that came in after that. So with that being said, it is Monday to the week. Monday, last week of the month, last week of the quarter. So I want to go to Eddie. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar today? I took a sneak peek. Didn't see too much, but I'm sure you looked at it much more carefully than I did.
Yeah, we got we numbers today. We numbers. Coming up in about 38 minutes here, we got the Dallas Fed. It might sort of just be a factor, but I'm not betting the farm on that one. Coming up at 10:30 today Central Time, we got a 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction, 1 o'clock today. We might want to keep an eye open for the FOMC member Daly will be speaking. And then later on in the evening, Fed Governor Cook will be speaking. And that's all we've got for today. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie. All right. Well, so we do have we have Daily this afternoon, a couple small bill auctions, hour and a half or so, but not too much. So this might be a technical trade. Unless the headline does hit the wire, which Eddie will be all over and let us know. So all you technicians out there. All right, Nick, I don't know what to make of the NASDAQ with what we just see here in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's kind of that logic where if you took the first long, you may have gotten shaken out of it because it kind of just ripped a quick 20 and then immediately probably stopped you out if you were still holding it. And then it rebids out to probably what was the appropriate long. So that's just a frustrating kind of brutal trade because it realistically I would have been stopped out because I either that or I would have taken a quick profit. But most likely you were looking for the range trade on that first long and it may have, rotated. You were looking for the rotation maybe back to 940s, 950s, and you ended up getting stopped. And now it's going to make the break as ES finally decided to, jump out of bed here and wake up for the first time today.
Sure did, Nick. S&P's about the 8-9 handle rally here. Last 5 minutes in this 5-minute candle I'm looking at. Yeah, brutal on the NASDAQ. If you caught your shorts, you didn't take profits. If you got long, I probably would have been stopped out too, just to see a rip higher as well. So this is definitely tricky. Brutal, Dolby. Brutal. What do you make with this?
Yeah, that's just tough price action, but that's what you can expect. Like I said, end of quarter, post OPEX, end of the month. There's just a lot of weird positioning going on. So I think, this is why sometimes it makes sense to wait for, most institutions are positioning in the first 30 minutes, at least waiting for the first 15. Sometimes before you jump in, sometimes it's safer, especially when institutions are positioning at this time of the month, this time of the week.
Agree. You got 74% long tilt. Go ahead, Johnny.
We did have some negative delta, mostly in the S&Ps, and we still have negative delta in the NASDAQ right now, minus 1,100, and we're right in the middle of the range right now. S&Ps did kind of reach the high of value from Friday and is continuing to try and push above that. 55.38 was value high.
55.38, yes, it is. Got that.
Value low. Sure if this is going to be enough to drag the NASDAQ into value from Friday because it already rejected it earlier today, as Deanna was pointing out.
Wow, what a move.
Look at that. I thought sellers were going to be in control.
60.5-minute candle there.
I thought sellers were in control
Did
for a minute.
See that,
70.
Did anyone see that Twitter post from Anna Marie with Elmo?
Yes.
We got it.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at. Yeah.
She was dunking on people.
The Nas crack.
Yes.
There we are.
Yes. Yes. Me. We love our NASDAQ traders around here. Hell,
so good. Yeah.
House account can be a NASDAQ trader. Yes, pretty much spot on there. Shout out Big J. Shout out Jay watching the chat here.
For those of you who are commenting on the wind machine, it's not a wind machine. I'm not trying to do like a Beyonce. It's a really hot day in London, so I'm just trying not to die, okay? It's super hot here.
Oh, we thought you were doing a music video over there, D. We thought you were doing music.
bring my wind machine with me everywhere.
So good. Buyers keep stepping. Those 27s, value area low from value area low to 55.27s. We did have a check mark there for the S&Ps. A check mark. Would have been very nice. But we do have two check marks.
Looks like it's failing the auction, but it's not.
Okay.
Like the profit margin is not great. So we're going to wait until the neutral day appears and then look for some other opportunities.
IB high there. Is that worth a risk for long?
IB
on where?
Gold.
Ooh, I don't know. I wouldn't long this because if you look in the daily chart, there's a bearish engulfing of the daily that rejected the supply.
Yeah.
So I'm not really trusting this. This is not what I would want to see if I'm going long because, before you know it, we're going to be at that supply that we just created on Friday, and we're already seeing some sellers there. I would need to see more commitment to the upside. So if anything, I'm more biased to the short side at the moment.
Hey, Flyer Jim. Shout out Flyer Jim. You joined us last week. Up 469 micros, $39 on the XFA. Gold did well this morning. Out to go flying. Very cool. Check in later. Take pics, Flyer Jim. Take pics if you're going flying. Send them in. Maybe we'll go to hashtag Power Hour or hashtag Fast Markets if you get done. Very cool. More buyers here. Look at this. Man, I thought the sellers were going to push this sucker lower, Nick.
Yeah, I did too. But that's
trading.
Like I said, I fumbled my what would have been the probably the short of the year for me on Thursday when I called called it almost at the top and whatever. I covered, I think at 155, 20,155. And then we waterfalled whatever, another 200 points on Thursday afternoon during that weakness. But this is the reminder of like, hey, why would I cover at a 50, 60 point clip on a 3 lot? Well, because it just seems like sellers still just get themselves in difficult situation and get ripped, with short covering and things like that. The second buyers show any initiative. So I take my 20 points and run.
Yeah. Not bad. New highs, S&Ps. New high of the day, 55.46, 55.46, 55.46 quarter. Those 27s worthy. Nice trade. Value area low. John, I'm confused. Not going to lie. I thought the sellers were going to be in control here, and the buyers stepped in and said, no chance. We're turning this thing around. What do you think?
I've been watching. I'm not seeing any like iceberg orders, anything like that. We did get a little, delta negative when we were stuck in that little range. Now we're, S&Ps are positive 1,800, and now, it's a typical Monday for me. I don't do a lot on Mondays.
So would it, like, if we get a failed auction at some point, do you think it would be worth maybe shorting NQ? Because it's the only one that's kind of outside of or below value. And we already had that rejection first. So maybe we go for a stop run and then a short.
What price?
So that would be
what price do you like?
Yeah, I mean that's the big question, isn't it?
Yes, it is, D. Yes.
So 965, 966 would be the first area where I would be looking to even be interested in shorts. Okay. I would want to see it get broken because of the way NASDAQ, how crazy it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got some alarm kicking off here.
We do have
settles so if we maybe we're still kind of floating around the same zone here underneath value low, and we go for the stop run, shake everyone out, and then reverse.
Yep.
So 966, 965.
Why do you like 66? Why do you like 66?
It's because it's just around value low from Friday. It's a very good area for reversal if we're going to have it. It's kind of like a line in the sand. So if we go higher into a sustained auction, that's a value acceptance trade. And then we can maybe revisit the long idea. But until such time that we're not able to go into the value, it's still a short.
Man, Spires are in the house here. S&Ps. All right, 966. I do have a check mark here. I'm looking at other levels. Don't see him on John's level. No J level. You have one check mark for 966 shorts. Nick, what are you looking at here? S&P's we're above that now. We are 975
I think
now.
that we're just seeing positioning, and I think a
moly.
lot of this is very much options driven from just the way things are kind of moving. We're moving very erratically to the upside. I just think this is almost like not forced buying, but it just seems like we just had a 400 stops blown out right there at 550 or 55.50. So I'm going to be patient here. I think it is going to pay to potentially just kind of wait. I want to see at this point, I guess, is NQ. Like I said, my pivot for the week on NQ is roughly 20,040 ish. Still looking for shorts below that. So, seeing kind of, do we retest the overnight high in the NASDAQ? ES just broke through it, or sorry, previous day high and overnight high. I guess that was basically the same number. So I'm gonna wait to see, do we fail a little bit back towards 20K?
Well, we're about 20 points away from 20K here. Currently trading 9,980 last trade NASDAQ.
I have the average session high at about 50, 250 in NQ. So that would be the next area where I would be looking at.
20,050 D?
Yeah.
Okay. 20,050. CPI average VWAP. 20,079 here from Coach J. So there's your zone.
Mm-hmm.
John, you have any upside targets here, S&Ps or NASDAQ? Look at your levels here.
NASDAQ value, TPO value high from Friday was 20,019. Volume value high is up past D's 2050 level. I see value high as the high from volume value high is 20,072.
72s, okay.
And that's the high from Friday.
072 to 050. Got a check mark for a short there, perhaps.
In the NASDAQ, I love D's idea of waiting for, see if we get a failed upside auction after the IB is established and then look to short.
And John, just a reminder, when does the IB get established? Initial balance?
It's the first hour of trade. So the NASDAQ regular trading hours open at 8:30 Central Time. So after 9:30, typically the initial balance is going to be established, and then we look for a move above it and then a push back down inside of it for a potential failed upside auction. I love that idea.
Okay, we got about 26 minutes till that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we do have the house account open, looking for levels, looking for check marks. You should share them in the chat. 55.27s. That's the, wow, look at the buyers come on in. New highs in S&Ps. 55, 53 new highs, S&Ps. See if the NASDAQ can push into the 20,000 level. We went through the 20,000s rather easily, up and down through last week. Not sure how much that level matters as much or how much significance it does hold, but we'll see.
Not seeing any like iceberg orders anywhere. It's just running.
Seeing anything at 59? We can rally these S&Ps. Might be 100 there. We just saw it 159.
Remember that 1 week, John? Remember that one that's like about that 8-day stretch? Or if you got with the iceberg orders, that was the play. Love to see that come back in. That was the play. All right. Take a look at tilt here. 50-50 across the board. Nothing really sticking out. Where's 55.50 right here? 55.51 now, S&Ps.
All right. Well, while we wait for these to go higher, this might be a good spot to inject a little bit of news and an MP tweet. He's not here, but he's here in virtual spirit. So let's talk call volume. S&P 500 stocks, their net call volume reached all-time records recently. Now, This is a chart from Deutsche Bank, but it should be noted that this is the net in nominal terms. And since the beginning of the pandemic, the number of options being traded has really gone through the roof. So we might expect that, but people are bullish on the Mag 7. Who would have thought it? In other non-call volume news, MIA is back, debuted a conspiracy-friendly fashion line on Alex Jones' InfoWars.
Amazing. What a collab.
Yeah, exactly. Fly like paper, turn frogs friggin' gay. But the boxers, the boxers are actually pretty neat looking. If you need the antibacterial, protects your groin, I guess, from 5G. $50. We'll give a little free advertising there for that. They also have hats with 100% rain coverage.
In some way, like the life is just a giant meme at this point. Like, what is
it?
Happening?
Really is, man. This is one big simulation, dude.
Well, it's also like it's for the bougie conspiracy theorists because they have the hat's expensive. I mean, tinfoil's cheap. You know, wear it. If you're going to wear a tinfoil hat, do it.
Yeah.
The oldest man in the U.S. died at 110 years old.
Oh no.
Yep.
What a run.
Credits his longevity to all the things we wish he didn't. Eating mostly vegetarian, walking 3 miles a day, not drinking out of plastic bottles, staying mentally active. When did plastic bottles come out? Well, we'll talk about that some other time. We also have a tweet from MP.
What's on his mind this morning?
Well,
I remember this
he
one.
said, so this weekend, and there's a follow-up to this. MP is going to do more of these, so if you check out his Twitter, there'll be some competitions where you can win stuff. Notice the location and earn something cool. But he also, if you show the next tweet here, Gabe, the follow-up, support was not happy with MP going rogue here. Getting yelled at. We have to cap it. So we're going to figure out a way to run this more smoothly, but it should be good stuff going forward. So keep an eye out at Michael Patak on X.
Oh, what an ad to X. Just lets it rip. MP's out this week in the jungle. Pura Vida, if you know what that means. That's where you know where he's at. Pura Vida. All right, new highs here. S&P's 55, 50, 55. 5s across the board. 56 is trade now. Man, the bulls are in control. My goodness, those 27s were real nice. S&P's. All right, NASDAQ about 20 points away from the 20,000 level. Can we get there? Dow, up and away. Crude in the $81 level, trading $81.09. $81.09. All right, S&Ps are on the move, trading 55.57 now. Nick.
I insulted them by saying that someone forgot to turn on the spoos this morning, and they took off.
They heard you. Yep. They heard you.
Yeah, someone got them that quad espresso, I think.
A quad espresso. Yep. All right, coming up to 20,000.
It said, "Hold my beer."
Whatever they're going to inject our two presidential candidates on Thursday with was basically what someone just pumped into the spoos.
Seriously. All right, about 8 points beneath this 20,000 level. NASDAQ currently trading 93s, 19,993. S&P's buyers just came on in. See, we got some levels here.
Getting close to that 59 in the spoos. It's not there anymore.
59 spoos. I don't see much liquidity here. 100 up on the bid, 100 on the offer. S&P's high of the day. S&P's 55.58 half. Currently trading about $2 beneath that 56 half. 56 half last trade. Okay, well, there has been opportunity.
Going a bid here.
Yeah, I guess it was the frustrating long after you got stopped out was your play.
There are some salty longs out there. We feel for you.
I would have been pissed.
I'd be MF in this market right now. Looking for levels, MP. Looking for levels.
What it does, it goes to where it aggravates the most people.
Absolutely. Look, do have two check marks here for short 20,050, 20,072 here in the NASDAQ. 2 check marks. But we'll see as we approach that. We still do like those check marks. It's a very fluid situation with these levels. They are not static by any means. These levels, they come in pre-bell. Then we see buyers come in like this. I mean, how do you get short in front of it? How do you get short in front of it? You don't. Exactly. You don't. So maybe a pullback here. Maybe perhaps we look for a pullback to get long. I don't see. John, do you see anything? Nick, have you made a trade yet?
Not in my live. I made a pre-market XFA trade. I was short off whatever 966, and I covered it like 935. And that was at like 7 a.m. Central, so way earlier.
Mm.
Gold now trade. Gold trade 23.43. Just kind of chop around the middle here. Not a whole lot happening in gold just yet. The action has been in NASDAQ and S&Ps. 2030. There you go. All right. Thank you, Dolby Time. 4-hour range, upper end 20,030 in NASDAQ. So we do like a short. Here come the sellers stepping in.
Here come the sellers. I was thinking about getting in the 70s.
Yeah.
970s, but I don't know. I'm a little weary, especially because we're close to SPX 5500 again, and it just, that option wall has not necessarily shrunk all that much yet. So at least tagging it always makes sense to me, but we'll see. I think that would put us roughly at 5570 ish.
5570. All right, so more
that
room.
Would be roughly 5500 on SPX. I think that's about the spread right now. Could be a little less, but.
Well, here's the pullback for all those bulls. If you do like it, do we like anything here for a long, perhaps S&Ps, John? Anything? Are we still watching the sucker play out? I know we have about 17 minutes for initial balance to be established. We're still wait and sit on our hands mode right now.
I mean, if we're expecting this move to continue for the rest of the day, there's a low volume node down around 55.47.48. That low volume node there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's iffy. It's iffy. We've come a long way already. We're up 4,400 in Delta right now in the S&Ps. Still negative 800 in the NASDAQ.
Positive or negative in the S&Ps, John? 4,400.
Positive.
Okay, that flipped. Okay, cool. That flipped.
Mm-hmm. I'm not seeing any accumulations. I mean, there's volume nodes, but there's no indication of accumulation on either direction in these high volume areas. It's pretty much just delta neutral in specific areas. Of course, we got delta 5,300 or 4,300 positive right now, but that's congruent with direction. That's not giving us any kind of divergence that we can count on.
So we got low volume node 55.47.48, somewhere in there. All right, DMC and crude. Crude on the move higher here, $81.16 last trade. What price levels are you looking for in crude, D, to perhaps pull the trigger on a trade?
Potentially, I might want to see either initial balance high or the demand at 80.76. But again, I want to see a pullback because I'm a little bit careful on Mondays not to chase momentum trades in crude oil. I also had the average daily and session range high around 81.50, which is not that far. It's only 27 ticks. So if I was going to go long, statistically speaking, I only have about 27 ticks of space, which is quite a bit less than what I normally look for. For now, gold is looking to me a little bit better for that failed auction trade.
Gold, failed upside auction, D.
Yep.
Okay. So we got one check mark at 55.47 S&Ps, 55.47.48. Perhaps a short in NASDAQ at 20,030, top of the 4-hour range. Shout out Dolby Time. Appreciate that. So 30s, 50s, 70s. We do like a short in that area. We'll see how we get there if we do. Never quite got to that 20,000 level yet.
I still like that NASDAQ short as a failed auction idea.
Yeah.
So if it goes above the initial balance, above 20K, and then rejects, that would be a good entry for me. Nice way to limit risk as well.
Above 20,000. John, you like that? Above 20,000? A short?
Nice round number.
Nice round number. Well, here comes
Yeah.
sellers. Look at this.
Here comes sellers. Yeah.
You get TPO value high at 20,020.
$20,020. Okay. Well, we never quite got there. Longest
No.
one was 55,
Yeah.
20s.
But yeah.
Yeah.
No.
45 minutes in this trade. No rush. I remember the house count. We'd wait. House count pull one trade for the day. It was a big winner, but it was the patience that paid off.
Mm-hmm.
So, will the market come to us? We are not going to chase by any means. So, you guys feel free to trade. Get in there where you guys see fit. Hey, just a little friendly reminder tomorrow, our celebration for 100,000 subscribers. We'll have more on that later today. But again, 100,000 subscriber celebration this week. Actually, tomorrow. Less than, what is it? What did I see? Less than 1% of all the 51 million YouTube channels have 100,000 subscribers. We are part of that 1%. We're part of the 1% in something. Here we go. 55.47's incoming here in the S&Ps. Do we like the long here, John? Do we like the long? I don't know.
It's nothing I would barrel into. That's for sure.
Yes, with ES. One thing that I'm not liking on the long side, just to kind of give a bit of context, we are moving inside the value from Friday, and actually, hold on. No, we exited from value on Friday, and we hit the average daily range high. Now, whenever that happens and you start seeing some sellers coming in, there's a very good chance that some of those market makers might drag it back to value as a responsive activity trade. So I'm not liking the context that we would need to see around longs, especially not given the fact that we do have a reaction at ADR high. That's never a good sign for longs. You want to see ADR high ignored, and you want to see the auction sustained above it in order to ignore that level and then to go higher. Right now, we've got sellers here, so it's like,
Yeah.
Maybe
the nuances.
538, that would be the value high from Friday. That would be a better level. But not here.
A little bit of a bounce off that low volume node. But I agree. I think the nuances are to the other side overall. D, what do you think of this? Let me ask you.
Yeah.
So here's TPO value low from Friday in the NASDAQ. We're inside of it. To complete the value area special situation, we'd have to come up to 20,019, right? But we'll look at where the volume value low is. It's right at our high right now. Would you look at a potential value acceptance in the volume as well as in the TPO?
Yes, I would, but I don't want to see selling wicks around it that are pretty strong. So price action needs to be congruent with what we're trying to achieve. So every time I have conflicting information in the form of aggressive selling wicks that are coming in, that you can see on the ladder as well, I'm not too keen on that. So I want to see like nice clean candles into it that don't really have too many sellers stepping in at that point. But you can use both to run a special situation. Either a special situation play or a reversal at reversal. My heat is getting to me. Or a reversal from the edge of either the volume value or the TPO value.
Or the TPO.
They both have, they both have good stats around them for such trades. So they're both like lying in the sand, either or.
Right.
Hoag, I'm seeing about almost 3,000 negative delta on ES, right around that 55.50
Oh,
level.
yeah, that
You're
is
seeing
happening
So
now,
we're
isn't it?
seeing some
do you got?
absorption there by buyers.
55. By buyers, 55.50.
55.50.
55.15.
Yeah, starting to build some iceberging there.
55.50. What do you think? Check mark getting along with it, John? I think I like that.
I'm going to wait for initial balance to kind of set, but
9 minutes. Good catch, Nick. Nice catch.
I also
Nick.
want to see, does that continue to build? Does that build to 5,000 here in the next 10 minutes?
All right, Nick, explain that. Talk to the chat. What are you seeing? You saw a negative delta being accumulated at the 55.50 level here in the S&Ps. Explain what that means.
Yeah, so I use basically a delta by price histogram also on my chart in addition to volume profile. Well, did I just cut out?
No, you're good.
Oh, so I use a delta by price histogram next to my volume profile chart. And basically what it's telling us is, there's, when you see negative delta like this, it just means in this specific, price area, you're seeing a lot more. Basically, just people are selling and buyers are there just continuing to kind of be on the bid for every seller that's there, and they're continuing to just buy. All sellers want to reoffer in that area, so it's a lot of selling and not moving price is basically what it's saying when it starts to build a very large negative delta. So when it's a positive delta, like up here at a high, that can be an indication of sell side absorption. So sellers are absorbing the buyers the same way. So when we see larger numbers, so anything over, I would say 1,000, 2,000 it starts to get my attention along a specific, let's say, price level, and at a big round number like 55.50, that kind of makes sense. And that's something to look into and take seriously when you see, basically, I know we've talked about this on the show before, but a larger player iceberging orders to the buy side like that usually means they're protecting a position. It's something that they are very interested in continuing to long off that area because they have confidence in price moving higher. So you take those seriously, and you don't necessarily want to fight them or try to, short into it. You want to wait for a larger player to kind of push us through them, and then you could join a long short.
Yep.
That was good eyes there, Nick, man.
It built out of nowhere, to be honest. Like I just kind of looked and you saw that start to really show up.
Stack up, yeah.
Market generated information.
Yes, exactly, D. Exactly.
You don't need fancy indicators. Sometimes keeping it simple like that and just paying attention is all you need.
Demand.
I've been hawking for this all morning, and it finally showed up, didn't it?
Yeah, sure did.
I'm a little surprised. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised by it, but like I said, you got to pay attention when those things tend to hit the books like that. It's not worth, trying to go against a big player that clearly is interested right now in offering, or being on the bid all he wants.
Don't fight paper. Don't fight paper. Learn that lesson. Very young trading age. Do not fight paper. All right. Well, we'll see how those 50s do play out. Oh. Again, 3,000. You said about 3,000 delta on that, Nick? On the 55,
yeah, it looks like about 2,900 right now. Could be a little more, but
yeah, for sure. All right. Well, we do have.
We went from like 4,300 positive to about 1,400 negative.
Yes.
Down at that level. Yeah, we're back positive now, 1,400, but there was some absorption going on there, that's for sure. Good eye, Nick.
Yeah, nice catch. We're pulling the trigger on that next time. That's all the check marks we need.
What platform is that tool on?
This is on MotiveWave. I know most have this. This is a feature request, but I think it's a trading view issue for TopstepX. I don't think they have tick data. So if there's a way to do it, or someone in the trading view world has a workaround to kind of get that type of thing, it'd be really cool to have for TopstepX. Just because I think Hoag, you do, I do. I know a few of us talk about Delta a lot. So that would be on my feature request for TopstepX. I know like I said, it's not on TradingView in the way that I like to see it. So there may be people that have built workarounds, but I know one of the issues is you need live tick data.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll get a retest here of these 5550s. Really trade 5552 here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ did pull back to 19,944. 944. Crude chilling around the highs of the day. Let's trade 81.19.
Let's see if those buyers are still there.
Yeah. Coming in here at 55.50 half, 55.50 half last trade. Here we go, at 50s. We're at the 50s, 49 3/4 trade. We're pushing through now, 49's trade.
Yeah, see, this is where it gets interesting, especially with that negative
tricky
delta. So we'll see if it continues to build. Right now it is. That order is holding, or that buyer is still present. But if they lose, this is where it can get a little spicy to the downside. If they were to, in theory, close their position, puke their position, or maybe look at potentially just reoffering again, or excuse me, being back on the bid a little bit lower. But right now they are holding that, and we are at about a 3,500 delta.
Okay, so it is growing.
Yep, even higher. Yeah, they're continuing to offer in the 50, 55, 50, 50. Excuse me. So almost another 1,000 delta right there. So this is turning into a very large player continuing to sit on the bid here.
Can we get check marks for getting along with this? I know it's not a level, but we are getting market.
I think they are going to break through it. It looks like it.
Looks like Elvis is leaving the building.
Looks.
Yeah, trade off.
Yeah, it goes back to the ADR high reversal that we've had earlier. So they tried to run it up higher from 55.50. Didn't quite get there for now. Again, anything can happen and things can change. But again, I'm not really seeing longs here. And looking at NASDAQ is just screaming to the downside. We're below value. And they are correlated. You know, there's going to be a certain pull effect on ES from whatever NASDAQ is doing on a lot of the days. I'm still not in favor of longs. I'm still in favor of shorts on equities today.
Okay. Good discussion there. 46 last trade. Elvis has left the building, as John says. And when that happens, they pull the rug out from underneath this market.
Yep. And that was why the long there gets a little iffy. If as soon as that guy stops being on the bid, it can do it. It just did, which is just start rolling down.
That's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing the NASDAQ as well. Last trade, we're coming up to 19,900 even. Pretty precipitous fall.
So if we're looking for longs, here's another idea. So we have overnight VWAP that is sort of lining up with value high from Friday. So that zone would be around 55.40, 55.38, and then all the way down to 55.24, actually. So that's the zone where I would be looking for potential buys as a sort of test of the value high, test of VWAP, and then a bounce back up. But we do need to defend that area, 55.40, 55.38. Yeah, and it has to be defended in order for us to do anything with it. Otherwise, this is some strong selling coming in now.
Kind of a choppy, messy session here to start the week. Gotta be honest.
Very much. Yeah, very much.
It's all right. We'll stay patient. We're not forcing anything.
But it's rotational. So you've seen two very good moves so far to start the session, or even three if you want to include the initial short out of the gate. But those are pretty clean moves. Yes, it's kind of hard and it's not trendy. It's more range bound, but you know, these are where, hey, if you caught a chunk of any of these, you've had a nice day.
Absolutely.
Crude taking a new high here at 26.
Do we
managed to close above the overnight high? Technically, that's bullish. So now I'll be looking at 81.08 as my potential long. Because we're not that far away from it. And that's a good level to start a sustained auction higher.
I see these buyers
It would also improve some profit margin towards the ADR high and ASR high. So instead of jumping in, looking for a pullback would actually give you about 40 ticks of profit margin up to the next available level.
All right. Coop in the chat says Dallas Fed manufacturing number right now. I believe it is. It's a very minor number, but I believe it is at 9:30
Minor
Central.
number coming out here.
Yeah, Dallas Fed, Atlanta Fed.
They don't even
Chicago
have
Fed.
a forecast for it.
Yeah,
It did come out here at negative 15.1.
there you go. Buyer stepping in.
Buyer stepping right back in at 900.
Okay.
Third time. So, look, it's turning into, or at least shaping up to kind of be range bound.
Mhm.
Just a smidge, or I guess basically just Friday's range. Like that's pretty much, a little bit higher on ES and a little bit lower than Friday's range on the NASDAQ.
All right. Well, we're
Nick,
chopping around. Go ahead, Johnny.
I was just going to ask you, down around 42, 43, you got a nice little volume bubble there. Not really seeing any negative delta in that area, but we did get like negative 5,300 when we were down there as far as delta is concerned.
Where?
Just
Sorry.
day session.
What? 42?
Yeah, 55, 42, 43. 41 half, I think, is where the kind of the low end of that volume shoulder is.
Yeah, what'd you say delta was, Ref, there?
It was like negative 5,300.
Oh, wow.
Day session only, right? So there were some pretty good sellers that pushed that price lower, but they're not very successful right now, are they?
Yep. And now you kind of watch, okay, so maybe this is your reoffer potentially at 55.50. You see if somebody's interested in pushing price back above there again. Oops, let me go to my ES chart.
SS, I did not. 890s.
So,
SSS. Go ahead, Nick.
I was going to say, so you look to see, do we continue to see now sell side absorption here at 55.50, where this is now your reoffer, potentially your chance to get short if we start to trend down on the session for the remainder of this. Now that initial balance is set and we are back inside, like if you're making the range play, there's your chance to kind of reoffer. So far, so good on that reshort of 55.50 instead of trying to blow through that larger player earlier. This is what I was talking about. You'll wait, and now your opportunity to short it if that's what you're looking to do. And NQ rejected off RTH view up, basically at 934, 35-ish. So I don't know. Tricky session so far.
It is. The only thing that really intrigued me, those 55.50s, that negative delta of just getting absorbed on all those bids. We did break through it. I mean, if you got long, we take heat all the way down to 41. 9 points, he probably would have got stopped out there. Dow making new highs here. Well, 70 points from 40,000 even. 70 points, 65 points, 40,000 even. Can we get to 40,000 today in the Dow? We've been there once or twice. I think we've been there twice before. Hey, big fat round number. We got Peter Tuckman coming on here later today, Power Players. We'll see if he's still bullish on the Dow, if he's got a old Dow 40,000 baseball cap lying around.
Did you see Tom Lee? Did we see Tom Lee's call by the end of the decade? So by 2030, we're going to be at SPX 15,000. Since when is Tom Lee not bullish? But, I had a good laugh reading that. It's just like, hey, yeah, I can shout big round numbers, large numbers, from the top of a mountain and be very bullish and potentially be right in a decade. Eventually you'll be right. In due time, you will be right. All right. So far, no trades here in house accounts. It's been choppy. The 55.27. Anything. All right. I want to go to JD. JD does have some stats for us. We'll keep an eye on these markets. We are in a range, pretty wide range, but getting the check marks has been tricky. So JD, I want to throw it to you. Let's get some stats. Let's start taking care of some housekeeping around here.
For sure. Here we go. Let's start with the hot streaks today. All right. We've got Muhammad A. 23 days worth $11,682. That's just about $500 a day. Nice little streak for Muhammad there. Emmanuel, 22 days. Michael, 21. Ha, 20. And Mukaram at 20 days. Our current leader, Jacob W., did not trade on Friday, so he's off the list today, but he's still sitting on that 36-day heater. Currently tied for first place in the XFA record with Massimiliano from late last year. 36 days. We have that disclaimer up on the bottom there. Thanks, Jack, for putting that in there.
What's it say?
The all-time record XFA and live streak is at 42 days. Carlos L right now. But the yep, in a single account. XFA only record is at 36 days still.
It's 2 months. It's 2 months straight.
Right?
Sorry. It's crazy.
All right. Here we go.
Mukaram is in the chat.
There he is. All right.
Sweet.
Yesterday's best live funded P&L leaders. Familiar names here. Raphael made, well, he's been on the leaderboard for a while. Had a nice jump up with that huge $87,000 day last week in that single live account, in the single XFA. We're going to see him again when we go over the leaderboard. Ryan's new to the list. We haven't seen him before, but Raphael, Philippe, and Donald are all yesterday's best list veterans. Nice job all around to these traders. All right, here are our, where'd they go? Found them. Last week's payouts. Ooh. These are the largest payouts from last week. Ayush, 26 grand. Jalen, 19. Dakota, there he is. Just about 17. Sadara and Kangway. Kangway's, four of these traders have been on our leaderboard in the past. Ayush, Jalen, Dakota, and Kangway. Dakota and Kangway are on there currently. Big numbers. Do not forget to pay yourselves, folks.
It's about 80 grand payouts right there.
I've got a case for a short position for you also.
Ooh. All ears.
Gabe, would you mind pulling up that image?
All ears.
All right, we got a descending triangle we're looking at today. Characteristics of the descending triangle. This is a continuation pattern. So in this case, we'll be looking at lower prices. You have your support line. Line is drawn through a series of lows that occurred approximately around the same level, and then a downward sloping trend line connecting a series of lower highs. Trend lines kind of are converging. Downward trend line and the horizontal support line converge as the pattern progresses into the descending triangle pattern. James, if you switch over to my charts, or pardon me, Gabe, if you switch over to my charts real quick. Looking at it, and this is a 30-minute chart of the NASDAQ I was looking at this morning. As everybody was talking about shorts, this pattern just kind of popped out at me. But we did have a test earlier this morning. We did break out to the downside. Here we have our upper trend line connecting lower highs and our lower trend line sort of connecting these two lower lows right around the same level. Had a test breakout this morning, came back through, trading right back around VWAP at 940 right now. But a case for the short position that everybody's talking about, a breakout to the downside on this could get a nice 40 to 50 point move lower. So
wow.
There's my check mark for you.
Check right through. Appreciate that, JD. Check mark for the shorts.
All right, I'll be back in a little bit with that leaderboard.
Thank you, JD. I saw Dolby in the chat laughing about the Dow. The Dow is just, we're about 40 points from 40,000 right now. The Dow is the best, man. The Dow, John, the Dow's the best, man. It's kind of in this corner doing his thing. Nothing to see here. All right, 55.52 last trade. S&Ps. It's tough to pull the yeah, absolutely, Dolby. Got to be zigging when they're zagging, Dre. 100% Dolby. That's what the Dow is doing. All right, buyer stepping in here in gold. Last trade, 23.45. 23.45, about buck and a half off the highs there. All right, 30 points away from 40,000 here in the Dow. I'm kind of excited to get to 40,000 in the Dow. Can we do it? 30 points away. Come on, Dow.
How you holding up?
D, how's it going over there?
I'm still melting. Thank you. Still looking at so looking at potential for an S&P short. I mean, one thing that's worrying me, because I know that the initial balance does get broken on most of the days. So we're still inside initial balance. I mean, for the most ideal situation, we would be seeing a failed auction, but that's not happening right now. However, there's still that reversals from the ADR high. And that makes me think that shorts are still a potential here.
Yeah, I wanted to get short at 940.
940?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nick, I'm just going to ask you. Don't sound like you're too confident in any of these trade ideas just yet.
No, I just haven't jumped into anything. But same thing. It's one of those days I'm reading it well. It's just like I'm kind of just a little hesitant, and sometimes that's a killer.
Yeah.
I mean, I say that, but then there's people that are jumping into trades, and you wish you were flat still and hadn't taken a trade. So,
yep, you can go both ways for sure.
Yeah, how do your dogs deal with the heat? They're lazy today?
Well, they're downstairs, and most of them are pretty young. So the downstairs area is much cooler. So upstairs is always hotter, and that's where my office is. That's a bit annoying. But yeah, so far they're dealing with it just fine. If it gets any hotter, though, we obviously prevent them from going outside because that's not a good thing for them. Yeah, I'm just looking at this gold here.
What are you thinking here, D? It's like it's pushing higher.
I'm thinking it's short in gold, but I wanted to take out the session high first, kind of like a liquidity grab, and then back down into a rotational day. Look at Bookmap.
Sellers coming in here, NASDAQ. I know SSS liked 890s. I had to check my right here, right now, 890s. But this would be the 1, 2, 3, 4th time we come test this.
Knock, knock.
Exactly. Bet you we will break through.
Speaking of knock, knock, watch gold here. Gold pushing, might be tagging a new high here.
Wrong upside, yeah.
The dip selling covered calls. Dakota dabbling in options lately. Quite well, I must say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we never got to the 20,000s in the NASDAQ. We never got to the 40,000s in the Dow. We got more selling here in the NASDAQ. Look at the 5-minute. Can we push lower here? Last trade, 19,000. Scratch that. 19,872 last trade. First time only by 890s. Yep. Nice job, SS. Don't like multiple tests. That's what Nick was just saying. We said knock, knock. We don't like multiple tests to the downside either. NASDAQ pushing, leading the way to the down. Here we go. New lows.
New lows. Extended below the initial bounce.
There you go. That's exactly why Nick said no trade on the longs there. Here we go. See if the S&Ps can follow. D's watching gold right now. Perhaps a short. Let's see what she does around these 23.46 level.
NVIDIA's down 4%.
What?
5%.
What?
We're in a bear market in NVIDIA. I'm pretty sure this is illegal.
Sound the alarms. I'm pretty sure this is illegal.
Meanwhile, Boeing still has astronauts stuck in space. NVIDIA's selling off.
I saw
What's
that.
going on in the world?
I saw that. Boeing's going through it these days, man. Boeing is going through it.
It's like one thing after another with them, I swear.
They just cannot. Here we go. We are 16 points away from 40,000, 15 points away from 40,000 here in the Dow. Dow just kind of doing his thing. New lows, NASDAQ. S&P's kind of in the middle. So we got divergences all over the place right now.
Yep, we've said this like 3 times, but this is just a weird session so far.
So far for sure. Will this be a cheap long in the NASDAQ? I mean, I feel like we're kind of 6%. What is going on? I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
I need what's the opposite of an air horn for NVIDIA as it sells down now? Maybe like a trombone or something.
Wah, wah. There you go. That's exactly it. Air being let out of a balloon.
Timber.
I don't know. Yeah, timber, something like that. It's pretty good. All right, 10 points away from 40,000, 7 points away from 40,000, 6 points away. Can we do it right here, right now? Dow.
But Hoag's favorite. Let's see if the NASDAQ, we get a failed downside auction here and we bounce back into the range.
That would be
which is one of my favorite trades to take.
Oh, you're talking. Johnny likes that. Now you're just talking dirty.
I'd be more concerned with NVIDIA breaking through the split price of 120 to lead us to more downside, because there's a lot of people that probably started NVIDIA positions at that point post split. Excuse me. So it's just something to watch.
Great call, Nick. Big area of interest, this $120 level in NVIDIA. That is the price after the split. A lot of people are long from there. Great call.
39,996 within 4 ticks of 40,000.
Get it together, Dow. Get it together, Dow Futures.
You're going to do it, do it.
You're going to do it, John. Exactly.
Gee.
All right. We got 5,400 people watching us with a little light on the likes here. So please click like. Please click subscribe. See if we can get to 102,000 subscribers by end of day. Again, we got a little something in store. We got a lot in store for you guys tomorrow. Celebration of 100,000 subscribers. I'll be wearing my Sunday's best tomorrow. I don't know about you, John, but I will be looking spiffy for the celebration tomorrow.
What are you wearing? You wearing a suit?
I'm gonna go suit. I think suit and tie. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's formal. It's a big day. Less than 1% of the 51 million YouTube channels out there get 100,000 subscribers, and here we are.
I'll get a tuxedo T-shirt or something.
Yes, absolutely. Maybe Canadian tuxedo. Just go all denim.
There you
never
go.
know. Birthday suit. Hey now, Dakota. No, Dakota. I already saw your. I saw your.
Andre.
Hey. Just the top. I'll be definitely wearing shorts. Yes, Dakota. I saw your comment in the chat earlier. So get your mind out of the gutter there, Dakota. All right, D. No short taken here in gold just yet. I see last trade 23.45. What price would you be looking for? What would you be looking for?
I'm looking for a particular price action that happens on quieter days. And it doesn't look like this. So what you want to see, and this is where bookmap can come into play, is for the high to get taken out, and then a very quick influx of orders to the opposite side that are very obvious. This is that's basically a stop grab, a liquidity grab. So that's what I'm waiting for, because I think that we might be in a rotational day. This has all been very quiet, very kind of dragging. It goes up, then it falls down, but it doesn't complete the auction, doesn't even touch VWAP. It's just like, ugh. So I want to see some commitment behind the moves, and I'm just not really seeing that. So before I do anything, I want to see the high of 23.46.5 get taken out, and then to see the influx of orders, and then I'll have my setup. For now, it's just like,
yep,
we're not doing anything. We're like,
I love the patience we're showing, though. I love the patience we're showing. Yep. All right, can Dow do it? One more try about 6 points.
Keep waiting, keep melting away.
How hot is it there, D? How hot is it in London today?
So when we're talking about like actual temperatures, it's technically not that hot. It's about 80 degrees, but because of the high humidity, it feels so much worse. It feels like it's over 100.
Oof.
And it's always like that. Everything feels sweaty and disgusting, and like you can't breathe. So yeah, but generally people are like, London is not that hot. No, it's not, but we're pretty north and it's very humid. And that's a horrible combination.
Yes, that will do it.
NVIDIA cleanly broke 120. So this is where I be a little iffy on longs. On the NASDAQ at the very least.
Wild. Okay.
Well, here's your timber.
Timber!
Yeah, this is falling hard here.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Dow put in another high.
19.5 or bust.
39,999.
999s.
And starting to see a little iceberg order in the Dow here. 39,990. 463 volume, 333 on the offer.
Sellers?
Yep.
Huh, okay. All right, we're going to keep an eye on NVIDIA. That's clearly what everyone's watching here. Nice catch there, Nick. Nick, you're on it, man. You're on it.
I'm on it, just not taking trades. I'm just
just
talking.
The analysis, I know.
But this is part of the fun of being on the show. And I always trade a little, I would say slightly different than when I'm doing this, because I'm giving commentary, because I'm talking through things, because I'm reading in real time and trying to articulate it to everybody.
Sure.
It changes the way I have to trade and operate. So sometimes, I may be firing things off, but it's usually because I've been not talking, not paying attention for 5-10 minutes. And Andre's like, Nick, what do you doing over there? Basically. And it probably means I'm in the attempt to get into a trade.
You're hawking a trade. I know. Command says up $600 on my XFA locked out on the day. Nice job, Command. Thanks for always tuning in. I see that name in the chat all the time. All right. Buyers did step in here. 19,820. Buyer stepped in. And Marie noticed that about you too, Nick, for a tick. He gets locked in. He's not getting quiet. He's not neglecting the show. He's getting locked in on the trade, looking for price action, reading the tape.
Yep.
What you do. Yeah, talking trading is learn how to do it.
It's a little different. I've tried to explain this to people. The show is a lot of fun. I really enjoy coming on and having conversations, but it is a different equation. Dakota and I were talking about this, but doing it in front of people, and in a weird way, I care more about like having a good day in my Topstep Live account than having a larger day or a bigger loss. I care more about in the Topstep account than I do my personal account. So I could have a massive loss in a personal account, and it would affect me less than hitting a daily loss limit in my Topstep account. There is something about, being involved in the community that you guys have built and things like that, that just, it changes the equation a little bit for me. It makes it just a different way of how you have to think about trading.
100%. What's up, Noah Hall? Agreed, Nick. All right, D, no trade taken in that gold. She was looking for a short.
Yeah, I'm not interested in gold now because it didn't do what I wanted it to do. It's still very quiet. The initial balance high in crude oil is here, though. So I'm got a little long. So 81.09, 1 crude oil long. Let's see if we get a push outside of the initial balance. And I'm only using like a 9-tick stop here because I don't want to risk any more in case we start to go into a failed auction. And the reason why I'm going long is because we did manage to sustain above the overnight high, and then we tagged the initial balance high, which is what I was looking for. So now I want to see that push outside of the initial balance again. We're right on the edge.
Christopher Cortez in the chat says, can you guys please make an interesting poll? Just leaves it at that. He's going to need more from you than that.
That should be the poll. Can
I don't know.
Make an interesting poll? Yes, no.
There you go. Yes or no? Just yes or no. I don't know. Christopher Cortez, I'm not sure what to do with that.
I'm just kidding.
Eddie, what do we do with that?
We got a lot of people in chat saying that, hey, I've profited already. I've locked out already on a Monday. Let's get a poll in there and see who's up and who's down here on a Monday. We talk about that a lot. Do you trade on a Monday? I try to avoid trading on a Monday. Maybe we get a poll like that.
I like that.
Are you up? Are you down? Are you flat?
I like that. Up, down, scratch on the day for Monday, about an hour and a half into the session. There has been some movement. Been choppy. Everyone's being very patient now. It's all right. All it takes one trade to make your day. One trade to make that day. There you go. Chat is in, or the poll is in the chat here. Okay, what's up, D?
Nothing, just minus 90 on that.
Okay. What was your trade? I'm sorry.
It looks like it's going to fail the auction. It was just a long CL from initial balance high, but I only use a small stop to make sure that I don't get smacked if it goes into a failed auction, which it's now doing. So we now have a failed auction in crude oil.
Failed auction crude oil. Failed upside auction crude oil. She is right. Did top out at the $81.25 range. Currently trading $80.93.
All right, next question.
How about that, Oak?
Oh, my goodness.
All right, 50-50 across the board here on the tilts. Nothing really showing there. John, can we get a quick Delta update on ES and NASDAQ here at 9:55 Central Time?
Negative 11,000 in the S&Ps.
Really?
Negative 4,200 in the NASDAQ.
Wow. Okay, that grew.
If we open the next 30-minute bar below the initial balance in the NASDAQ, is that a short?
Question. Ask that question one more time, John.
So here it is.
Your chart. Look at John's chart here.
So there's the opening range. We get the chart up here in a second.
Yeah, we are being very, very patient
There we
house
go.
account right now, which is totally fine. What's up? All right, show us, John.
So IB high, volume value area low, and points of control from Friday. IB low, 19,866. If we open the next 30-minute bar below that level, we're going to leave single TPOs. Does that give us a potential opportunity for a continuation short? This is the opposite of what we did Friday in the S&Ps in the house account. It turned out to be a really good trade, but we just didn't manage it very well.
Yes.
D?
Yeah, so one thing that I don't like is that we have the average daily range low that we've just tagged in NQ at 842. So even if we leave single prints, there's a very high chance that we take out the single prints and go back inside the initial balance. I was really more in favor of shorts somewhere near the value low. And now we have a supply that was created after the fall at 19,921, thereabouts. So that would be where I would be looking for more shorts. Because if we're looking at this, it's already building structure, right? So we have 3 TPOs per row. I don't really like that for a trending directional day.
So now we'll end up with a failed downside auction here, won't we?
Well, yeah, exactly. That there's another problem. In 2 minutes, we're going to have a failed downside auction from ADR low. So we failed the downside auction to the upside. And that, for me, would be a better trade if we can limit risk. I don't know how you limit risk in NQ when it moves 68 points from the low in 3.5 seconds. So yeah, so I'm in favor of longs here, not shorts.
This market just won't make a decision today.
It cannot, Nick. I'm thinking we're got so many cross signals here.
This is another reason.
Range bound. It's like the third time failed downside auction potentially.
Yeah, but then we're like short, we're long, we're short. What does that mean? It means it's in a range. Like none of us can make up our bloody mind. So it's a range. So that's why we need to really try not to go for directional trades, but rather than go for the second standard deviation zone, then down to a mean reversion to the middle. So let's try and maybe find a trade at the extremes of the range rather than trying to fish for directional trades on a day where we're clearly not picking a direction for an hour and a half now.
Go.
Back inside just bounce low, back inside overnight low on the NASDAQ. Yeah. So yeah, that's a range trade. You long near that low and look for point control.
Guys. Aren't the highs and lows, the range keeps extending themselves? So how do you know where to get in? And if it is a range, and I'm not disagreeing that it isn't, but I'm looking here
at Dolby all the time, right? So you have, typically you will have orientation points that will clearly act as reversals. So we have value low that was overshot, yes, by 37 but it's still there. Like it never actually closed a 30-minute TPO inside value. So that would be your one orientation point. I do have my own orientation points that are slightly above. So that's the average session high just above 20K. And now we have similar levels to the downside. So we clearly have established session highs and lows. Until they go, those are your reversal points. So just under 20K and just above 20K and just under 19821.
19821. Yeah, perhaps a short over 20K around 2020, 2040. Dolby says in the chat here, and you did. Yeah, this is a broadening. It's a megaphone, most sinister of all ranges. It's hard. It keeps expanding. The ranges keep broadening. You can see that here. That's essentially what I was trying to say. Thank you, Dolby. Not even 5 minutes. That's how volatile it is. So it's tricky. Very, very tricky here.
Violently range bound, I think Dolby likes to call these.
That's a great Dolbyism. Violently range bound is indeed that.
Love that.
All right. 6 minutes into the poll, over 1,300 votes in the poll. Question, who's up and who's down on the day? 58% up. That's Typically see that number much higher. 58% up, 26% down, 16% flat. Hindsight Capital is having a rough day today. Only 58% is up. That's tricky. Seeing nothing here on the tilt. So Nick for a tick, no trades in the New York session. I believe D took a little nibbler. Managed to risk nicely. John, no trades. What do we, John? I think it's more sitting on your hands right now. All right, crude. We just see a failed upside auction, but the buyer stepped in here in crude. D, now we're trading above 81 bucks, trading 81.12.
No, it's above.
Everything is all over the place.
That's not what I wanted to see. That's very messy. We've built structure. It's looking more like a P-shaped day now in crude oil. Just about messy P-shaped day. So there might be some opportunities there if we continue to scream to the upside, or if we fail to go higher above the already established high at 81.26. I can't read today. The heat is. Yes, let me grab some air. So if we don't manage to go too much higher than 81.26, this could be still a rotational day in crude oil. But if we carry on to scream upside, it could be that summer demand taking hold, in which case the ADR high and average session range high around 81.50 should be ignored. And then later in the day, we might get another chance to get into the directional move. But the good news is I was right on that. I just wish that it would have actually tagged the initial balance high rather than giving us a fake out failed auction. So a very messy day. But this was the move that I was looking for just earlier. Now I have no way to limit risk, and it's gone up 35 points, so I have to sit it out. There's no point to chase. And that's absolutely fine.
Oof, yeah, crude just shot out of a cannon right there.
Yep. Very erratic. This is not normal.
40-cent rally in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. D, can you say that was out of nowhere? Was it, I guess you said
it was out of nowhere. Like I was expecting a move, but I don't know whether we had some news, because that's a lot of movement for that time frame. Don't see anything obvious. So it was probably just a technical move. Somebody plowed in a load of money and it went up. So more buyers than sellers.
Yes, when in doubt, why are we rallying? More buyers than sellers. Crude just blew through the highs. Sure did.
Yep.
Let's get a live trader update here at Topstep. Not everyone's trading too much. I see some green here. Dakota up 13 grand. ADS up 4,300 bucks. Eric M up 1,100. Tran L up 2,900 bucks. But Dakota up 13 grand. Interested to see what that trade was. Maybe cut the long. I don't know. Dakota, if you're in here, tell us what you did.
Yeah, tell us.
As always, make sure to tune into Slow Markets, 8 p.m. Central Time. Get some more Coach Dakota. He's been nailing that gold trade right off the bat. Right around 7:55 Central, 8 p.m. Central. Sellers just step in, and he's been getting with it. Got a poll here in the chat. Who's trading the Dow today? Me? Not me. Not today, but I do. Me, not me. Not me. Did we ever get to 40,000? We did not get to 40,000 in the Dow. Nick, you was looking at anything in particular there? Or you just kind of scanning the internet?
I'm entering right here.
Cool. What are you doing?
I'm short the NASDAQ at 913.
Okay. How many times?
5.
5. Short 5 from 913. Update that board. You get locked in when you get in these trades. All right, we'll leave you alone.
Yeah, I took a scratch trying to get into this trade because it ripped 15 points as I was trying to start building into one. So I'm trying to at least get my money back and kind of reset here.
Gotcha.
But I was basically looking for the VWAP play, previous day low, rejection, and continued downside is kind of what I'm looking for here.
Scott Vaughn. That made me chuckle, Scott Vaughn. 913 is currently trading 19,900 in the NASDAQ. All right, gold new 5-minute candle just opening up here. See if we can push our last trade. Not gold, I'm sorry, crude oil. Last trade, $81.32. Dow stuck around that, or S&P stuck around 550 level. Currently trading 55.48. Just look at the tilt here. 60% long gold, 61% short Dow. So there we go. It's saying, nope, we're not going to hit 40,000 today. Or just yet, I should say. 71% long crude oil. 71% long crude. See what NVIDIA's doing here. NVIDIA hovering around that $120 level. We did dip beneath there. Bottomed out at $118. My goodness. Buyers did step in and say, hey, we got discount prices. Getting along from that split price. Getting along from better than that post-split price. So we are trading above 120 in NVIDIA.
Thinking about putting in some bids down below here in NVIDIA.
I mean, yeah. It was 118, so that was shopping in the discount bin there. I'm guessing some people were thinking, a lot of institutions like, oh, we get this for 118. Our clients won't be mad at us.
Wishing orders.
Yeah, our clients won't be pissed. We're trying to get some exposure.
Yep.
All right, guys, we do have some plugs coming up with Eddie. We got Series 3 with Jack, stats, more stats from JD. We got fast market submissions still left here in fast markets. About 50 minutes left here in fast markets. Again,
right, I'm flat. I could have took the scratch earlier. I'm just getting out and resetting.
Did you take profit?
Yeah, I'm back to break even on the day.
Okay,
I want to just get out and reset. I don't love this short because yes, it's continuing to hover right there. Yeah. But I was hoping for the move to happen and we didn't quite get it. It still may roll over here past 900, but this was where I was looking to initially long. So if we're doing the range play, I mean, I could still see us continuing to get fine buyers right here. So my stop was realistically going to be, shortly above 920. So I was not going to give it a lot of room to begin with.
Gotcha. All right, well, you guys day back. You scratch on the day. Nice job.
Yeah, sometimes when you're trying to build in and it just immediately rips your face and it's like, you know what, I just was not timing that well. As D says, NQ can just be a painful instrument.
Indeed.
Because once again, wasn't wrong, just immediately got ripped for no reason.
Yeah.
Been playing with it in a practice account just to see what the buzz is.
Yeah, the buzz.
The Nas crack for
a
reason.
That's correct. You saw Emery's meme.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
The fact that it's Elmo as well. It's
Elmo. Yes. Innocent old Elmo. Just can't get enough of that Nas crack, And you blame him. It's when you're right, it's the most fun market. Here we go. New buyers, more buyers here in crude, $81.36.
Let's see what happens around 81.50.
81.50.
If it gets stuck, because that's the average daily range high and average session range high as well. They can be very good statistical levels for reversals. Another option, if we don't carry on screaming to the upside, would be that we just get stuck in this range at 28.50 and then overnight VWAP 80, 83. And then it just kind of keeps bouncing between those two levels. So that's definitely an option for Monday.
Okay.
And it would be nice to get a directional trade. Those are always easier than some of the other types of trades that we can get. But you don't always get them. They typically happen about 35% of all tradable days in crude oil in the last sort of 3 years.
So everyone's flat.
Still making lower
Wouldn't
highs.
that be nice?
Yeah.
To just constantly have directional days and just
D.
direction, buy or sell.
Would be wonderful.
Remember those deals just
It would
buy the
probably
dip?
improve my trading.
Yes, it would.
Because I'm terrible at holding directional days. And I'm terrible at entering if I didn't catch the move early.
Yeah, I'm generally not too bad because of the orientation points that I use, but yeah. I think for me, failed auctions are the easiest because you get that very quick run through to the opposite side, so you don't have to wait for it forever and a day.
Yep.
Hey. There's weekly kickoff high in crude, 81.45.
45. I know D's looking at 50s. D's watching 50s right here, right now.
The same area, yeah.
Oh, man. Dolby.
Yeah.
Right, did we tag the 50s? I don't think we got to the 50s. I saw 47s print. I did not see 50s. Getting right up there now.
Yeah.
You know, with the run on crude here, we're seeing some new highs here. I'm not really showing anything over the wire to indicate that
No, I
move.
looked
So
briefly. It's probably just a technical move.
Could be summertime.
Summer demand. Yeah.
We got a 3-month and a 6-month bill auction here. About 19 minutes. I did take a quick peek at the 10-year yield. Just for bleeps and giggles here, 426 on the yield, 426 last I checked. Well off. I think we saw in the 4.6s early or mid-May. We saw in the 4.6, 4.7s. So we have come off considerably from there. It's like when Bank of Canada and the ECB cut. Kind of relieve the yield pressure there. Israel declaration.
So far, that entry 9.14.13 still holding previous day low
still holding
on the NASDAQ. But I'm glad I flattened because I'd rather just reset and get a clean entry. This is still kind of diddling the middle now. Point of control sitting right around there. But it also is potentially, if we are going to get further downside, you're making lower highs. This is where you'd potentially want to reoffer on NQ if you were looking for kind of us to re-break and potentially build lower below initial bounce low. But right now it looks very range day.
It is, but it's broadening. Such a silly market right now. Dolby says, I think he's saying that sarcasm right there. Dolby, I can sense it through the chat. All right,
the classic rotation out of NVIDIA and into Apple. Very diverse.
Jeez. You cracked me up, Nick.
I mean, you see half the Mag 7
I'm looking at the chart.
You got NVIDIA down 4%.
It's
It's just like, what are we rotating out of for outside of just profit taking?
Out of tech into tech. What do you mean?
Yep. The market is just tech. Let's it's all outside of the Dow, as Jack has pointed out to us.
Speaking
the
of that,
market is basically 6 companies, and they all happen to be tech companies.
You're a tech guy. You understand why?
I know exactly why, but
I get it. I love it. Following up on that poll here, 700 votes. Who's trading the Dow today? Over 700 votes in just a couple minutes. Only 10% are saying me. 78% saying not me. 12% saying not today, but I do. So 78% saying not me. That's my folks. That, my friends, is why we don't talk about the Dow very much here at Top Step. But we'll keep an eye on it. See if we hit 40,000. Nice read there, Nick, getting out.
Yeah. Like I said, my stop would have been just above probably 920. So really only giving it somewhere between 5 and 7 points of room, which is not a great trade. But like I said, that was more of a reset because, I tried to build in the early 900s and it just immediately ripped me 20 points. So I got stopped as I was placing a stop.
Nice read. Andrew A in the chat. First rule of Dow, you don't talk about Dow. I mean, if it hits 40,000, we'll talk about it. I'm sure I'll throw in Tuckman's lap here and power players in about 45 minutes. Just because that guy can just go on and just talk. It's fun to listen to him, especially when he gets on a rant.
Good old tagged the weekly kickoff level and my ADR high and reversed. I'm glad I didn't go into that. Jumping in.
Yep. Gold just chilling. Last trade, 23.44. All right, it is 15 after the hour. Do have some more stats from JD. Plug, Series 3, hashtag Fast Markets coming up. JD, when you're ready, we can jump in with that. That's what's next up on the docket.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. You want to do it right now?
Perfect. Let's do it, JD. Yeah, I love this. This is everyone's favorite leaderboard.
Sweet. Let's take a look at those XFA P&Ls real quick.
Yep.
Here are yesterday's best XFA P&L leaders. Jaziel, Jeffrey, Damien, Nick W., and Soren. Soren's on our leaderboard right now. We're going to see that name again in just a minute. Always big numbers coming out of the XFAs. All these traders trade in NASDAQ exclusively. Nothing but the NASDAQ here. All right. Here is the bottom half of that top 10 list. All right, let's start at the bottom. Sadara, new to the list today, jumped up on the leaderboard after profiting close to 30 grand across 3 XFAs on Friday. Arjun did not trade, held on to 9th place for another day. David A picked up about 2 grand, moved up 2 rungs on the ladder. Kingway, who we saw take a nice payout last week, sitting comfortably in 7th place. And Nick Fora tick. Yeah. You're looking at him right now, folks. Nick did drop from 4th down to 6th place after a little drawdown on Friday, but he is still up there. He's not going anywhere.
That's nice. Right, $18,000 drawdown's always fun.
I didn't want to I don't want to shoot the number out right in your face, you know.
I don't care. It's part of the game. You trade 6 accounts with that type of risk. That's what you're asking for, and that's real money to me, people.
Yes, it is.
All right. Here are your top 5.
Wrong graphic.
Got it.
There it is.
A fake out.
Yeah, the buttons are real small on this, you know. Sometimes you just hit the wrong one. All right. Starting at the bottom, Soren finally moved out of 7th place on Friday after profiting more than $16,000 trading in 5 XFAs. Damn. Soren was in 7th place for 6 consecutive days. We just saw him on the XFA P&L leader list also. All right, Raphael is transferring funds from an XFA over to the live account. So once those transactions are complete, his current take will be updated. But for now, he's sitting in 4th place. His current take is more than that. But again, once those transfers are complete, we'll get his real number, hopefully by tomorrow. Cool. Adrian was in 5th place on Friday. Adrian took home about $8,000 trading in 5 XFAs. Brian P. took a $4,000 drawdown on Friday, but still moved up a notch and is sitting in 2nd place for now. And Dakota suffered a $13,000 drawdown, but remains the leader. And I believe he's up $13,000 right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Scratch. Just a
scratch.
Yeah, scratch.
Big swing there.
Yeah, down 13, up 13, scratch.
Well, that's what I got for you.
Thanks, JD.
You got it. Catch you guys later.
Yep. All right, D, we're coming up to those 50s, $81.50 here in crude oil. 49 cents last trade.
There's nothing for me to do here. There's no way to limit risk here yet. If we leave single prints to the upside and we ignore this 81.50, that will provide me an opportunity to limit risk at some point. But I doubt that that's going to happen before New York lunchtime, which is in like 40 minutes.
European close here in about 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Nice read there,
and
Nick.
Also, this move could be that. It could be that European close wiggle, extra liquidity and volume going into the euro close. So I don't want to be involved in that unless I already have a trade on.
All right, here we go. 75% long crude oil on the tilt. 75% long. As we do trade $81.50. 66% long crude, 64% long NASDAQ, 64% long S&Ps as well. They're bullish. We did have a minus 11,000 delta about 25 minutes ago in the ES. When John gets back, we get a delta update there. Nice catch on watching those 55.50s, that delta accumulation here in S&Ps. I'm not going to lie. My personal account, had I got that information in real time, I would have gotten long with that. And we would have gotten stopped out because we did take some serious pressure on that. So that's interesting to see. It's like a 3,500 accumulation there on the bid. Those 55.50s. So no trade's been the best trade today. Although crude oil, more buyers here. 81.55 last trade. As we have 75% long on the tilt. Yes, pushing. I'm looking at Topstep daily levels here in crude oil. 81.50. I get 81.79 Friday's high, 81.79 also last week's high. So 79s is the highs from last week and Friday. Probably recent highs as well. Could you see us? I mean, we're not that far from 75 or 79s right now, about 25 cents. Deke, possible short last week's high?
Yeah.
Just a trade idea, throwing it out there, just spitballing
yes,
here.
so I have a daily supply up at 81.90, which was narrowly missed last time that we were up there. So yeah, that's definitely a zone from 81.70 all the way up to 82 would be an area where I may consider some shorts. But be careful, everyone. If we leave single prints, especially if we leave multiple single prints in the run up to settlement, fading that is usually quite dangerous because this is a move that doesn't quite look completely normal. So if this is a directional move where someone is just plowing a whole bunch of money in there, you don't want to be in the way of that. No. That's never comfortable. And for now, it's pushing with quite some conviction. So unless you're already in on this, just chill. There will be another opportunity that will present itself later in the session or maybe even tomorrow.
Hey, is John back? Yeah, what's up, John? Question. All right, so about 25 minutes ago, we saw a delta in the ES at minus 11,000, minus 4,200 negative delta in the NQ. I was wondering if we get an update here at 10:22 Central Time.
Yeah, the current in the S&Ps is a negative 9,400, and we're relatively close to the highs here. NASDAQ negative 3,200, and we're right at basically point of control, center of the range here. So if there is a divergence, you could see it in the S&Ps. Just traded right back up to session value high, today's session value high, and seems to be just kind of coming off that a little bit. Not seeing any current like icebergs up here, anything like that. Just kind of wandering, it seems.
Now it's gonna roll over.
What's up, Nick? I heard that. What did you do?
No, it just, we kind of just wicked the 24-hour VWAP at 9:30 and quickly tumbled off of it. So I think just same thing. I'm not executing well today. Clearly, reading it well, just not executing it well.
That happens. That's a very tricky spot to be. Paper trades. Your paper trades are working. Your actual trades aren't. And yeah. So
this is why people on Twitter make money doing this stuff, because there's no pressure on you to just call out trades and call out suggestions and areas of interest, but you're not taking the trade. So
it's a beautiful thing.
It's very easy to be right all the time that way.
Yeah, a lot of them do the whole hindsight capital thing. Yeah, they're like, I made this trade from this zone. It's like, why didn't you call it in real time then?
We are taking applications for hindsight capital here. Please, some managing directors, partners, junior analysts. We're accepting all applications for hindsight capital, and it's pretty much 100% approval rate too. We pretty much take you all in. So yes, please. 8160.
Yeah, that short would have worked, but I was probably willing to. I mean, I would have wanted to wait for the euro close anyway.
Dude, you would have taken heat.
Yeah.
Nick, you were earlier discussing, what it's like trading on screen in front of God and everybody. It is different, isn't it?
100%. Especially as you do things like with the leaderboard, and I know it's probably realistically it's Dakota and me. I would say that really are on a lot, are really willing to share and help and talk to traders. So the exposure and things like that, the pressure that you kind of feel, and then coupling that with no guys, I am truly a full-time trader right now, and this is really how I'm making my money, and I have no services, education, other BS that I do to actually pay my bills. Like it's my P&L. So for me, it definitely is more pressure bound to not only still be a profitable trader just in general, but to then do it in front of an audience for a majority of the session that I'm on. There's a whole, I know we've talked and you guys have had different trading psychologists and stuff like that on the show before, but like taking even that and then kind of coupling it even further of doing it with an audience, with the pressure of like, that's how you actually keep paying your mortgage and things like that.
Yep.
It's just a whole nother level of, I would say, decision-making and, second guessing and stuff like that, of just, nitpicking my entries and trying to be perfect, I guess, in this game, which is impossible.
That's the one thing I've been kind of internalizing, what my issues are with trying to trade on screen. And it's more, when I find that when I'm on screen, it's more about making sure that I'm always right than making money.
Right.
And nobody's always right.
No.
It's just not going to happen. But you put that pressure on yourself, to say, yeah, I'm right. But we know that that's not possible. It's risk management, and it's
and then of course
it's hard. It's not easy.
Look at the sell off now. Look at the sell off.
And then you quintuple that with, I know people like to say this too, but it's like everyone wants to chase down Dakota. Like there's no question. Everyone wants to, come for that number one spot. There's an ego thing. There's a psychological thing. So it just creates more of a challenge in this game that is already probably the most difficult, easy money that you could ever make.
Yeah, so I got into that ego trip at the beginning of the year, and now I just don't care.
Yep,
exactly.
I don't know why I let it get to me so much. Yeah, but in the last sort of 3 months, I'm just doing what I'm normally doing. I'm not chasing anyone. It's me versus me. So I'm not allowing the leaderboard to get to me. I'm, for some of these Top Step accounts, I'm not the biggest trader. I'm just aiming to have a good day, to make good decisions, no matter what else others are doing. So I think everybody should strive for that and not chase anybody. We're all here to help each other. And at the end of the day, we're all here to talk through trades and to give out some levels, make some money, limit risk, and, have fun, right?
Absolutely.
And a good reminder too, if you are trying to chase down me or chase down Dakota or anyone else that you guys are seeing on the show that's having, good weeks, good months. I mean, this is a long journey. There's no question. And even my balance for, what you're seeing for me is starting in January. So this is, months and months and months of work, taking it slow, being, risk adverse, walking away, having daily loss limits, like that full journey. So if you're trying to do this in 5 trading days and move to a live and, move $100,000 plus balance so that you can do it, it's a recipe for disaster. It's not a recipe for longevity in this game.
100%. Well said. We see the feedback we get, whether it's on Discord, Trustpilot, what have you. And one of the things that people I see, common theme from the positive feedback we get here on Topstep TV is they're really learning how to be patient and not overtrade, because they're watching us here, watching the Nick for Ticks, the Johns, the D's. They're learning patience and not overtrading. They said if we didn't have something like this, they'd be overtrading, clicking, chasing markets, chasing price. This is a journey, and good trading is boring. We see David Green say it all the time when he's on with Dolby. Good trading is boring. So, with that being said, how do you make TV with that? But we couple it. We have tradertainment. We like to, shoot the breeze, so to speak. But good trading is boring. But that's what you have trading buddies for. Constantly watching the markets, watching price action. But at the end of the day, good trading is boring. I do know that Dakota is short. He was short. Coach Dakota was short.
Here's a good question. He said, "Stop." Yeah, what was his entry?
I'm not sure. I saw it quick. It flew by in the chat. Maybe I see Dakota's in there. Very well said. Thank you, Dakota.
Yeah, Dakota, if you're in it. Oh, cool.
See that. All right, really quick, I'm going to throw it to Eddie. I know Eddie's in the queue, ready to go with some plugs. We got some announcements to make. We got some exciting things coming out this week. Eddie, what do we got, my man?
Well, how y'all doing? We got one more of them Stetsons just sitting here waiting for you. Now, you earn your fun trading them little piggies, lean hogs? Well, let us know in live chat. We'll verify and send you a Stetson of your choice. So far, 4 have been claimed, and winners need to be based in the U.S. to qualify. So get your butt ready. Let's trade some of them lean hogs. Let us know if you pass.
I'm very excited.
Also, we've got some celebration here.
100.
Oh, 100?
100?
100? What's this 100? 100?
100
Oh my goodness, 100K celebration this week. Yes, we are kicking off the celebration tomorrow, Tuesday, like they say here in Chicago. We'll have a discount for viewers and a giveaway for a free reset. But stay tuned throughout the week to learn more. We're kicking it off tomorrow. Okay, we're kicking it off tomorrow. So we are going to be having a real nice discount and a giveaway for a free reset. Also, check this out. Brett Steenbarger, world-renowned trading psychologist Brett Steenbarger, is returning to Topstep TV July 2nd at 11 a.m. Central Time. He will be with us. He stopped by in May and spent an hour answering some of the toughest questions that you threw at him. He did quite well. And if you missed it, I've got the link here right in chat. If you missed the first one, there is our YouTube link. Check it out. But he's going to be back with us here July 2nd. It's going to be the next session. So I'm excited about that. Remember, so we've got the Stetson, one more to be claimed. We're going to start our kickoff tomorrow, 100K celebration, and Brett's going to be with us July 2nd. And I'm going to throw that back to Hoagland. I think that's all I've got. Johnny, back to you.
All right. Yeah, the session with Brett Steenbarger, there's going to be a few coaches there. It's really going to be a fun session. We're really looking forward to that. Yeah, it's we're going to have some of our favorite coaches there, and it's really going to be good. And if you did miss the first one, definitely check out that link and watch the first one. Dr. Steenbarger is the one of the leading trading psychologists, so it's really going to be a good one.
There you go. Thanks, Johnny. I'm going to post that link again here. We got Andre coming back here. Actually, this is our third time with the doctor. We did one with Squawk Radio. You might find that in our podcasts. So he likes us here at Topstep, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
A good doctor in the house.
To drag out that Muse head device that I got.
What was it, D?
You can see because Steenbarger does this biofeedback thing, and he talked about the device that you put on your head and it measures your brain waves. So I got it.
Did you?
And yeah, it's quite funny because it goes around your ear and on your forehead, and then you kind of sit there with certain meditations as the birds are either singing or you get a storm if your mind is a bit turbulent. It's pretty interesting.
And what was your mind?
Well, I managed to stay, I only did a short session of about 10 minutes, and I managed to stay pretty composed for about 51% of it, which is not too bad. But yeah, so I've been doing meditating for a long time now. I don't know how well I would use it for trading, because I found that when I was trading and wearing it, my mind was almost always turbulent because you're thinking about a million different things. So obviously you're trying to concentrate. You're not being super calm. You're trying to process information, and that comes with higher brain waves, more like beta and gamma waves rather than alpha waves, which is what I think the app is actually fishing for. But yeah, it's certainly good to maybe step away from trading and then try and calm your mind before you come back to it. That would be a very good application for it. If you're a little bit, annoyed, or like Nick says, you hate watching something, you're probably going to find that your brain waves are going to reflect that. So maybe go away into a quiet room, put that thing on, and just going to chill out for a while until you get the birds singing, and then come back to it.
Yeah, hate watching is a venom in this game.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because eventually you fire from the hip with some sighs out of frustration. Even though you've been watching, you kind of then you get a big candle or something, or a bit of volatility, and without thinking, your brain turns off, and you pull the revolver from the holster and fire from the hip, and usually
luckily I stopped doing that about
duel.
7-8 years ago, I think. Because I've been trading for 16 years, I think I'm at a point where I'm not really that bothered by size, or even if I have a not such a great day, I will just review it at the end of the day. So it's like I'm more annoyed if I read something correctly and then I'm not in it at all than losing a trade. So I would rather, try something and lose a trade than be like, I was completely right. Like that probably kills me more, to correctly have the price level. Everything happens as you wanted it to happen. And then you're just like, I didn't go in. Like, what are you doing? Why? So that would be more of a pain level for me. But, if I'm kind of missing out on things that are not in my plan, I'm totally fine with that at this point.
Doug Case in the chat wants a poll for how many people journal every day. How many people journal every day? All right, we can do how about the poll? Do you journal every day? Yes or no?
There should be a couple of questions
right
to that.
Right before we do those polls, because they might take a bit. We need to clear that poll energy so we can do a quick Series 3. Which is always, today's Series 3 is, I think, pretty easy.
Sponsored. Series 3 pop quiz brought to you by so-and-so. It's a sponsor.
Especially as mentioned, it should be easy because, Andre, you are the chairman of Hindsight Capital. I believe we've shown the list before.
Oh, yes.
Before we get to the question, we'll throw up the... Oh, I guess we got the question. Okay. So here we go. In a normal agricultural market, in which the difference between distant futures and near futures is expected to narrow, a spreader would A, buy near futures and sell distant futures, B, sell near futures and buy distant futures, C, buy short, D, sell short.
Supposed to narrow. So the spread's going to narrow.
Okay. So a normal agricultural market, prices in the deferred
the rear
months should be higher than the front month.
Right.
So if that's the case, then you would want to buy nearby futures and sell the deferred futures.
Buy the front and sell the back, correct?
Right.
Buy the front and sell. Yep.
Yeah.
Nick's got the book there, I see.
Yeah, I ordered this. It finally came, so I can actually start really studying and actually take my tests. So I'm probably going to do that next month. I'm probably going to do an MP did. I'll probably read through this once, take a practice test, and then go fire at the hip and see if I can pass it on the first shot.
All right. So,
well, I didn't even have to give any leading indicators on the question. Let's see what the answer is, Gabe.
All right.
Hey.
All right.
You are correct, sir. It is buy near futures, sell distance.
John, did you already have a Series 3 at some point?
Me?
Hoag had it at one point, didn't you?
Well, I was an exchange member for 30 years, so that in itself was basically a Series 3, and you could use it as a Series 3 back in the day. But now there's no trading floors, even members would have to take a Series 3 now.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Everywhere I traded didn't have any outside clients, so you didn't have to take any of those things.
Right.
I worked for one place that did require an RDR qualification. It's a different qualification here. So because of that, I took like a level 4 IAD back in the day. And I don't really think I ever used it. And it was the only reason why is because it was a cross between like a prop trading company and an asset management firm. So they had a little bit of mixed in investor funds and they just couldn't let you trade without it. But the questions are not similar. Like one of the reasons why I know some of them and I'm like not quite clear on the others is because it was like derivatives regulation whole in the UK market. So obviously that's quite a bit different. Because we have different laws over here, so I'm just gonna have to like brush up on things and see what the differences are. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that towards the end of the year, maybe. Yeah,
I like the end of the year. When it gets cold out, I'll really hit the books.
Yeah.
But
Stay inside.
summertime shy is in full effect right now, so I Yeah.
That's why I think I'm going to do it in
Wanna be
July.
out.
Trading is going to be, I would imagine next month the range may get a little tighter unless we have some aspect of event fall or something. So perfect time to study in the afternoons after maybe sneaking out a trade in the morning session.
There you go. I like that. All right, quick recap of the markets here. 71% short YM to those, what was it, 12% that trade the YM here?
Yeah, but that's like that's like 3 people.
We had to do the poll. It was very inexact. Yes, sir. NQ says, summertime shy. We have to enjoy it. It's short. You get it, NQ. Appreciate that. What was the chat? Oh, yes. Another poll, if you don't mind, Robert, or whoever's on the polls. Someone in the chat want to know, do you journal every day? Yes or no? Very simply put, yes or no. Do you journal every day? I
Be
do.
honest.
I know. I got mine right here. Journal every day, right here.
Yeah, by the way, you don't have to journal every day. I like to journal maybe in the beginning, but after a while it's going to be quite repetitive. So what you want to do is to fish for areas that need improvement and then see the mistakes that you're making continuously, or maybe making mistakes that you used to make, but now they've cropped up again because maybe you got yourself in a bad period and you suddenly made some bad decisions. That's the time to start really journaling and drilling into the things that you need to improve.
Nice, Robert. Yes, there you go. In the poll, do you journal every day? Yes, no, yes, but not every day, which is perfectly acceptable, like Dee was saying. And my journals are not like Dear Diary, like Dee always makes that joke. It's not Dear Diary. My journal is, I'm writing down all the economic releases for the day and a bunch of trade ideas. And if the trade ideas, if they played out, or if they didn't play out, it's an X, it's a scratch. If they do play out, then we'll expand on that. But that's what my journaling is as we're doing the show here. So my journaling is going to be a little different. Essentially, that's what it was like when I was trading. I'd have the calendar for the day, who the speakers are, what the economic releases are, auctions, what have you, as my checklist. And then I have trades and levels like that. So it's not Dear Diary, I woke up tired, but it can be.
Yeah.
It can also always, it can include
It
anything.
can be a part of it. Yeah, it can
100%.
definitely be like a part of an emotional checklist, because you don't want to be trading when you're sick or pissed off, or you really want to be in a calm mindset.
Hungover.
But at the same time, it's not about crying over a laminated piece of paper to soak up, so that it doesn't soak up your tears. It's not about that. It's about fishing for your weakness. It's like, literally, what did I do good? What can be improved? And what did I completely mess up? Let's work on the things that are hindering my performance the most. Let's tackle that one by one. Also, don't try and tackle a whole bunch of things at once, because that'll be like, trying to stop smoking, moving house, having a child, like all of the things that you're not supposed to be doing all at once. So find one weakness that is really bothering you. Either you're removing stops or moving stops or trading with size. Pick one of those and then spend the next 2 weeks deliberately not doing that. And you will see an improvement in your results pretty quickly when you start doing it methodically.
Like that. I know the tip of the week here, Topstep TV, tip of the week, know your triggers, right? Know your triggers. There's much to learn from our emotions, and one of the most important is to know when to stay away. Common triggers, specific amount of losses, number of losing trades. What about things outside of trading? This is great stuff. What are your triggers? You can definitely work that into your journal entries. My triggers are, like Nick was saying, good paper trading, bad real trading. It's brutal. When your paper trades work, your real trades don't, then you start shooting from the hip, and that's when it snowballs into, bleep. There goes my week. Oh, bleep. There goes my month. That's
when you want to step away and go have a ham sandwich. Get yourself back to center.
It's always a good idea.
100%.
No, there's end of day journaling, like just kind of stream of consciousness. Just write it all down, especially like some of the bad things that we say to ourselves. Just get it out. Just write it down, and then burn that piece of paper or throw it away or whatever it is. But just kind of let it all out on a piece of paper so that it's no longer eating you inside, and then you'll be a little bit fresher the following session.
That. All right, Nick's looking at something over there. I don't know what, because NASDAQ's chopping around sideways. S&P's stuck at 550. Magical number 550. I thought we were going to make a run for 20,000 in the NASDAQ. We got about 4 points away from that. I thought we were going to make a run for 40,000 in the Dow. We got about 4 points from that as well. So we have these big fat round numbers. By all means, there's plenty of time left in the day. 10:45 Central Time here. About 12 minutes left here in Fast Markets. I know we do have some hashtag Fast Markets content coming for you. So when we're ready for that, James, let me know. We can jump in whenever with that and close it out here. But Nick, what are we looking for? What are you looking at in there? When you get quiet, I know you're hawking something. You're looking at something.
I still don't love the diddle in the middle trade, but I'm seeing ES not able to build back above 55.50, which makes me still want to lean into a short. So I was potentially getting in. I scratched it. I think I'm going to wait. I don't love lunch hour trades, but if we get the move right now, we get the move. And I think that sums up. I would probably just lock out at a scratch for the day in my live and go trade my XFAs or something, just because it's, yeah. If this rolls over, I am probably done with my live account for today.
There was some cynicism in that laugh. I could feel it. Here, MP in the chat. Vidun tells a great story of the last month in history about how to treat your traders. MP tweeting from the jungle. I don't know if you guys know. He's in Central America right now from the jungle. Still tweeting, still working. I'm sure his family is loving the fact that he's still on the phone with the Twitter fingers, but the man just loves trading, loves Topstep, loves Topstep TV. So he's in there. What's up, Michael? Good to see you.
No sleep for the reply, guys. You gotta keep tweeting.
Yes, you do.
It's good work, MP.
We got Coach Dakota in the chat. Still sitting in this cheap short NQ at 19,917. Average price, 19,917. Current trade, 19,910. So he's about 6 points in the money there. We'll definitely take that. Keep us posted there, Dakota. Jacob Leone says, hey, I'm in Central America. Well, MP might be close to you, might not. Central America is a rather big place.
Yeah.
Is Island Mike back?
This is Jungle Mike. I don't know. We'll see what kind of version we get from
Mike,
this Mike, where in Central America is he?
Yeah, I believe it's Costa Rica, I believe he's in right now. Pura Vida. But yes. Yeah. That's what you wake up to. You wake up to those things, man. Dude, those monkeys don't play. They don't play. Yes, they will steal your wallet. You got to keep your windows closed in the hotel. Oh, man. They do not play around. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful there. Those howler monkeys, man. Hey, you got some Costa Rica in the house. Ravita, there you go. Pablo Trader, you get it.
Somebody says
like,
ayahuasca.
Like Central America over here right now. Christ.
Just in the sweltering heat. Look at the sweltering heat. Oh,
I'm like melting away. I'm going to need a shower. This is disgusting.
Well, at least the trading hasn't been brutal yet, because they could couple with that.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
When is the next game?
Oh,
D, have you been following the Euros, the Euro Cup at all, the Euro Championship at all over there?
Do you see? Oh, I'm so terrible with that. There was a Serbia versus England the other day, and
that's why I was
me
asking.
and my husband, we missed it. Yeah, we missed it. So I was like, oh, I totally forgot. And then every time there's a game, we're like, oh, we missed it. Like you see it on Google News or something, and we just look at each other and we just go, we're Muppets. Like, what are we doing? So yeah, no, I haven't actually been following apart from just looking at the results. Have you? Have you been watching?
I have. Well, they go on right now during the show, but I record them all, and then if I have time, I'll watch. Over the weekend, I definitely watched them. Nice. I'm Polish, and we're the first team knocked out. So of course we stink at soccer. We always qualify, but we're just so bad. Very, very terrible. Watch some United States.
Serbia is not much better. I think we kind of do okay in the beginning, and then the pressure kind of gets to the players, and no, which is a shame because I think we have some good players.
Yes.
Well, Taylor Swift was in London over the weekend. Did you go see Taylor Swift?
Big deal.
I did not. I had to go to my sister-in-law's 60th birthday yesterday, so we spent a nice day in the countryside. Just hanging with the husband side of the family, so that was pretty nice.
Very nice.
But yeah, no, I have not seen Taylor Swift. No,
I gotta ask John. John, I gotta ask. How did you know Taylor Swift was in London? How did you know that, John?
Asking the real questions.
One of
fan club.
A friend of my wife's
went
to London with her daughter to go see Taylor Swift.
Okay, that's
the only reason I know.
That's real deal fandom right there.
Right?
That's incredible. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise was there.
I saw Travis Kelce was there as well. He's a performer.
Acting very normal.
Oh, apparently Serbia only have 1 point, but they're still in the Euros. So
still alive. Poland is.
Yeah, they're still alive. That's good.
Yes.
Go Serbia.
Go so that was yes. I can feel the passion there.
They do better this year. Oh yes, I'm very passionate about football.
I can feel the passion.
Like
all right, back to the market. We got 7 minutes left here on Fast Markets. I think we got hashtag Fast Markets content coming at you. So if it's James or Gabe, jump on in whenever. 7 minutes left here. Markets are kind of trading sideways. Again, it's Monday, first trading day of the week. Last trading week of the month. Last trading week of Q2 here in 2024. Q3 2024 is less than a week away, which is just crazy to think about. Where has the time gone? So Gabe, James, got that hashtag Fast Market stuff. Let's do it.
We do indeed. All right. Cool. First things first. Got a nice little meme here from.
Oh boy. Oh God.
Ursa.
Can we not?
Tour girl.
Jesus.
Oh jeez.
God. We're towing the line here, guys. We're towing the line here. What does it say?
50 lots on that thing.
Oh my God. How would you? Oh my gosh.
Can you explain this to me,
Thanks
Andre?
for the submission.
That's so funny.
Moving on.
Without getting too in the weeds, let's move on to the next one.
Oh, baby.
Second one, we have James trading TopStep X Mobile from the yacht.
Ooh,
looks
now
like
that's what I'm talking about.
You.
That's nice.
That's what I'm talking. Where are they?
Yarr.
That's a great question. I do not know where they are, but James, we are wishing we were there with you, my friend.
MP, if you're seeing that, how about that? Trading from the yacht in the water. That's cool.
That's great. Let's make it happen.
Hey, there you go, Nick.
Here's your shirt.
You asked for it. There it is.
Nice.
Let me throw on a shirt for you. So you're going to show that too. And then we have one submission from Mick here. Locked himself out after passing 350K combine. So great work there, Mick.
Way to use that button. Beautiful.
Absolutely. But that's all I have for you guys this morning. Throwing it back to you, Andre.
Beautiful, Gabe. I like that. Slinging size from the yacht. Life is good. Life is good. Could fat finger a trade though, but hey, still getting that's pretty cool.
That looked like my sailboat.
You had a sailboat, John. Sail on the lake?
Not yet.
Oh,
Not yet.
when it's yeah. When you're riding off in the sunset, absolutely.
Yep. Sailing off into the sunset.
Sailing off in the sunset. Thank you. All right, we got 5 minutes left here. It's been a light trade here for us.
So James Bond is asking, how did you get internet on yacht? Well, for somebody who's got a name like James Bond, I would have thought that you're a little bit more clued into the gadgets. And then somebody else said to him, Starlink internet, $120 per month.
Starlink is very fast.
Get with it, James Bond.
Yes, Starlink cures it all. All right, gold is seeing some sellers here. Has rolled over a bit, down about $5-6 off the highs. Currently trade 23.40. Excuse me, 23.40 last trade. Dow trading sideways. Could not make that final push in the 40,000s. There's about 5 hours left here. 4 hours left in the trading day. Nick, after fast markets, I know you'll definitely watch the markets. Is there any price levels you're looking for to see how the market reacts to? Targets. What do you got?
55.50. That's really, I think, the important thing to watch the rest of the session. Outside of that, we're still kind of making lower highs here. There's until the market kind of makes a decision, range rules apply is what I would say.
Range rules apply indeed. Yep. Music to Dobie's ears. D, anything we're looking for levels wise in crude oil? We're currently trading $81.54. I think we made a push into the 60s very briefly. I think 62 is highs there. Levels, targets.
It's still hanging around. It's still hanging around that same area. So if it stays there, there's some value in trying to go against it. And then I would expect that we're probably going to just stay range bound down to overnight VWAP, which is around 81, just below there. I'm not expecting a huge day, but if I get some kind of a rangy kind of trade to the long side, I'm not sure that I want to short this because I'm going to take like an hour off to catch a bit of sun. So when I come back after New York lunch, I might look if there's an opportunity for a long somewhere around VWAP. So looking for that 81 level. It's something that's been happening a little bit over the last week. So they kind of run it up higher, then they run out of steam. Then there's a bit of a rotation to the opposite side, and then another push upside into the settlement. So that's what I'm going to be trying to get in on. Apart from that, I don't really see anything else obvious in my markets. So I think that's going to be my Monday, trying to contain it, to just make sure you're aware of risk, to not go smashing in about 15 trades for no good reason.
Yes.
Be aware that it's a summertime. Ranges are the name of the game on a lot of the days. So don't get caught up in those. Be patient, wait for your less, and manage risk.
Well said. Good stuff. All right, Johnny, we've got 1 minute left here in Fast Markets. We are going to see Hoag here this afternoon with Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. I guess really quick, I'm going to do JD a favor real quick. Oh, pin to the top of the chat. Get those group coaching questions in there right now. Pin to the top of the chat. Get that form in there. Okay, very good. Get that in there. John, all right, any levels? Quick final delta reading for the Fast Markets, and then we can close it out from there, John. What do we got? Let's 9,400 negative. Yes.
S&P's negative 12,000. NASDAQ negative 3,300. Range rules apply is 100% right at this point in the day. We've got a normal trading day in the S&Ps. In other words, the initial balance is the upper and lower extreme on both sides. It has not taken out the initial balance. So that is just screaming range bound right now.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, guys. You heard it. Range bound rules apply today. Keep that in mind. Keep patient. Stay disciplined. Sit on the hands if you need to. Make sure you stay tuned into TopstepTV. Coming up next, the power player himself, Mr. Peter Tuckman, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the Einstein of Wall Street. Good job today, Nick, for a take. Good job, D. Hoag will see you this afternoon in Strategy Lab. Power players coming up next.
All right, just finishing up a little 6:30 a.m. run right now. About ready to tune in to a little bit of Topstep TV. They have accomplished 100,000 subscribers. 51 million channels are on YouTube. 500, just over 500 of them, or under 500 of them, 1,000, have over 100,000 subscribers. Now that means we're in the 1%. Pretty good to be in this 1%. Also good to be in the other 1%. If we can help you out getting that 1% by watching real traders, trade in real time with real money, and have real tradertainment, then hopefully we can help get you on to your 1% financially in your life, or give or take some extra income that goes in your pocket via trading. No island Mike, though that would look like an ocean, but that looks like a bay, and we are on a peninsula. So that being said, tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a great day. I got old school Topstep, and I got new school Topstep. The point of that is we are always improving. And last thing is, tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a great fun day. Tuesday's gonna rock it. I'll be jumping on there briefly. I'm on a family trip. It ends this week. I'll be back in a week. And you guys all traded up this week. Trade well. Always trade for tomorrow. That means whatever you do today, do not blow it up so you cannot trade tomorrow. That's what trade it for tomorrow means. So trade it for tomorrow. And I'll see you guys next week. And tomorrow, actually. Just briefly. See ya.
awesome. The most photographed man on the New York Stock Exchange, the Einstein of Wall Street, and a top step power player, Mr. Peter Tuchman. Welcome to Top Step TV. Right off the bat, I know you got a short amount of time. Dow 40,000. I thought we were going to cross it before we got on today. I wanted to see if you're going to bust out the hat for Dow 40,000. Does Dow 40,000 still have significance, even though we've been there already?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Look, I've seen it. Look, we had a funny experience once where this is when we learned that you never bring out the hats before we actually get over that landmark and that threshold, right? We actually got to 18,998. We were 2 points away from it. And I had already printed up the hats and everybody wanted me to break out the hats. And I said, no. I was told never to do it. And I got forced into it. It literally never ticked at 19,000. And it went down 1,000 points. And it took 7 months before it got back up to 19 grand. Anyway, I never did that again. But look, we hit the threshold. The day we hit it, you and I were talking. Actually, it was the day the United Healthcare, which is one of the biggest components in the Dow, took the market way over the top that day. And we were in a different level of momentum then. We were not going through what we're going through now. Look, markets trade up and down. There are technical resistance levels, and that's what we hit up against. We know we had a great first quarter, best quarter since 2019. We know we had a rough April. April, I believe, was a month where we did hit it, even though we got up there and we backed off kind of hard. It was clearly a function of NVIDIA earnings, the whole tech sector, all that irrational enthusiasm around NVIDIA and all that kind of stuff. We got there legitimately. We got there for a minute. We backed off. We broke up above it and stayed there for a little bit. And then basically things started to change. The market started to erode. We started to basically start registering where we were at, what was going on with the Fed. The Federal Reserve started changing their whole positioning around interest rates and how many we were going to have this year. And that kind of made the market back off quite a bit. And that's the mode we've been sitting in for the last month and a half. We had a really good May, had a really solid June. So yes, it's significant. Is it the end all be all? No. Is it more significant that we regained the 5,500 level in the S&P? Absolutely. Way more important. It's 500 stocks. It's not 30. So, but I think regaining that level will give the market a little bit of a vote of confidence. I have printed up a whole new slew of hats. Absolutely. I got to get a bunch up to the Top Step crew for sure. But these are real. These levels and landmarks are real. This is real money being put to work. So I know there are people out there who are always haters. There are always people who will poo-poo whatever you want to talk about that's sort of fun. I love traditions. I love historic stuff. I love the Dow Jones. It's my job. It's my life. It's what I do. So I don't poo-poo any of this stuff. Real money, real dollars, real numbers being put to work. So 40,000, when we regain it, will be significant. What's even more significant about it is, where do we go from there?
Exactly.
Do we build 40 as a new basis, as a new foundation? And do we trade higher? And what does Dow 41, 42, 43 look like? Or do we once again hit up against resistance and pull back? And then we've got to reevaluate all that's happening in tech, in the markets, with interest rates. What does the second half of the year look like? What's the election effect that's going to have? So it's very significant. Perhaps even more significant than the first time, because now we got to reevaluate where we're going. Is this going to be building a base and going higher, or are we going to bump up against it a second time? Look, at Wall Street Global Trading Academy, we teach technicals. We know that when you hit a level once and it doesn't work, you don't play it the second time around. So the second time we hit levels are significant. And when you hit this one, it will be a significant number, and it will be very telling about what the future of the market's going to bring. That's the super important part. So look, we're going to meander over there. We've got this week the Russell at the end of the week. We had the S&P on Friday. The market seems strong. There's a lot of rotation going on. So I don't know where the market's going from here. I don't think we have the key. We have not been given the keys to this castle yet, right? We've got the Federal Reserve has not given us the information. Economic data has not been clear or transparent enough for us to really know what's the next move. We know there are two choices, right? We're going to build a foundation here and go higher. It's going to be tech. It's going to be mid, small cap, or we're going to hit up against resistance and pull back again. Both are fine. Both are healthy. Both are good. I just don't know which one we're going to be at.
Last question. You got a couple more minutes left. We're coming up to the close of Q2. This is the last week of Q2 in 2024. We got the second half of 2024 coming up. What are you looking for? You mentioned interest rates. You mentioned the elections. What specifically are you looking for to hopefully fuel this rally more to the upside in equities?
So this is a huge quarter. Everyone's going to start positioning themselves into the rest of the year. Historically, elections don't have much of an effect on markets. However, I think this time it may change, right? You got two people running, one who has some policies, one who does not. We're going to know on Thursday who is the survivor at the OK fucking corral. I don't know who's going to come out of this. I don't know the answer. Yes, the next week, we are at a crossroads here. Right? We are at a crossroads in the end of the quarter, end of the half, the positioning into the rest of the year. How does that go? How many interest rate cuts? We've got a 58% chance that we're going to cut interest rates once. Is it September? Is it December? There are a lot of unknowns on the table still. So I think the best answer to your question is, I don't know, and that's a legitimate answer.
100%. So really quick, got 2 more minutes left. You did mention Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Please tell us what Wall Street Trading Global Academy is in a little bit more detail and how we partnered up with TopStep. Tell us.
100%. So ladies and gentlemen, there are lots of different ways to trade this market. In a market as volatile as this, technical analysis and risk management are the keys to the castle. You've got a great platform in TopStep, trading the futures. You all have got a way to learn how to trade this market and make money without losing a lot of money. However, the educational component is still missing from this picture. WSGTA.com. Go to my Instagram. Go to the link tree. Check that out. Go to the website. Check that out. We built a course, 6 hours, 21 videos, 200 hours of archival masterclasses on Fibonacci, watch lists, risk management, everything you could want to know to learn how to trade this market successfully. You go on TopStep for your platform. You come and join us at Wall Street Global to learn how to trade this market. You're in happy town. Happy.
Oh, did we lose him? Did we lose him? Oh, Mr. Peter Tuchman, did we lose you? Well, on that note, you heard it there. Go to check out Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Go check it out. Get some education. We have partnered up with them. Hey, they're my partners right there. The man in the middle, JD. He was right. My partner, Dolby Time. I think we lost Tuchman, but he did end on a high note. And that guy brings the energy. JD, Dolby Time, welcome. JD, thoughts on this market? We're kind of trading sideways right now. What do we think? How we feel, man?
Definitely trading sideways right now. Man, what a cliffhanger. I wanted to know what Tuchman's final thought was there. Just such a ball of energy. Those last few words were going to be great, too. I'm sorry we lost them. Yeah, I'm looking at a 5-minute chart on the NASDAQ right now. We're just barcoding sideways. Keep bouncing off Friday's low right around 19,915. That seems to be our little resistance ceiling. I shared a chart pattern earlier this morning.
Yes, you did. You liked a short. You liked a short.
I did like the short. And we just keep bouncing around this lower trend line right now. We are seeing some sellers step in, but we're still well inside. We're right in the middle of the 5-minute range I just showed you. Still chopping around under VWAP. So, Dolby, what do you like better, the breakout or the range right now?
I think NQ's in a mood where it wants everybody to lose. I was pointing out the megaphone formation. Not only are we range bound, but we are the most vicious of all the ranges, which is the megaphone. So extending higher highs as well as extending lower lows. It really made itself apparent, I believe, on the 1 hour. Find the right chart. I am. I posted it in Slack. Now I can't seem to find the formation. Oh, wait, hold on. Here we go. So there's our series right there. And then it was just that little guy. So really, really tough to trade this. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I fix. There we go. That's this one. I mean, everybody is just kind of getting stopped out today. I was messing around in a practice account. I got chopped up trying to pick lows. The 4-hour range was actually really strong today. Sorry, this is the image that I sent in Slack to you, Dre. It was this one. So we got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Now we're just kind of chopping around in the middle. The 4-hour range was what I was looking at today before I started trading, and that one was really, really strong. I had a high of 20,030, and then the low was around 19,920, and that just got melted through However, for a second, bulls did think they were winning when we got down to 19,880, and then it bounced back within range, but then it just broke down again through range. I mean, really tough. Great day to journal and remind yourself that you are not a bad trader. It was a difficult day, and as long as you stuck to your daily loss limit, it was a winning day. But definitely a day that can shake some confidence, but just rally. Just rally.
Yeah, this is certainly not easy. JD, what price did you like the short from? I remember you popped in there when you were doing your stats. Do you remember the price over 915? What was the price in the NASDAQ?
950. That was the low from Friday. I like the 940 area. VWAP was right around 940 when we came in, and that was the spot at that moment. We did get a breakthrough of that lower trend line and some nice follow through after that. But now we're right back there again. So just chop right now. Choppy.
Yeah. Very choppy.
We got the house account open. Tough to get that. Tough to get some check marks today. Tough to get check marks. Nothing really came up. That's 527s or 5527 S&Ps. We had 1.5 check marks. Hard to get the check marks. This morning to take a trade, which is okay.
We're just diddling in the middle right now. If we put a trade on, I would say either fade the extremes of this shorter term range with not a whole lot of size and some tight stops, or we wait for a breakout and try and get in on a bigger move.
I like that.
I'm probably leaning short. Something that I missed this morning because I was kind of a little just haberdash with my trades this morning was just a series of lower highs and lower lows. So just seeing that on like a 30-minute or 1 hour chart immediately is going to want to direct me towards getting short first and trying that versus trying the opposite, which is let's go counter trend to the lower highs and lower lows.
Yeah. All right. So Dobie, when we're trying to establish a range, I know you're looking at the 4 hours. Sometimes you're looking at the 5 minute. How do you know what time frame or interval to look at based on what kind of trade you want to take? Because I know you're looking at 4 hours, 5 minute. There's a lot in between. So walk us through that.
I just want to find the biggest range I can find, the very biggest one. So like we start at the daily, and the daily actually isn't even range bound at all. Series of red candles going back, 3 days, or actually say 2 days, all straight down there. So we're still trying to find a happy place in NQ. Then you go to NASDAQ. Sorry. Then you go to the 4 hour chart, and then the range really appears on the 4 hour. I liked, 20,030 down to about 19,920. There's a lot of wiggle room there for how you want to interpret that. Maybe you want to go all the way up to 20,088, or was that 90 or something? Like that could be pretty good as well. So it kind of depends. I like the smaller one. It looked like that was just the more recent resistance that we were seeing to the upside. Then the 30-minute also kind of range bound as well. Obviously, we wouldn't have all this data. We'd probably go back to about a year or so. What is that? 6, 7. Yeah, so maybe about this. So you're kind of already trading down by the lows. So I got caught messing around trying to nab that 19,920. We made a huge run to the downside, got stopped out because the bigger range you play, the bigger the stop run is going to be. So 4 hour consolidation is going to equal a really big stop run if it does elect to stop run, which it did. And that's how we got that really big bounce back to the inside. Then it rolled back over again. So you try to find the biggest one, go down from there. I do like using the consolidations for setups as well. So 5 minute is what I prefer. Although we didn't even see one in the NASDAQ until about 10 o'clock. It took almost like 2 hours to even get a 5 minute consolidation in the NASDAQ. So unless you were trading on the 1 minute or just sticking with those really big ranges, I think it was really hard to get good trade location today. Really, really hard.
Yeah, it is. All right. So just comment in the chat here. NVIDIA trading $120.26. Again, that post-split price, open price was $120. So we are right there. Interesting level indeed. Taking a look here in Dow's just chilling, 39,927, 39,927. Crude, 81.55. D did have a price of interest up around the 70s, $81.70. So we're about 15 cents off of that. We'll see how we trade if we do get up to that. Gold, very tight range. Currently trading 23.42. We did have a heavy tilt in crude. Okay, it kind of peeled off a bit. Currently 65% long in gold. S&Ps, you heard Tuckman talking about that 55.50 level, 55.50. Currently trading 55.46. This might be the range. Let's looking at the 5 minute here, Dolby, help me out if I'm seeing this correctly. This could be the lower end of the range here in the S&Ps. Would this be considered a cheap long if you want to take it? Would this be a cheap long? I'm not saying for a house account. Obviously, we got to get the process check marks, but look at the 5 minute, perhaps a cheap long.
I mean, it very well could be. The one thing that I don't really love seeing is the lower highs within that range. It just leads me to believe that buyers are a little bit weaker. So like I said, it doesn't mean it's going to happen every time, but in general, you'd like to see at least higher lows if we're trying to buy the bottom of a range. But yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That is a 5 minute range. Just depends how you want to play it. Depends what your bias is. That's yep. I think Dakota's still short, right?
Dakota's short. It feels like Nick for a tick is also short Nasdaq. I don't know the prices. They are short, so they are bearish. As Nick said in the chat, it's looking very rollovery. It looks like it's going to roll over, but he made up a new term, rollovery. Last trade in Nasdaq, 19. All right, we're at 19,900 level right here. So everyone's stuck around these big fat round numbers, 55, 50s, S&Ps, 19,900 Nasdaq, and almost 40,000 in the Dow. JD, you like the shorts from the 940s. That would be up around the range, so I do see that. The question we get asked a lot. The question we get, okay, so if we'd like to look at these buyers coming. If we do like the short, if we like to short from the 940s, why don't we get long from 19,900 on the way up to 940s? How do you answer that? Because there is a point to that. Why don't we do that, JD? How do I? Yeah, when I get asked that, I don't know how to answer that because it's a good point. If we think we're going to short 19,940s and we're long from 19,900, why am I not getting long on the way up to it?
Well, for in the middle of the range right now, how do you mitigate risk? Do you stop yourself out at the lower extreme of the range and then get back in again, or do you double up at the lower end of the range extreme? There's nuance to it, definitely. But I understand that you pick these levels and you think market price is going to naturally attract to those levels, areas of liquidity. So why don't you get in on the move up there? Right. But it's all a question of risk management. How can you get in as cheap as possible with a minimal amount of risk? That's the real question.
Maybe 80s would have been a little bit more interesting because, right, you're like a little bit further down in that 5 minute range. So it kind of gives you an area of support to lean on. You can stop. Your stop can be in a good place where the market really has to work for it. But yeah, also, I think right now is a little bit sus. But shorts I think would be a little bit more interesting because we have a series of higher lows on the 5 minute. So if you try to front run that would probably get us at around somewhere between 16 to 18, like 2 points below the previous 5 minute lower high. See if we continue that trend of making lower highs. It's possible. Like you got it up right now, JD. It's like basically right where your blue line is about what 2 points below the previous lower high of the 5 minute range.
Yeah, right there. And 40 was my level earlier because VWAP is right there. We were looking for shorts. We were looking for cheap shorting opportunities, and VWAP is right there, and it seemed like a viable area to get in on that trade. But these levels are dynamic. They change throughout the day. So right now, I would say the level is closer to 30 than 40 at the moment.
Yeah.
It is.
Closer to 30 than 40.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I like that too. I have a 30-minute range high right at around 19,940. So that could be another way, maybe a target, a good entry to lean on. A risk could get defined. We still have to break out of the 5 minute range to even get there. And so maybe that makes things a little bit scary. You have to see that manifest first. And, depending on what kind of momentum it gets, maybe it spooks us out of the trade. Maybe it spooks other people out of the trade. I put the trade on them.
Hey, Dolby.
I'm honestly glad you guys never. Yeah, what's up?
Question. So if you break out of the 5 minute range, do you switch over to the 15-minute range to see if perhaps we are still in that 15-minute? I'm trying to understand ranges better. So if you break out of the 5, do you switch it over to 15 to see how we are in relation to the 15? And you just keep working your way up and down? Or how do you?
Yeah, pretty much.
You do?
Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, it depends, also what your profit target is as well. And so ideally, if you're playing a big range, you want to have, at least 2 or 3 contracts, try to take off some of the middle, some at the higher end. And then if you get into 3, you can let the third one try to be that runner outside of the range. But it's tough on days like today, for sure. But yeah, you would want to get to a higher time frame if you can to help give you a bit more confirmation, maybe use it for targets to the upside or the downside, kind of see where your position is in relation to larger time frame players. That's why I like leaving, annotations on my chart with like 30-minute range high, 30-minute range low. So that way, if I am zooming into like a 1 minute or 5 minute, I still have those reference levels, because that's really where I want to be playing, is where all the other big players are playing. And like, I want to see, if we're all seeing the same thing, then there's a greater chance that we will all move together when we get to like an area like that. So I've gotten burned a bunch of times trading 5-minute ranges within bigger ranges, and you go back and you look at your chart and your trade's in the middle of no man's land. Right. So if we went long right here at, what is this, 903s, here, I'll make this green. And then you go to like a 1 hour. Well, it's like, yeah, we're kind of like right in the middle of the 1 hour range. So, I mean, does that look like a cheap price on the 1 hour? It's like, not really. Does it look cheap on a 5-minute? Certainly looks cheaper, because your stop could be like 19,880. But with NASDAQ, it just runs so violently that it can be tricky to trust those levels holding. Still maintaining the lower highs though, kind of interesting.
Lower highs.
Orphan in the chat says daily chart and NQ and ES are bullish, and that's 100% correct. Upside structure still intact in the equities right now. We're still continuing to make higher highs and higher lows on the daily chart. We did run into we're starting the week with a little bear flag right here, or a bull flag, I should say. So overall,
show us
consensus.
Yeah, show us, JD.
It's on there. Overall consensus is still bullish in equities. We're looking for shorter term opportunities, though. That's why you start with the top down approach. You start at the higher time frames and work your way lower. So short term, yeah. Do we want to be short today? A little bit, yeah, because we're obviously trading lower. We have a little bear flag. I keep saying bear flag. We have a little bull flag forming here. Probably break out of it in the next couple of days. You see the volume pattern right here. Continuously decreasing volume as this little down move is happening over the last 3 days. So yeah, these are all bullish signals. But again, we're day traders. We're not in here taking longer term positions. So as long as we know what the real structure of the market is, it's still trending higher. We can look for those shorter term, lower short opportunities, like those 5 and 15-minute ranges that we keep talking about.
Yeah, I mean, on the short-term time frame, yeah, I would lean bearish until otherwise. The daily candlesticks keep on closing below each other. But if you do zoom out far enough, yeah, I mean, indices are always kind of in an uptrend.
Yep,
but
those are
investors.
We
are not trading like that.
We're not. All right, so we do have some levels. Dolby time. We'll have some levels going into power hour for house account, but it looks like everything's kind of we're just in a holding pattern for right now, which is fine. Could have taken a trade in fast markets with the house account. Didn't. We had to get the check marks. Couldn't get the check marks, which is okay. But hey, JD, you're the one that's pulling these levels, right? From all our different coaches, Coach Jay, Coach Ray.
That's correct. Yeah.
How's that? How does that workflow go? They just submit them every morning, or I'm just curious because I'm looking at these levels. They're great.
The process, yeah, we have a shared spreadsheet that we all go into. Beautiful. We each have a tab, Yeah, everybody adds their levels. Then I update the webpage every day. Right now, it's a manual process, so it's a little tedious. We're working on automating it right now, so hopefully we'll get that done in the next week. But yeah, I'm working closely with the coaches every morning, trying to pull all these levels before we start the stream in the morning. So,
do we need more, or are we pretty good with where we're at, you think? It's up to you. I'm just asking.
We're really just getting started. Once we nail this process down for good, I mean, we have 5 people submitting levels right now. So once it becomes more scalable, we'll get more people in. Next step is getting Hoop and Coop in there and a couple other people.
Nice. Good stuff. Yep. Definitely have those open. Make room on your screen for those levels as they do hit. But we're only, 3 hours into the trading day, into the trading week. So we're going to be patient, sit on our hands. Like you see, S&P's just stuck around that 5550 level. NASDAQ stuck around that 19,900 level. And Dow stuck around that 40,000 level. Crude starting to see a little bit of selling. Again, keep in mind, Dow or he's looking for that 8170 level in crude. See how it reacts right there. Currently trading 8152.
Looking at the tilt, 63% long in gold, but gold hasn't done a whole heck of a lot today. Gold's in a very tight range. But like Dolby Time always says, we cannot stay in this range forever. So we'll see. We will see if we break out. Dolby Time, you said you're trading your practice account. You got chopped up. Were you trying to play the range? Because that opening range this morning, the ranges this morning, like you said, there's the megaphone. It kept expanding.
I tried so hard, Dre. I tried buying the bottom of the 4-hour range, and it was just melting straight through. Just got chopped up every single time. Just not enough risk. Or maybe too many contracts, but when NASDAQ really wants to run a range and it does it on like a large time frame, like a 4-hour, it's just like, it's like 40 points, dude, or like 30 points. It's like no one has... a day trader does not have a stop loss big enough for that unless they're trading like 1 micro, and are just holding it. It's so tricky. It's not like crude oil that does really big, range runs. NASDAQ will, though. It seems to happen more during the fast market session. During power hour, the consolidations seem to remain pretty tight. I think I've actually passed up a couple of trades, having like PTSD from having a really, really long wick happen in NASDAQ. So I might start getting a little bit more aggressive with those in power hour, but maybe a little bit less aggressive for something like fast markets. Because that 4-hour range just has so much, I think, maybe volatility or liquidity is coming in because there's so many people trading in the market. They could really just move that thing. That was rough.
Yes. I just want to follow up here. D, thank you for the added price level. Longs from 81, shorts from 81.70. Thank you, D. We're currently trading 81.55. So no trade for the time being. I guess maybe the best trade today has been no trade. Although that being said, that being said, I know Coach Dakota is short right now. Nick for a tick. I don't know if you're still short. Give us an update there, Nick for a tick. But kind of does look like lower highs and lower lows. If I'm looking at the 5-minute here on the NASDAQ in the last hour and a half or so. Look at that 5-minute range. Yeah. Nick still short, 91, 913s. Beautiful.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hey, we got two.
Friday's low.
Yeah. 8 Mile style. A joke is going to not die anytime soon, is it?
No, it's really captured the heart of America, Dre.
It sure has. Dolby Time. It sure has. Oh my God.
I just love how fast the turnaround time is on some of this stuff now. I mean, she went viral in like hours. There was like already stuff set up. Like merch. I think they already signed a merch deal in less than 48 hours too.
Come on, really? I didn't hear that.
It's so fast.
My God.
It just moves so fast. This internet these days, it's just hive mind. Incredible stuff.
Yep. It's going to unite America. It's going to ruin America. It's hard.
It's doing one or the other. It's uniting everybody, or we're just heading to the dumpster.
Definitely.
No in between.
Yeah. All right. Just can't make this stuff up. Again, trade ideas. Short 81.70 in crude. I know we got 2 check marks. Short 81.70 crude. I think Coach J liked it and D liked it. I will be honest. I have never executed a crude trade in my life, but that would obviously not be me. So how's it count? If we got to 81.70, 2 check marks. 81.70. I like that.
Yep. So if you go to we're on my chart, cool.
Let's do it.
We're on a daily range in the NQ. So this starts June 19th and goes to today. So let's see, 81.70 is going to be about 10 cents off the top of the daily high range. So that could be a cheap short. That could definitely be a cheap short.
All right. Well, maybe pull the trigger here in power players. Got 12 minutes left here in fast market. Short at 81.70. So we got maybe a 5 lot queued up. I don't know. What's a good size in crude there, Dolby Time?
It's $10 a tick, so it's super easy.
Okay, great. So 5. I think 5's a good starter then.
Yeah. But why not just go long 81.62 now, Dre? If you want to get short 81.
Dolby Time.
Stir it up.
It's the logical question. It's the logical question. Yeah.
Look at those beautiful higher lows, Dre.
It's a logical question indeed. All right, so we got 2 check marks, 81.70 here.
5 lot queued up. We'll perhaps build into a position here, as you can do here at Top Step. No problem.
Sure can. Man, I don't know if you haven't seen that video that just got released on Twitter. I think MP suggested that we retweet it.
What
it
is
was
it?
A doozy. It's very funny. It's about a competitor of ours. And someone went through and made a couple points. Did it in a very funny way.
9 bid on 100.
Very funny way.
100.
Yeah. It's on my Twitter. It's on. I don't know if Topstep retweeted it yet, but you can for sure follow MP or myself, and it's on there. Very well done.
59 bid on 100, 159. He wants to keep working. That's that's how you quote it in the pits. That's the right way to say it, right, GD? How do you quote a bid? How do you quote an ask?
9 bid for 100. 9 bid for 100.
Yep, 9 bid for 100. 9 on 100.
Typically, you wouldn't give the handle unless somebody asked for it. But.
Right. Everyone does. Yes, everyone. It's understood that people will know the handle. You just want that last price.
Yeah. So this is kind of interesting if you like doing ranges and stuff. So we had that series of higher lows in the NASDAQ. If you go to crude and go to the 5 minute, you have a series of higher lows. So that's kind of the more bullish variation of the 5 minute range, whereas the bearish one is more in NASDAQ. So kind of a cool compare and contrast. Got both of them setting up right there.
Big time.
What was these level again? 8170?
70s. Yeah, 70s. Right. 70s. You taking a look at the charts? I think
I'm looking at it right now.
Take a look at Topstep daily levels.
79 was high from Friday.
79 high from Friday. Okay. So we could have
79 high from Friday. Last week's high and Friday's high.
Yeah, so maybe 70,
NASDAQ has just given up.
Yeah.
Completely given
Yeah,
up. I mean,
flat.
they are
just totally flat.
They're already to the beach. I think even the interns got a day off today.
Oh man, must be nice.
Yeah, this is wild. But right, 2 different 5 minute ranges, right? This one has lower highs mixed in with some higher lows, and then crude oil is just higher lows with, trying to make higher highs. So this, you can just kind of tell the difference. It, tilts the trade in your favor a couple percentage points. We'll take it. I'd rather go with the higher lows than bet against it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look at the tilt here in crude for a potential trade. 50-50 in the crude. Gold, popped about $1.50 there. Currently trading 23.42.
Yeah, this is a tough hour to trade.
This is a tough hour to trade. So the best trade is no trade right now, which we're totally fine with. I know, we all look at the feedback. I mentioned this in Fast Arc. We look at the feedback from Trustpilot, Discord, what have you. One of the common things we get is Topstep TV, help me be patient. Help me not overtrade. Help me, not lose my mind in boring markets, slow markets like we're seeing right now. These aren't boring markets. The markets are just consolidating, waiting for new information to hit. This is all part of it, right? Dolby says, we're not going to stay in this range forever. So
no, we'll probably get a nice move second half of the trading session. That's what I typically find. At least when I was doing crude oil, is like if the first session's really slow and not much is happening, then typically the second session, so anything after like 12 p.m. Central and later, can get a move. But I don't know what the quality of that move is. Is it just more of the same? Are we just going to go run 20,000 30s and then go right back down to the middle again? I mean, anything is possible. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. I like that. Keep in mind here, 1 o'clock Central Time in about 90 minutes, 85 minutes or so. We do have daily speaking. Daily speaking in 90 or about 90 minutes. Daily is a voting member. Mary Daly from San Francisco is a voting member, so we'll keep an eye on what she has to say in about 90 minutes. Bring that to you. But that's about it on the calendar for the rest of the day. We did have Dallas Fed, not a whole lot there. 3-month and 6-month bill auction, not a whole lot there. Again, we do have daily in about 90 minutes to speak. Maybe she can get the markets moving, but it seems like we're paying less and less attention to the Fed speakers unless they say something crazy profound. Jay Powell. All right, upper end of this range here in NASDAQ. Look at the 5 minute.
Ooh, it's exciting. Yeah, Dre, well, okay, how's the count idea? What if we sell 20s and then cover at 95s?
Sell 20s to work 95s.
Try to cover at 95. I think we could get a whole maybe 20 points. maybe 20 points.
Selling 20s to work 95s. I'm not opposed. I think we do a 5.
It's like the tightest range I can find in NASDAQ to trade.
It is, and that's okay. I think we do need to start expanding our trading arsenal. Here on the sellers. Yeah, someone beat us to the punch. You guys are listening. They're listening.
I had our idea, Dre.
I'm not going to let it get to 20s. We're going to sell 17s before we get to 20s. But I think, no, Dolby time, I think we do need to start. What's up?
Crude oil is extending the range higher. Just traded 65. So getting
I would
closer
just
to that.
throw a 5 lit in there. I would just throw a 5 lot on Dre and just
work 5 to 70
and put a stop at like 81, 85 and just risk
we're
like
working
15.
Yeah,
So risk 1,500 on it.
All right, we're working 5 to 70. We've got 2 check marks there. Coach J, Coach D. Working 5
Makes
at
sense.
70 right now. All right.
Yeah.
There's liquidity to the upside here. Currently trading
Yeah, what is
63s.
We got a bunch. 82s. So here's the thing. With crude oil, it's evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s tend to be like the magnet levels.
Evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s.
Yeah. So maybe I think like 70s are good, but I would be wary of a stop run to 82. If we can get to 80, I bet we can get to 82. So it's kind of got to be careful there.
Okay. JD, what was last week's high in crude?
79.
79. Okay.
Ooh, interesting.
Friday's high and last week's high.
Yeah. And last week's high. Okay.
Right there.
Yeah.
Well, we do have about 4 minutes left.
I think it's good.
Okay, we can let him play.
Cool idea. It's a cool idea.
Yeah, all right. I like it too. We got 2 check marks, and we trust our traders here. We believe in them. We back them. We put our money where our mouth is here at Top Step. So we're working 5 at 81.70. Perhaps we sell another 5 at 81.79. But define the risk. Oh, you like 30 tick stop? That would be $1,500, correct?
That'd be 30 ticks. Let's see, 15. I think $3,000. I think we said 5 contracts.
Current for initial, yeah. Our first end would be CL.
I think that's
Yes,
$6,000. I think that's $6,000 actually. It's kind of a lot for a 30 tick stop. I probably wouldn't do a 30 tick stop.
Okay.
I tend to have my stops a lot tighter in crude oil because I think the ranges hold a lot better. So, but if this is like a daily range, I don't think a run to 82 and back under 81.80 would be unreasonable at all.
Okay. Well, if we get in here, we can adjust the stops.
Oh yeah.
Super easy on Topstep X. Just drag it. You really just click and drag it. Move your profit targets and your stop. It's super easy. Nick for a tick is flat. This is mind melting. I'm taking the 16 points.
You got out.
That's okay, Nick. I like the Nick for a tick. Take your 16 points. Enjoy some lunch.
Yeah.
Come back in the afternoon. Okay, we do have 3 minutes left here in Power Players. Talkman was fired up.
What's he fired up about, Dre?
He was fired up about the second half of 2024. Talking about interest rates, talking about the election. He says typically elections don't matter. He believes this election will. He'll see Thursday. I believe there's a presidential debate this Thursday. Must see TV. 2 geriatrics going at it.
Gonna be
280 somethings.
That's going to be
running
thrilling stuff.
Running for the most
Thrilling
become the most powerful man in the world. A couple 80-year-olds can't make this stuff up, folks.
Yeah,
not find anybody else.
Just tell me how that. I'll take the recap in the morning. Tell me how it went.
Yeah, the Ovaltine, Dolby. You want to talk about taking your Ovaltine, man?
Huh, they better. They gotta be taking a lot of stuff.
The best this country could do. Best this country can do. A couple 80-year-olds.
Yep.
Anyways, so yes, he was looking forward to that. He liked the election. He's keeping an eye on the geopolitical tensions in Eastern Europe as well as the Middle East, and of course, interest rates and inflation readings moving for the second half of 2024, as well as NVIDIA. He's interested in this $120 level in NVIDIA. Speaking of that, last trade in NVIDIA is $120.86. We did top out like $140 last week, I want to say. So sellers did come in. All right, we got 1 minute left here in.
Look at it go. Look at this
go.
NASDAQ just.
What was it? We want to sell 20. Someone sold 17s ahead of us. I know.
Let's try buying 94s.
Did I say Tuesday? I meant Thursday. Thursday. Thank you, Blue Thunder Investing. Thursday.
They would never book the presidential debate on Tuesday because that is when we are throwing our party for 100,000 subscribers, chat.
Yes, sir.
We don't double book. Actually,
No.
They don't double book.
They know better. Let's get out of the way.
Yeah.
Topstep TV is here to celebrate.
Tuesday is our day.
Are you guys dressing up tomorrow? Dolby time? Anything special you're wearing tomorrow? Or is that
I don't
stay
know.
tuned?
I have some very special sunglasses and bling.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Some nice stuff. Gold plated. Gold plated actually. So this
I'm going suit and
good
tie.
stuff. It's heavy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
I don't know if the
I'm going
finance
suit and tie.
team needs to know that, but thank you, Danielle. I'll be wearing this all the time.
Oh yeah, don't forget about the what did she say in here? Oh yeah, we got some bling 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 bling. 59 bit on 100, 59 bit for 100. Never got the fill. Those cells, all those 17s are real nice. Dolby time. 17s.
That was the idea. Lower highs.
Now we're turning over. Oh, Nick for a tick. This is trade for you today. Mind melting indeed. All right, guys. Power players coming to a conclusion here. I think I'm going to pull the offer on the 8170s for the time being. I'm going to pull it.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Pull it. I hate my life, Nick for a tick, man. You remind me of a jaded prop trader I grew up around. They cracked me up. You got to laugh at it. You can either laugh or cry. You choose to laugh about it. I love it. All right, JD. We're going to see you. Ooh. JD, are you going to be on for group coaching?
Yeah, I'll be here for group coaching. Myself and
Dolby
Coach
time.
Robert.
Yes, group coaching. How are we looking on questions? Do we need more questions, JD, or are we looking pretty good?
You could always use a few more.
Always.
I believe the link is still pinned in the chat. So go ahead for your group coaching questions.
Great. Link is still pinned
for us.
Link is still pinned in the chat. We got Jack and Bonnie coming up for Top Quiz. We got Jack and Brett coming up for Shoulder Tap. JD, the man right here in the middle, coming up with Robert for group coaching. Then we got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. You'll see Dolby and myself with Zach Anthony for Power Players. But up next, Top Quiz, Jack and Bonnie. All right, guys, not a whole lot going on, but we got Top Quiz coming up next. Let's go.
Hello, people. Welcome to Top Quiz. It's Monday, but fret not. We still got resets to give away, questions to answer, and we have Bonnie joining us today. Bonnie, how's the weekend?
It was good. Went on a boat this weekend. How was your weekend?
Boat? Like in Lake Michigan?
Yeah, Lake Michigan.
Okay, very cool. Go to the playpen or any of those areas?
Yeah, I went to the playpen. It was for my friend's birthday.
Nice. Well, be sure to wear a life jacket. I'm wearing my all black Blackhawks shirt the morning because they're no good. There's still one game left in the Stanley Cup Finals, which might be tonight or tomorrow. I don't know. Haven't been paying attention. Anyway, welcome to Top Quiz. You guys know how to sign up. The link is in the YouTube chat there. You will get 4 questions that will appear on your device. Answer them as they show up there. We're in a 6-second delay around these parts, so be sure to answer on your device. And if you get 3 or 4 correct, you will be eligible for one of 55 free resets that will be raffled, and then the top 5 win as well. Looks like we got some Oilers fans there. You know, Bonnie, the finals between the Edmonton Oilers, which Edmonton is way up north, most northern city with 1 million people in North America, and then they're playing Florida, which I think plays outside Miami. So 2 different hockey towns.
Love Miami.
Okay, then you are rooting for the Panthers. We'll just give a few seconds more while people get in here. Looks like we got a lot of people ready to join. And Bonnie, are you set to go?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, talk to it. Let's go. Here we go. Who to work? Date is correct. I think the questions are 2. Here we go. Question number 1. Singer MIA recently debuted her new clothing line on what program? This Old House, The Today Show, America's Next Top Model, or Alex Jones InfoWars?
The Today Show?
You know MIA, right?
No.
God, I'm getting old. You'll notice how I use the word program. I was going to put television show, but I don't think that's on television. It's Alex Jones InfoWars, where she has a new line of clothing that will block out the 5G or, you know, MIA is going through some things. Let's see who knew it. We mentioned it earlier on the show. Tough to pronounce, I think. Angelo. And yeah, this person knew it. Anti-5G boxers. Mufasa. Black Swan, the GOAT is back, and Big Mac. Okay. Let's go to question number 2. What is the CME product code for Lean Hogs futures contracts? Our traders got the Stetsons. Is it PI, LH, HE, or HO?
Would it be, is it LH or HO? HO.
As in that's the John Hoagland contract. It's HE. They never make it as easy as it seems with those futures. But yes, the product code is HE for Lean Hogs. Let's take a look at who our hog folks are. Bob Wiley, Mufasa, Rodney, and Jack. So O1K and Dead. Trying to see if Rodney's out there right now. Oh yeah, he's sleeping in a sunspot on the couch. So that's good stuff. Okay, ready for question 3, Bonnie?
Yes. Kind of.
Okay, here we go. What is the only country to have 0 points so far in the UEFA Euro 2024 tournament? Hint: it's Andre's team. Is that Serbia, England, Poland, or Croatia?
What is Andre's team? Is it Croatia? Poland? Poland.
Close. Yeah, it is. Well, there's 4 seconds left, but I think we're already past it here. Yes, the answer is Poland. Currently has 0 points. Okay. Let's take a look at the leaderboard here. Frank, Joe, Brandon, Rodney, and Jack, Rufus King, Rastaklan Masta. Unbudgeted spend. That's a good way to spend. Okay. Final question, Bonnie. Let's do this. Final question is, which of these celebrities was not at the Taylor Swift concert in London recently? Was it Ashton Kutcher, Mila Kunis, Tom Cruise, or Anthony Hopkins? One of these folks was not at the Taylor Swift show.
I would think it's Tom Cruise. Maybe.
So you think Sir Anthony Hopkins was there?
I don't know. I just can't imagine Tom Cruise at a Taylor Swift show.
Well, you gotta look online because Tom Cruise was there and he was dancing just as goofy as you might imagine. Oh my God, how does anyone know this? We mentioned this earlier on the show, so that's where it is. Sir Anthony Hopkins is retired from acting and Taylor Swift shows, it would appear. Bonnie, good show. Let's see who won. In third place today, Mufasa. In second place, we got Unbudgeted Spend. And in first place is the Rastaklan. Fourth and fifth, Jason H., 18 banners. Must be a Boston Celtics fan. Oh, I love the people in there. Who the F cares? I don't know. It's just a quiz. It's lunchtime. Enjoy. So I'll get the rest of the winners out to you during Power Hour today. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Bonnie, always a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, Jack.
So stick around. We're going to take a quick break, and then I will be back to do shoulder tap. Let me see who's in today. Oh, it's with Brett. Still, Mick is not back, but he'll be back soon. So, okay. That's what it'll be. Me and Brett are coming up with shoulder tap. Stick around. We'll be back right after this. Bye. Hello, team. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by risk manager Brett is with us today from the home office. Brett, how is your Monday treating you?
Monday is good. It's a busy one. Looking forward to Mick returning on tomorrow, Tuesday, and it's good. We've got some profitable traders. Dakota's making money today, so love to see that. Probably talk about that a little bit more. But a lot of good things happening, and I know the markets aren't really moving around too much, but some of our traders certainly are.
Very nice. Well, with that, I see Dakota's in the chat. Nick for a tick's in the chat. It looks like Dakota just closed out his short for 23K. Very well done. Market roundup. Actually, before we start, I just want to point out Bitcoin's doing some interesting things, kind of dumping today back to around the 60,000 level, which is, if you look back on the chart, seems to be a pretty important support level there. So keep an eye on that. Brett, who do we want to talk about today before we get to the cards?
Before we get to the cards, I did want to kind of talk about Dakota a little bit. I know last week was a bit of a rough week. We had a few daily loss limit hits, and especially Friday. It was tough for everybody. The risk team, I know it was tough for Coach Dakota. Was up significantly in his live funded account, and unfortunately gave it all back all the way down to the daily loss limit. And the risk team and in coordination with Dakota, we decided to tighten up the limits a little bit and limit those potential losses by reducing the daily loss limit, reducing the overall maximum contracts position sizing or lot sizing. And I mean, Dakota loves it when it seems whenever the risk team reaches out to him and talks to him to make us look kind of not silly, but prove that he is more than capable of making money. Like you said, Dakota is flat and up $23,000 today, and that is just with a 15 contract limit on the account. Love seeing that. I know earlier in the day today he was up about 13,000 at 10 o'clock, and just really making money again. And I'm sure in the near future we'll be talking about adjusting those limits again. But really doing well. And I mean, Raphael is up just shy of $11,000 on. I'm sorry. I don't have Raphael's stats, but we've got Eddie, who I talked about last week, is up 4,500. And then Tran L is up just shy of 3,000 in as far as the live trader updates for their live funded accounts.
Lovely. Well, Dakota's talking in the chat. He'll have to let us know. Did he take all 15 contracts short? Either way, awesome way to get to lunchtime. Noon up $23,000 beats a lot of alternatives. That's a hell of a day. Yeah. So besides that, I was thinking we could jump into the cards pretty soon because we got a full stack today, don't we?
I'd love to. I've got 3 traders. I'm going to start with Nick for a tick. We're going to talk about another live trader, Donald D, and another live trader, Liang. starting off with Nick for a tick. Thing that stands out with the trading that I've seen recently, and I did hear you guys talking about their trading a little bit earlier today on the show. They've kind of hit a plateau recently. Has continued to do a great job taking payouts in the account, but kind of flatlined in the profits, and the daily loss limits are kind of catching up with them, which is kind of what I want to highlight with this trading card.
Yeah, I mean, I'll throw out there to Nick's in the chat too. Let it be known, Nick has taken a hell of a lot of payouts this year. Nick, I believe, is also all time our leading payout taker at Topstep. So um, he's done real well. But let's take a look at what's happened now.
Yeah, which ultimately we're all here to make money and take payouts, and we encourage traders to work towards payouts by getting those 5 benchmark days of 200 or more in profits.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that stands out to me, Nick for a tick has been in this account for 95 days now, and the profit $75. That, I mean, certainly 7,000 is nothing to shake your head at. After almost 100 days of trading, but the daily loss limits are kind of catching up. 52% winning day percentage, and really that average in winning and losing day is right about 1-to-1. Has certainly had some phenomenal trade days, with the best day being over $10,000, but those daily loss limits are catching up. And I mean, if I could give one suggestion, it would be work towards getting your reward over risk a little bit higher, and then average your trade profit and loss is really kind of catching up, and you don't always have to trade 15 contracts. Size it back. Do 5, do 1. And that seems like something I've been saying a lot to a lot of different traders here, but that's truly because the risk team really knows that that's the best way to start building traction, building your account balance, is find something that works rather than kind of putting the whole farm on the line just to hope it works.
Yeah, I mean, Nick knows what he's doing. He was just on the show earlier, obviously, and yeah, maybe fun next time that he's on. I'm in no position to give him any advice here besides what Brett said. We can talk through it a little bit because um, obviously the whole sum of his work has been incredibly good over the last more than a year. So yeah, everybody hits tough parts. Never a straight line in this journey. So Nick, we know you can do it. Let's talk about it next time you're on, maybe.
Definitely love to hear that. And I mean, one thing that stands out with Nick for a tick is takes just 5 trades a day. It's tough to watch the markets and really sit there and watch and not do anything, but he is selective, and that really does stand out. So looking forward to what tomorrow and the future brings. Still has more than healthy account balance, and looking forward to seeing it go forward.
Absolutely. So who do we got next?
All right. Next up, we've got Donald E. Donald E started out a little bit rocky in the live funded account. It's a 150K live account. The first 2 days started with daily loss limits, but really Donald managed to turn things around in a significant way in this account.
Awesome. Just mention real quick, the NQ is pushing new lows. For those of you guys trading, probably already know that, but keep your heads up. All right. Let's take a look at Donald here.
Yeah. So as Donald's trading, the average losing trade at $2,200 a trade, and the average winning trade of just shy of $900 really stood out to me. But the thing is Donald is not taking a lot of losing trades, showing really high selectivity in the trades with just 4 trades per day, averaging 10 contracts a trade. He wins on 80% of his trades, and average winning day at 75%. Really doing well. Trading 10 contracts per trade, has taken payouts. Best day just shy of $5,000. And the one thing that I noticed in the trade report is kind of gets stuck in a bad trade once in a while and just is somewhat ride or die with it. Average winning trade of just over 6 minutes, average losing trade just shy of 18 minutes. You know what? It's easy to get stuck in a bad trade, but take the loss well. It is still manageable. Is something that I can't tell enough traders. But the profits with that 80% and 75% winning trade, 75% winning day, average daily P&L $1,000. So it's really starting to add up. Hasn't been in this live funded account for that long. Today is the 9th trading day, but worked towards a payout and took it and got paid on their trading and really moving forward and building the account.
It's a really cool turnaround I see here. Once they got to the live account, it's been 9 days, but they got off to one of those starts. Donald got off to a start that was pretty rough. 2 straight daily losses, daily loss limits to start. But then since then has had a streak of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 winning days, putting more than enough up to overcome those. And what I see is that you talk a lot about Brett, is that in these last 6 days, he has been exiting trades or like being done trading for the day near the P&L highs. And then that first day, that was a little bit of trouble. It looks like his high P&L was $5,500, and then to swing back and hit the daily loss limit, that's probably a bigger swing than you want in this sort of account. I've said that before. Well, if you have a certain daily loss limit, you shouldn't greatly expand it just because you're up on the day. If you have a 3K loss limit, somehow end up 20K, you don't want to lose that all back to zero and call it a scratch day. That's still losing $20,000. When you start talking about multiples of your loss limit, it differs from trader to trader, but you probably don't want to pull back more than, in this case, it looks like, that's 3 times the daily loss limit swing. That's a lot. But as I said, great job turning around since then. Every day, those last 6 days, he's been leaving at his P&L high. So great trading.
Yeah, great trading. And today's trading I was looking at earlier. Today, unfortunately, they did hit the daily loss limit again today. And it was just in 3 trades of 15 contracts each, which that says to me, tighten up your position sizing a little bit. And if you go up, make it a trailing loss limit that you have or personal loss limit that you have on an individual trade so that you can lock in some of that profit. Trading is so exceedingly difficult for everybody. And really the important thing is if you go up money, you know what? Move your loss limit accordingly so that you can lock it in or at least limit the losses if it's a few $100s that you're up or a few $1,000s, but certainly try to end profitable, especially after you're up some money.
If you have a 3K loss limit, I feel like coming out of the gates with a 15 lot of presumably NQ. I don't know. I would not. If you said you have 3K to lose, I do not think that 15 contracts would be the proper position sizing. Maybe it's something if you're, going for the huge move you can build into over time, but that's not a lot of room, especially in the NQ.
Yeah, it's a hefty risk appetite, certainly. And especially when your best day is $5,000, 15 contracts, that's a big risk position to for that type of reward. Granted, it is still early in the account for Donald, so we'll see what the rest of the week brings. And I mean, one thing I don't know if it's on the card, the average intraday P&L high and low. We've got that at just the average high is 2,600, the average low is 503. But a lot of those losses are from just a few trades, really, especially on those days that they started out with and kind of got stung with those losses.
Yeah. I mean, I was just checking my math there. I mean, like 15 NQ contracts, that's gives you 10 points before you hit 3K. I mean, the way the NASDAQ moves, that's not much at all. And also, I think that if you are going to swing, like, he's had some really good days. But to justify 15 lots, I think if you're actually going to trade 15 lots, and Dakota, if you're in the chat, did you trade 15 lots today to make that 23K? We had the trader the other day who made 44K in an account on like 7 contracts. I mean, if you're actually going to trade 15 lots, the reward has got to be really high. You can't be making like 5K or something like that. I feel like you got to be hitting those 15, 20K days occasionally to make the risk worthwhile.
Yeah, it can go so quickly. And I mean, in looking at Donald's trade report, I see that a lot of these winners were less than 5 minutes, really made just shy of $5,000 in 2 3/4 minutes, 2 minutes 47 seconds. And that shows a high volatility, but that can be a little scary with the amount of risk that you're in. If it does go bad, it can really go quickly. And I mean, hats off to Donald for making that $5,000 and calling it a day. That is an exceedingly difficult thing to do for a lot of traders, and he did a great job of calling it a day and taking a win as a win. And that was actually the third day after those 2 daily loss limits, which just about got Donald back to the starting balance of the account, which now, thankfully, Donald is well over the starting balance of their account.
And this isn't about Donald, but in general, I see in the comments too. I get it. If you want to make big money, you got to trade real big size. But you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot if you think about the possible outcomes when you put on a trade. If you put on a 15 lot, you need enough room because 10 points is nothing, or 20 points or something like that. If you think about all the possible ways it can go, what percent of the time will, if you have 15 lots on, it will work right away without going 10 points against you? I mean, my guess would be that you're working on something that's not a 50-50 trade anymore, that's like a 25% trade or less. And kind of the way I look at it is that means that if it's 1 in 4, you gotta be making at least 12 grand on that trade with the 3K loss limit to make it work. Anyway, need some cushion. Trade as big as you want. I'm all for it. All right, we got one more card left.
Before we go there, I want to touch on something that you brought up very, very well. And that's that if you're entering the market with a limit order, it is very rare that the market is not going to at some point go a little bit against you, especially if you get a fill or execute that trade, because the market has to trade at your price for you to get that fill. And typically it goes at least a tick against you, sometimes more. And therefore, every trade, unless you're using market orders and you're catching a move up or down on the right side of it with a market order, every trade is probably going to be a little bit against you at some point. So keep that in mind, especially with these 15 lots. A lot of traders like to add to their smaller lot positions before, instead of just entering all 15 at once. There are a number that like to add to enter with 15 as well, but add to a trade that goes with you. Don't make a losing trade go worse or cannonball it. There's different ways to limit your risk with trade entry.
For sure. All right, tell me about Liang.
Liang. All right. Liang is also an 150K live account. And Liang really shows, well, the thing that stood out to me about Liang is it doesn't matter how long you've been a TopStep user. When you exhibit good trading behavior consistently, you get moved to a live funded account pretty quickly. Liang has been with TopStep since May of this year, early May, but really showed some great trading behavior in their XFA and got called to a live account and is really crushing it in the live account.
Oh yeah, looking at the numbers now.
Yeah, and
like
I mean,
we
average
expanded the
daily
loss limit
P&L.
a little bit. Nice.
Average daily P&L 2,400. Winning day 78%. And one thing that jumped out at me with this trade report, and I'd be curious your take on it, Jack, is they were only negative at any point in this account on 3 individual trade days. Again, a somewhat young account at today being their 10th day, but started with right around 15,000 in the account, has taken about that in payouts. And with today's trading, they're up around $37,000 for their overall live account, including their payouts.
Yeah, there's an interesting distribution here of I feel that a lot of the cards we look at, it's kind of a pretty standard thing of it's hit the loss limit, make something close to it or more, and kind of the same spread in there. It's always a couple $1,000s one way or the other. This here, it looks like on some of the days they're fighting for scratch. I see, $500 day, a $400 day, but then also sprinkle in the 6,500, the $9,400 days. I It looks like they're really sticking to a system of some kind and not trading P&L, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the account started on June 6th, the live funded account, and there was a lot of volatility at the beginning of this month. And their P&Ls show that with both their wins and their two losing days. And however, in the more recent trading these past couple of weeks, we do see $500, $700, $1,300, and no huge days, but a lot of days at profitability in the hundreds of dollars. And again, like Donald, stops trading at their account high balance for the day.
Yes. And I think it's sustainable too. They don't make an excessive number of trades each day. It's in the 5 to 10 usually ratio. It's either a big day or a really bad day when it gets into the teens. So they seem to be taking some more short duration trades, which is why I think that the winning day percentage that can be somewhat sustainable just because the winning trade percentage isn't absurd. And they're doing it over a course of, we have a decent sample size at this point with that. So, yeah, Liang's picking their spots, doing well so far. I wouldn't change it. I like the risk management so far on the downside. And yeah, great card.
Yeah, and one other thing I want to point out about Liang is they're averaging 10 trades per day, 3 contracts per trade, which is a dramatic departure from Donald and Nick for a tick that we talked about earlier, trading 15 lots. And it shows that you don't have to trade max risk in order to really capitalize and profit on the trading that you're able to do in these accounts.
Well, awesome. Well, thank you for sharing. Great trading, Liang. Brett, is there anything else you want to say in closing here? Or are we ready to wrap things up?
I mean, I always like to say keep it small, as some of these trading cards have really driven home, and trade for tomorrow. The goal is to keep the account as long as possible and take money out of the markets, and as long as you can trade tomorrow, you'll have the opportunity.
Hey, if you can trade small, you can trade big. Looking back at the NASDAQ right now, little swing here. Testing down around those lows. We had a little fake out to the upside. We'll see what happens there. And so will you, because right after this, we're doing group coaching with JD and Robert. Then Anne Marie is joining for Strategy Lab, and Zach Anthony is coming to the Pork Dome for Power Hour with Dolby and Andre. We'll be back in just a few minutes with group coaching. Get on one of these cards sometime. Hope to see you there. Later.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to group coaching. If you've never been here before, this is the part of the day where we take your questions from the chat and we answer them here live. You're looking at Coach Robert. I'm JD behind the scenes. How's it going this afternoon, Coach Robert? We're talking about some of your trading strategies in the green room. That was interesting stuff. We'll have to share that with everybody.
It's pretty
eventually.
cool, yeah. Thank you. I will definitely do that, running now and testing with a live environment. I'm just going to let it run and doing pretty good. So, yeah, when we get it ready, we'll absolutely be sharing some of these things. So to start off with, happy Monday. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I would like to request, JD, if you don't mind, could you pin the group coaching form up there for one moment for me? I would appreciate it, because what I'm doing is there's been a lot of features added to Topstep X and a couple of updates that need to be done. So I'm going to throw the form out there. It's the group coaching form, but what I would like our traders to do is use it right at this point and submit anything that you would like me to go over. These are the Topstep X, and I'll show it on my screen. When we click on support, we have Topstep X 5 minutes or less tutorials, and they got a whole bunch of them in here, and they're also on our YouTube channel. And I'm going to add some more, but I'm going to add some of a few of the new features that we have. And some revisions of some of the other things that were changed, like a wording or position may have been changed. I want to make sure they're accurate, but I also want to put a couple tutorial ones up there. So that's going to be really good. So let me hear it from the traders. If they're going to pin up that group coaching form, I would love it. Submit your requests in there. I'll go through them. I'll compile them, aggregate them together, and we'll see if we can put them all together for you. And these will be the Topstep X. They're still under 5 minutes or less, so that we won't have to sit through hour-long videos to see how things are done. Just gonna be these quick hits. JD, thanks for doing that form, and thanks for the traders. I appreciate it. Appreciate the feedback. I'm looking forward to your suggestions. Ready to rock and roll, my friend.
Yep, the form is now pinned in the chat. If you want to see Coach Robert make a Topstep X in 5 minutes or less video, just use that form, click on that link, and enter it. Enter the feature that you want to see described in the question box. All right, with that, we've got a couple Topstep X questions in here. Should we get started with them?
Yeah, well, they're pretty quick. I looked through them. We can just bang those right out. Then we'll go to a couple nice coaching ones.
Sounds good. All right, first up, Linda wants to know, how do you move the icons on the Topstep X app to move a stop loss? Well, it just so happens that we have a Topstep X in 5 minutes or less video on this specific feature. I'm going to put that link in the chat right now.
Awesome, and I'll tell you the answer to that is pretty quick. When you're on your phone, I'm not going to pull the whole thing up right now, but when you're on your phone, you can't really just grab it and drag it. You have to tap it. So you select it first, and then you can tap and drag at that point, and that will move it, and then tap somewhere else, anywhere else on the chart, and that will remove it. What you're doing is you're just making that active, so you don't just like click and drag. So if you tap and drag, it's going to start moving the chart around. So tap on your stop loss, tap and hold it while you're dragging it, and then tap somewhere else off of it. It's a nice, easy way to do it, and that's so you don't pick up your phone and all of a sudden drag or close a position or something as a mistake. So it's a nice feature. Pretty cool, but that's a short answer.
There you go. And I'm sure by now most of you know where to find all of the Topstep X videos. Coach Robert just showed you, actually. So, all right, let's move on to Angelo. Angelo wants to know, how come the market never moves higher when I want it to? This is a great question, actually.
Which one is this?
Line number 7.
Okay,
the market doesn't move higher when there are many leveraged positions. Why does the market liquidate those positions before going higher? For example, there's an announcement that silver should already be going higher, but it doesn't like to do that because of speculated leveraged positions. Please explain better. Thank you. Well, as Hoag would say, the market's going to do whatever screws the most people, right? So when it makes the move, they don't want everybody in on the move. That's just the nature of the beast, right? The market is triggered by extreme pain points, most of which involve heavily leveraged positions in the market. But what's your take on it, Coach Robert?
I have the same take as you, and I just giggled myself here because I see Big Mike from Atlanta made a comment there too. It says, "Why do the markets hate me today?" Big Mike, they hate the market. Markets hate us, retail traders, every day. And Andello, thanks for the question there. It's just going to be through liquidity. So just because there's an order sitting there, just a bunch of orders, or just because liquidity, they could be pulled, they could be filled. And what we don't know is if the market's coming down, there's a whole bunch of entries over there, a whole bunch on the bid side. It's all kinds of buyers ready to come in. How do we know that they don't get pulled by the time they get there? How do we know that some of those aren't just covers for the stops or the shorts that were coming down? And how do we know that those aren't just stop losses for the people, the traders who were long a little higher and got stopped out? We don't. Bank can see that. We can't see that. So you just have to go with the liquidity, go with your strategy, and watch it and monitor it. There's all kinds of what do they say? Tools and assistance. Do we know for sure? Hell no, we do not. And if you do, and if anybody has the idea, please tell me. I will put my life savings on it, and you and I can retire in a month. And that sounds like a good plan. But if it were that easy, would all be doing it? It's just simply not that easy. You can see those orders on the DOM, which you can see on my screen on the right-hand side, moving up and down the two ladder. We can see those orders coming through on the time and sales on the bottom right of my screen. I personally do not use the DOM specifically for those because I've been burned by it. I just don't know. It's not that it's bad. I just been burned by it a lot. I see all kinds of orders saying, oh my God, when this comes down here, we're going to fill, we're going to push, we're going to drive the market up. I get in there, and wouldn't you know it, when you get in there, orders get pulled, orders get changed, orders get moved, and it just tanks and goes through right to my stop. So I don't use that as like a one-off thing. Like, I'm just not really a DOM trader. I like to keep it up and take a glance at it and for potential, because that's what we can do. We look at potential, we make assumptions, we are speculators, and that's all we can do. Place the trade and have an answer if it doesn't go the way we want, and have an answer if it does go the way we want. And that's all we can do. I feel for you though, Angelo. Yeah, I get it. And I feel for you also, Big Mike from Atlanta. Markets do hate us. I'm going to find this image. I found an image before. There was a big shark moving along, and there was a fish on the top of it. You know, those sucker fishes? And fishes, the sucker fish. And the caption on the bottom, and I'll find this, I'll put it in here. The caption on the bottom was a shark that said institutions, and had an arrow to the little sucker fish riding along. It said retail traders. So I'm going to find that image, and I'll share it out there for sure. Good question, though. Hey, we're on the same boat.
The old adage about retail traders is that 90% of retail traders lose 90% of their money in the first 90 days of trading. So aren't you happy that you are at TopStep and not in a traditional brokerage account? Because we are saving you a ton of dough by being here. You're learning on the cheap, folks. All right, next up, we have Alexis. Alexis says, how do you measure a 50% daily target on a 50K account? Do you use the P&L or closed profit loss? If you are negative from the previous day, can you make more than $1,500 in closed profit loss? Okay, so with the consistency rule, your largest day cannot be more than 50% of your total profits. So in a 50K trading combine, you have to hit a profit target of $3,000. So your largest day can't be more than $1,500, and we base that off of your realized P&L at the end of the day. Coach Robert, what do you want to add to this one?
I'm going to add the same thing. Just, you don't need to, there's a slight buffer in there, but yeah, to be clear, if you started day one, brand new, fresh, you don't want to make more than $1,500 on 50K because that's half of your $3,000. If you lose, and that's at the end of the day, let's say you're down $200, it's the next day, the next trading day, it's $1,500 from that. So it's not $1,500 plus what you lost, okay? Because it's gauged on what your profit target is. On the 50K account, as JD said, it is $3,000. So you can't make more than $1,500 in any given day. And I just copied that link to the entire article, and I will paste that right in the chat. I see Nick Doby's in on it too. Thank you very much, Nick. But that's the rule. And I'm going to throw a question back again to Rahul. Is that your goal? Is your goal to make $1,500 every single day? Or are you trying to hit the $1,500 for 2 days in a row to get funded quickly, fast, swiftly in 2 days? If it's the latter, I would suggest slowing down a bit, because that means if you're targeting $1,500, I would assume that you are at least risking $1,500 or maybe half of that $750. Well, $750 is almost at your $1,000 daily loss limit. And I will strongly encourage traders to not use their daily loss limit as their loss limit. And this is just a hindsight capital or extrapolation, whatever you want to call it, but these are just numbers. Look at your job. That's what I try to base. When everybody asks me about this, I look at my job. So let's just do some quick math. If you make $50,000 a year, it's roughly $250 a day, roughly. So that would be your target if you're doing a $50K a year job and you want to take over your full-time job. That would be a nice target. That's $250 a day. So if we're targeting $1,500 a day to get that funded account in 2 days, is that a good thing to do or is it not? Are we leaning on the greed factor there? Are we trying to hurry? Are we being impatient? Those are questions that you can ask yourself. And I would strongly suggest taking a look at where you are now, dividing it out and finding out what you need to make in a day. And you can even extrapolate that down a little more. I shouldn't extrapolate, but you should need to reduce that down even more to say, how many points do I need in what I'm trading? If you're trading NQ, it's $20 per point per contract. So 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. That's 5 contracts, 5 points for $100, 10 points for $200, and then 20, 40, 60. So you need 13 points to make $260 for the day. 13 points, folks. You know what happens in NQ for 13 points? By the time you take your finger off the mouse sometimes. And that would cover the that's $240, and that would cover your $200 a day minimum to be able to take a payout. So my 2 cents, everybody's going to trade different. Everybody's going to go after what they want. Typically what I see is unless you're really good, unless you're up with a Nick for a tick and you're up with the Dakotas and you're up with a lot of our top traders in here, I would suggest just scaling down, slowing down, getting that niche, getting your process going, and then you can scale up from there. So yeah, that's my story. Everybody likes my backgrounds. That's my story though. Everybody likes the backgrounds, and I'll you know what I'll do, JD, while I'm up here in full screen, I'm going to move it down because this is something that was funny with the AI. I'll move it down just a little bit so we can see. I told it to do group coaching, and we can see at the top now, it spelled it group COASHING, and I said there was a spelling error. It needs to be spelled like this, and it actually blurred it and tried to make it look like a C, and I said the hell with it. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. But welcome to the world of AI sometimes. It's just how it goes.
That is kind of funny. AI
it's kind of funny.
Try to scrub the misspelling.
Isn't that funny?
Quick follow-up on the chat. Jose wants to know, are resets or rebuild, do they roll over? Unfortunately, your reset or rebuild does not roll over. It's not a free reset that you can hold in the bank. If at the time of your rebuild date, your account is ineligible for funding, it will automatically reset once you complete the billing cycle. But it is not a reset that you take home with you if you blow out of your account the day after you rebuild. Hope that clears it up. All right, next up, liquidated account wants to know, how can I hold if the market keeps getting back to my entry? Good example from today. I went long at 54.44. I imagine that's a typo because
Yeah, I did the math on it, and I was like, you were up 117 points today. It never hit that level.
Yeah. We'll assume that you meant 55.44. It went all the way up to 55.58 area. I did not take profits. And of course, it went all the way back down to my entry. What is the correct exit at that point? Thanks. It sounds like liquidated account is having trouble putting together a solid range trading strategy. So markets only trend 10 to 20% of the time. That means 80 to 90% of the time, markets are moving sideways or range bound. You should have a good strategy for trading range-bound markets if you want to continue trading in the markets. But Coach Robert, what's your take on exiting trades before they become a scratch?
Yeah, absolutely. While I'm answering the first part, JD, if you want to reshare my screen for me, I'll get something up there. And a liquidated account. What is the correct exit? So that's almost like, what is the best strategy? It's going to be correct for you. Okay. Everybody's different. Every trade's different. Every instrument, every account size. You may trade it different if you've got a couple $100 left before that daily loss limit. You may trade it different if you have a couple $100 left to make your profit target or per the account. Let's do some quick math on this. I'm going to do the same, JD, and assume that the 54.44 was 55.44. So let's do this. Let's do this real quick on the screen. Yeah, we're up. Okay, so let's take this 5558, and that was the area that they said they exited, and this is 5544. Now, what's the difference? The difference is 14 points, and this is ES based on the number, and it is $50 a point. So, liquidated account, you were in profit $700. I'm going to ask you 2 questions. One, is that not enough for you? That's the first question. Maybe it's not. I don't disrespect. Everybody's different, but is that not enough for you? Answer that question for yourself. And number two, if you didn't get out of that trade, why or why not? If you had $700 in profit, would there be a harm in moving it to $250? So if you did get stopped out, you're still above the $200 daily requirement, not one of the 5-day requirements of $200 to take a payout. Watching $700 go to zero all the way down, well, back down to your entry, so that would be a zero before closing it out. I would say, well, can we save $200 on that? Save $250 of that $700? We may as well get something out of it, right? Or close it out and wait for the next one. It's entirely up to you. So there isn't really an exact way to trade that. It's different for each trader. $700 is absolutely nothing for traders that like to hold on all day long. Maybe they have they're using a different size account. Maybe they've scaled in and they've scaled out. Everybody's a little different. If you asked me, so my personal opinion is if I saw $700, I'm going to close it and I'll wait for the next trade. If it starts coming back against me, I'm going to close it and wait for the next trade. My very absolute worst thing I like to see is a bunch of profit go to zero or negative to get stopped out. Drives me bananas, myself, to see that stuff happen. It's just not necessary. You look at $700 and ask yourself, do you usually make that? If you do, close it, walk away, all done. Okay, hopefully it helps.
There you go. Thanks for the question. Next up, Adam. Adam's got a couple questions back to back. First, Adam says, I always pass my 50K combines and lose the XFA before ever taking profits. I struggle to pass 150K combines, but I have a good run in the 150K XFA when I do pass. What's going on there? Follow-up question from Adam. How can I be more like Hoag and not trade every day and full size every chance? Am I not doing the smartest thing for trading full size swinging to try and pass a combine in 2 days? I'm at a loss and defeated with trying to pass. This is the worst run I've had in 4+ years of trading. Oh, Adam. Sorry to hear that, bud. Coach Robert did actually just touch on this a few minutes ago, about trading full size to just try and pass a combine in 2 days. And of course, it's likely you're doing better in the 150K XFA because of the expanded risk parameters. It gives you a little more edge trading with skin in the game. But Coach Robert, one more time for the people in the back. Why is it not always good to go out and trade full size just to pass a trading combine as quickly as possible?
And you answered some of those. Thanks, Adam, for the question, and JD for those preliminary answers. Those are wonderful. I'm in highly agreement with you. First off, there's a good shout out to Hoag, and you're not like Hoag, and I'm not like Hoag. Hoag is only like Hoag. The guy's the master. He's been doing this a long, long time, knows what he's doing, and he's a great man to look up to as a mentor and follow the lead. Now, as to why you can't be more like that, that's a whole mental game. That's a whole psychology game. We have some resources available that can help you on those paths. It's hard. Adam, it's hard. Hear me again. It's not easy. When you have to fight yourself, that's all we're doing. You're not fighting the market. The market's not fighting you. It's you making the trade. It's you against yourself. It's you against your process. It's you against your strat. It's you against your money. You against your, that's all it is. You are battling yourself. It's the only sport that I know of that when two teams get on the field, it's the same team. You're boxing yourself. You're throwing the football against yourself and you're tackling. It's the whole thing, okay? So yeah, it's against you. You're trading the 50K and the 150K. There's one in the middle. It's 100K. And I'll guess what? Stick around this week. We might have something for you. Hint, hint. Might have something for you. Stick around this week. We have the 100,000 subscriber mark. We got some stuff coming up. So stick around. So I would ask that, Adam, like you're going from 50 to 100. There's one in the middle. Maybe take a look at that. And JD was spot on. Maybe you're doing better on the 150K because you need more of a drawdown. Okay, let's assume that's the case. Let's go back to the 50K and scale down. So it takes a lot for that $1,000 daily loss limit. If you threw a micro or two on, it's going to take a while to hit that. Okay, so I would scale down, slow down, and what was the other thing? Oh, and try out that 100K. But hang on a second, stick around, don't go anywhere. If you had the worst run in 4+ years of trading, Adam, the market was different 4 years ago. It was different 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, and 6 months ago. So you need to adapt it. a bit, I don't know what your strategy is like. Take a look at it. Take a step back and see what is actually going on right now. I know 4 years ago, the NQ when I was trading, it was doing 1,000 points a day. It's like 400 now. If we get a big day, it's 600. It was doing 1,000 points a day. It's not anymore. Okay, so the market's different now. Hopefully that helps. I'd like to get through these, JD. We get the last two. I'd like to make sure we get through those. And if we have time, we'll just grab a chat question because those two are nice.
For sure. Sam's question is a follow-up. Sam says, what's a good contract size to trade in the 50K? I hit my daily loss lever several times within a few trades. But if I trade the micros, it just takes too long to pass. All right, let's answer this for a third time today.
Yeah, that seems to be the big thing. It's like everybody's in a hurry. I am a big proponent of getting your strategy down with small size first. And if you're just here to try to pass, to try to get funded and looking at 2-3 days, you can do that. But just because you can doesn't mean, well, it doesn't mean you have to. Honestly, it doesn't mean you should, because maybe you want to. It doesn't mean you have to. Get the strategy down first, whatever it is. Different strategies work better for different traders and different instruments and different times of day, different market conditions, and so on and so forth. So good contract size for the 50K. I have a rule outside without trading live with live money, your own money. It's 1 mini per $5,000 in your account. If you're on the 50K, your max loss is $2,000, which means you're trading a $2,000 account, which means, in my opinion, 1 mini is too big for that size of account. And your daily loss is 1,000. So it doesn't take that much to lose $1,000 in a day in NQ with one contract. Scale it back. And I'll say this again, go in, take a week, take an entire week, a whole week, no live trading, throw it in your practice. I shouldn't say that. You can use your combine because we're going to go really, really small. Take an entire week though and trade one micro contract with your strategy. Okay. That way we're not looking at dollars. We're looking at points. So if you're after, let's throw a number out there, you're after $200, that's 10 points NQ. And I know it's only $20 on the MNQ, but so what? We're looking at points. If you can consistently target 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, then 2 micros is not, it will be equal to 20 points. Right? $2 a point on the micros, 10 points would be $20. You just made 40. Well, if that were 2 minis, that's 400 for the same dang trade. So whenever I try to work with somebody, I go 1 micro. I don't care what product it is. Just take the smallest amount you can and make me $40, $30. That's it. When you make 30, 40 bucks, stop and then write it down and then do it again and then do it again and then do it again. And until you get there and you get consistently making 30, 40, 20, 30, $40, I always start go around 30 because you want to cross over that $200 point because you can take out payments. So target $300, $250, $300. We just talked about that earlier. $250 a day is 50K a year. But obviously, we don't extrapolate too much. That means you're consistent at $250 a day. $250 a day, folks, it's actually not that hard. Even on a micro, it's really not. Throw your trades on, follow it through, see it through, modify your process. It was big this morning on journaling. Absolutely. Track it. Make 30, 40 bucks. Throw a micro on it. I'll repeat that till my deathbed. Throw a micro on. If you can consistently do that $30, $40, that's 60 or 80 on 2. Okay, that's 120 on 4. And at $20 and $30 is 200 and 300 with a mini. But you got to be consistent. Do it over and over again, like it's old hat. The setup shows. Lock it in place. Put the trade on. Walk away with your money. And don't be in a hurry. If I trade micros, it takes too long to pass. That is a hurry mindset. Nope. Slow it down.
Yep.
It's better to trade better than to hurry up and try to get funded. I know. I've seen all the data.
Yep. If you're having trouble trading small, those troubles are just going to compound if you try and trade big. Tighten up the screws on your strategy and focus on making good trades. That is the best advice I think we can give you. All right, last, Leah. Leah says, hey, Robert, hope you're doing great. I would like to know if it's possible to sync the order panel to the current product on the chart and changing the product. Did I just read that wrong? And then upon changing the product, the order panel would automatically change too. All right. Is it possible? I've placed so many wrong trades from the order panel thinking it's the asset I'm looking at when it really is not. Appreciate your time. 100% you are able to do this. I'll put a link in the chat for you right now, actually, Leah. And you also know where to find all of Coach Robert's Top Step X in 5 minutes or less videos. So there you go, Leah. That is how you sync your tabs in the Top Step X platform. All right, just looking at some of these recommendations coming in for future Top Step X in 5 minutes or less videos. I think we can just run through some of these real quick.
Well, I was going to just do those up there, JD, because we are just about out of time, and they're going to have to listen to my silly voice for the next hour with Anne Marie.
This
we are
is true.
coming up on time. Yeah, so thank you for everyone that put those features in there. I'd like to see more. Honestly, if you're hearing me, if you're listening to this right now, just keep it in the back of your mind also, and throw them in there. I want to make them what all the traders are looking for. Like specifically, there's one the feedback form and the feature request form inside of TopStep X. That is covered in like 2 different videos in those 5 minutes or less. But I'm going to do one that's specifically about that in 5 minutes or less. That's going to go through a little more of the features and show you how you can track things and where to find everything. A little more detail on it. But I want to hear feedback from you right now, if you can. The top of them, I'm pointing at the screen like you can see me. Top of the chat, the form is there. It's the same. It's similar form. It's going to come right to this group coaching, and then I'll just take that whole section and I'll go through and I'll start making the videos on that because we do want to keep this up. We want to hear from the traders. What do you want more detail on and more explanation about, and even examples? If I have something out for like it shows how to do a trend trading strategy and how to do a range trading strategy, I'm going to put a couple of those together too. They're not rules, they're just ideas, but maybe it'll jog something and maybe you'll see something from traders that are trading all day long. So I appreciate that. Definitely use that form, set it up there, and we'll go from there. I see some requests in there already. I love it. Thank you. Great. Appreciate it. And that'll wrap it up. I guess we're going to move on, JD. Thanks for everybody's time.
That's it. We got to get going. Thanks for joining us for group coaching. We'll be back again tomorrow for group coaching. Stick around for Strategy Lab with Anne Marie coming up next. You're going to get another hour of Coach Robert. He's going to be joined by Hoagland and Marie. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre Dolby and Zach Anthony. So stick around. We're going to take a short break. We got more Tradertainment coming your way.
Hello, hello, hello. I thought I was on mute there for a minute. Would have cost me $5, but we did it right this time. I had to cough. I want to shut it off. Welcome to another segment of Strategy Lab. It seems like we were just together. I think we had Dobie on Friday, but there you have the wonderful Anne-Marie right there in the middle. I'm trying to point it right. And we have Hoag on the opposite side. We're going to do some brackets here. Today's segment is, drum roll. Don't do drum roll. It's about changing bias or not having bias or fixing your bias. But if the market is long and you're going up and you're thinking all your positions are long and then it kind of changes around on you and you have to start thinking short, that's what the Strategy Lab is going to be about today. And as we get welcoming here, Anne-Marie, I want to welcome you. And I did make, on Friday, you had this little pirate thing going on, and I did make a nice little pirate background there. I am AT, and I will kill my face there for a moment. And that's what we happen to have, what AI gives us for the pirate. Hey, I just said combine trading and pirates, and there you go. It actually puts Strategy Lab right on them too. So we thank AI for that one for doing it right this time. And Hoag, great job today. Saw you from behind the scenes. Always a pleasure. So let's start there. Let's start with Hoag. What do you think? When you come to the market, first of all, should we have a bias? How do we get that bias? And then what do we do to change that bias if it's simply not going our way? Hoag, I'd like you to start, Mr. Master.
Okay. Well, bias can be a great thing if you're right. Right. I think that instead of bias, I try and focus more on context. What is the context of the market and what has to happen for that context to change? And you're always going to be faced with reading context and direction on multiple time frames, right? I mean, if we look at the weekly and the daily chart, the S&P and the NASDAQ are still in strong uptrends, but in the shorter time frame, they've been in a pullback. They've been pulling back since we put in that all-time high in the overnight session on Thursday night. Wednesday night, I think it actually was Wednesday night. And so, there's a short time frame short bias and a longer time frame long bias. There's lots of different tools. I know Anne-Marie focuses a lot on the VWAPs, and that's something that I'm currently learning more about. But for me, it's always been about excess. If I think that the market is going to continue to move higher, but we leave excess at one of the tops of the bars, then there might be a change coming, and we can see right here on the S&Ps. This is the 30-minute bar. This was in the overnight. This was our all-time high that occurred in the regular trading hour session. But there's a lot of excess up here, and that excess was never taken out. And now, since then, the bias has been to the downside. And I'm still kind of fighting the context in the short time frame because I'm more focused on the context in the longer time frame. So, how do we fight that? Well, you've heard everybody say a 1,000 times, you've got to trade what you see. And if you're seeing in the context or the time frame that you're trading that the market is putting in lower highs and lower lows and all of that, you've got to take that longer time frame upside context and put that aside and trade what you're seeing in the time frame that you're actually trading. If bias, when you marry into a bias that's the wrong way, it's just going to hurt. And that's, as Dad used to say, well, that's the way you learn, kid. So it's always a challenge to fight bias, and just understanding how markets are in context in different time frames, I think, is a good way to really kind of take that bull by the horns, if you will, and trade the context of the time frame that you're actually trading. Like, I'm not swing trading. Well, sometimes I am, but most of the time I'm a day trader. So what is the day trading time frame telling me? That's what I really want to focus on. Even if, in the longer time frame, the bias of the market's to the upside, the shorter time frame bias is to the downside. You've got to trade to that.
Yep. 100%. You said all the right things. And can you refresh that quote about what your dad said? Because I don't want to butcher it, about having enough on if you're right or wrong. Can you let that quote out there, Hoag?
Yeah. He always used to say, well, when the market's going with you, you'll never have enough on. And when the market's going against you, you'll always have too many on. True whether you're trading 100 or a one lot.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more.
Absolutely.
Anne-Marie, yeah, since you're more on the longer term, shouldn't say long. You're on the trend side because you're using VWAP and using your deviation bands, which, in my opinion, is going to make you more of a directional trader because you need that data behind you to speculate what's going to happen when it goes forward, and you like playing off those deviation bands. So let's put you in a position. You're moving up, VWAP is going up, deviation bands are following along. The market comes down to your deviation band and keeps going. What are you using to change your potential bias during the day, midstream, when you are sure you are 100%, you are golden, this market is going up, and then it doesn't? So how do you deal with that? Please educate myself and the thousands that are watching right now.
So I don't quite use the bands like that. I always use them relative to big trends. So this is specifically what's happening now. So I would say, all right, so I'm in one of these, and true transparency, I've had a number of XFAs that I've just completely blown out of. And it's because I tend to size up very quickly. And so I've had to learn how to trim that back and work. So today, this XFA has got about $300 in it on the upside for the day, but I have probably had about, I don't know, let's look. Can we see it right now? Can we see how does it? Aha. So if we look at how do we look at what's happening on the day? Daily. Okay, so you can see this curve. And really what's happened to me today is I've been up and I'm thinking about my direction, and it comes all the way back down, and I continue that direction. And then, so my balance has literally gone up and down, 300 up, 100 down, 150 down, 400 up. So it's moving back and forth. So it tells me, hey, you're not quite seeing the market in the way that you could be seeing it if you were just consistently adding to your profit during the day. And one of the most fantastic things that I like to do is the measured move. And so Dobie likes these 4-hour ranges, and so do I. And so today I have my GAN boxes, and I have 2 GAN boxes. One on the big 4-hour move that sat here on the 20th at 10 o'clock. It was a monster candlestick, and so I drew a range on there, and I replicated it down. Now, I look to the left, and I can see buyers here, and so my thought was, there are going to be buyers right here at this 4-hour formation. And so I began to think about buying right down here in the trade. But notice what happens when you're looking for a bottom, and this I find to be incredibly useful. So right here, this is the 4-hour formation. On the 24th at like 1 o'clock, we had a big candle down, and it came into support. I said, okay, that's my new low, and I'm going to wait to see if it can hold over that anchored VWAP. I anchored the VWAP right at the new low. And then I said, all right, I'm going to do that again. But every new low, I gave the VWAP another anchor. So I removed that one. And when the brand new low came, I anchored it again. And I kept anchoring it. Yes, I kept anchoring it and saying, all right, if it gets above the anchored VWAP, I know that buyers are trying to come off of that low, and I'm going to look for old resistance. But because it's a 4-hour level, I keep thinking this market is going to bounce here. And I still think that, but because I'm trading that 1 minute chart, and really that Elmo, Andre said that I was throwing shade at NQ traders in the Topstep trade, but I almost trade that NQ exclusively. So I was making fun of myself there. So here's what I will do. Until I stop making new lows, if I'm thinking it's going to be a bottom, every new low, I anchor that VWAP. And so right about up here, I said to myself, you knucklehead, high,
and where is that, Emery?
lower
Where's
high.
that level you're talking about on that up
level,
here?
The lowest,
so we can see.
The new lowest low, it just got broken as a matter of fact, was at 1:34 Eastern time. And that's where I anchored it, right? And so what I'm noticing is as it moves up, it's making lower highs. And so that's when I started saying, all right, you're just going to short that edge until you stop making new lows and you get above that VWAP and these start to change. Everything's soaring. So right now, as we're talking, I remove this VWAP and now I've got a brand new low. So I'm going to wait for this one to move, and I'm going to anchor the VWAP here. And that keeps me from saying, hey, you're long, you're thinking long, but you're not getting up and staying up over that VWAP at all. And so if you're thinking to yourself, how do I know that I am against the crowd? If you're thinking about going long and you get a new low and you go, all right, this is going to be where the chart bounces, anchor the VWAP on that low and watch for the traders to start to get up and over that VWAP. So you know you've got to push, because those people that were short at that new low are all of a sudden going, okay, I got to get out of this trade. And so they're going to buy cover. Yeah. And so that's really how trading on these very tight time frames, that's really how I keep myself from saying, no, this is the bottom. No, this is the bottom. I let the VWAP accumulation tell me from a price perspective. Now, from a 4-hour, I still believe that we're going to be carving out some kind of low here because of these wicks, right? But it's not there yet. So until it gets there, I'm just going to have to go, you know what? These are shorts, and I'm going to have to sell the bounce as it comes up into the space. And that's really how I'm able on the fly to go, wait a second, you're wrong. You need to turn around. But if I'm trading long and I'm making new highs, I'm going to anchor that VWAP at that high. And as long as I'm staying above it, I can stay in the trade. It's really been a good way to help me stay in the move on those very tight time frames. And if I'm thinking, hey, I ought to bounce here, I have to let the buying tell me that bounce is in play or I'm wrong. It's still hard to sit around and go, all right, I'm going to short, but I wait until it lifts up into that heavy congestion that it's failed. So that's really what I like to do when I'm going through these 1 minute time frames and waiting for price action to tell me something. And right now it's telling me, you know, you got to short the bounce because it's probably going to head into that 19,760 level as it looks.
Wow, that's a great explanation. I love how you're talking about the anchored VWAP and what's from our good friend Brian Shannon, who was your recommendation. What a guy, knows what he's doing. I'm going to address a couple of questions in the chat about anchored VWAP, if I may. I did put it up on my screen as you were talking about that, Anne-Marie. It is a smaller time frame and intentional, so I could get a bunch of them in there. So the anchored VWAP just means you're picking a spot on the chart where you're going to start the VWAP calculations from, and it goes from there. So there are multiple ways you can anchor. You know, everybody's different on these. Anne-Marie just said she's anchoring to the new lows. So there's a new lows, are you anchoring to the low of that candle? So that's exactly what I did. I took this is a 3-minute chart. I have the full session VWAP on, which is purple. I was just waiting for it to pop up here.
Yeah, let's get Robert's chart up.
So you can change where the anchor point is. There it is. It's a little convoluted, but bear with me. I'm going to spread it out. The purple one, it's anchored at the start of this session, meaning 5 p.m. Central Time last night. That's where this anchor starts for the session. And I made it purple, made it a little bit thick. And then the first anchor I have, this first yellow one, just happened to be, it's before the open, but it was a very big drop under this low, the low being, about 5 o'clock in the morning Central Time, around 19883, just for roughly. And all I did was I just anchored the VWAP to the next low as I saw them. And this is NQ, it's on a 3-minute chart. It's very small, but I wanted to have a bunch on here. You can actually see how it plays out. All of these 1, 2, 3, the top 4 come together. And those are all the first 3 are before the US Open, and the very bottom one was 15 minutes after the US Open, meaning 8:45 Central Time. And that kind of stayed together. But once we anchored it down at the bottom of the candle of 9:48 Central, it's 19,821. We see that gap. So that's a pretty good thing. That's the buyers, the volume of the buyers, along with the average price since that point in time, are going not only lower, but lower faster and with more volume, which is a significant piece of the formula built into VWAP. And then, of course, I just anchor the last 2. And again, this is a 3-minute chart, so it's not going to show the major things, but we can clearly see that it's on the downside, right? And there's your hindsight capital. Yeah, it's on the downside. Everybody can see that. But we didn't see that until we got that big space between all these different VWAPs. And these are anchored to the low because we were using low. And my original VWAP, the default is open, high, high, low, close, divide by 3. Brian Shannon suggests open, high, low, close, divide by 4. He knows a hell of a lot better than I do. That's the one I'm going to stick with. Again, except these yellows, I anchored them to the low of the candle because that's what we were focusing on during this part of it. So great explanation, Anne-Marie. I really enjoyed that, and it's a great setup. At least it gives you some nice visualization. Now, John, you're not big on using VWAP for your own trading, which I see every day, but you do have VWAP on the chart. Are you looking into adding a couple others on there, like anchoring to different parts of highs and lows, or if there's any type of announcement coming out or different times of day, and seeing how that works for you? I'm curious as to how you're doing.
Yes. As I work through the anchored VWAP book, it's like there's a million ways to anchor a VWAP, right? What's going to be the one that's going to speak to me? What's going to be the one that's going to speak to you? I've got the high of the session anchored right here. You can see once that was anchored, mostly price has stayed below, and we've seen some continuation to the downside. Now I've just anchored off of this low, very similar to what Anne-Marie's got. And this is on the 5-minute chart. I've been sitting here hawking for when is this market going to turn around? When is it going to turn around? And anchoring off of the VWAP, off of the 5-minute chart, the low bar of the 5-minute chart might be giving me what I'm looking for as the low for the next 5-minute bar is the low. It's right up against that VWAP. So as long as price holds above this VWAP, we may get a deeper, move in the opposite direction. But when I'm looking at this, here's the 200 session moving average. Here's the 100 session moving average. Here's the 50. They're relatively flat. The 50, of course, is starting to move lower, and that's one of the ways that you can kind of keep track of, is the market trending or is it not, and in which time frame. On a 5-minute chart, we're already seeing the 5-minute facing the other direction. It's already coming down. If it starts crossing the other moving averages, well, then we certainly are probably not going to be looking at a decent long, because the moving averages are telling us that sellers are in control. We've seen seller control on the anchored VWAP from the high of the session. obvious seller control. Are we looking for buyer control? Well, if we're going to find it, we got to go off that low and see if we can hold that. If we can't hold that, then I'll have to sit and now say, okay, well, this bias is wrong. I'll either have to wait it out or wait for the right time or the right opportunity for the market to turn and head in the opposite direction. And, Anne-Marie, Robert, I know you guys know me. I've always been a contrarian. I'm always looking to find the bottom or look to sell the high. And, it sometimes is a wonderful thing when you are able to pick that. The way the market's been moving lower, I'm not looking for any real reversal in price action today until maybe after 2:00 when we get a whole bunch of shorts that are either in money or the late to the party shorts that are going to be short in the hole, and then we may see that opposite move. I'm reading slowly but surely this Anchored VWAP book. I'm not the most voracious reader, and I got to read things 3 times before they sink in. But this, I think, is going to be a great tool to help me stay out of situations where I think I'm going to be picking the bottom and I'm not. And
yeah,
it's
another tool, John. Like you said, it's another tool. We all have different tools that we use. Some work better for ourselves than they do for others, and everybody's trade is different. I always say that every time I'm on it, everybody trades different. All the accounts are different. Stress levels different. Risk tolerance is different, and all of that stuff there. There's a thing here, a comment here from Scott Vaughn, and he's got a great approach to this. Talking about keeping things simple. What Scott says is when he walks outside in the morning, and the ducks outside the apartment are walking south, he sells. Pretty simple. So I'm going to ask Scott, do you count the ducks also to tell you how many contracts to put on? I'm going to take it one step further for you. John, what are you going to show us there on your TPO, please?
Well, just we had a normal trading day, right? Which is IV highs up here at 55, 58 half. IV low is down here at 55, 25, 75. We saw excess at the bottom here on Friday, right? Price got too cheap. Buyers took over and we extended the range to the upside. We're back to that area. So the fact that we're, holding below the initial balance, if we can't take out yesterday's low, Friday's low, I should say, then that's one of the things that I might look for as kind of a reversal. We're not really extending that far below the initial balance. At some point, this may end up being kind of an auction fade where price got too cheap, comes back into the initial balance, and we get a rotation higher. But I can sit here and preempt that all the time and just keep getting whacked and getting whacked and getting whacked. It's how do I know? Well, we don't know, but if we can't take out Friday's low and we start leaving excess at the bottom here, we start getting back inside the initial balance, we could see, a move in the opposite direction. That's all bets are off if we take out yesterday's low and we see some momentum in that direction. See, this is funny because I don't know if it's funny, but here, let's look at one thing here. So here's the NASDAQ 30. Okay, S&Ps. Okay, what was this? This was CPI?
I think so.
Yeah, I think
it was CPI. Yes.
Okay, so this is the CPI. This is the last. Okay, this is the move from the CPI. So we could be looking for some sort of demand zone here in the S&Ps, but we've got a long way to go before we're going to get to that. What about the NASDAQ? CPI? We haven't even gotten to this level of possible demand in the S&Ps, but we're well beyond it in the NASDAQ.
Well, we know the NASDAQ does like to be erratic at times, right? Not follow the rules quite so.
Well, just ask Elmo.
Could be me. Oh my goodness. Okay, so on the theme of bias during the day, changing your bias, it doesn't mean you have to be like, hey, I'm only going long. So Emery, I'd like to kick this to you. It's the start of the day, your overnight rules, you're saying, yep, it's going to be long. And what you're seeing to start off with, yep, it's going to be long. But what do you need to happen for you to be, it doesn't mean you're wrong, but just to change your view and say, yeah, I don't think this is going to be long anymore. I better start looking at some shorts. What do you need to see for that full-on change of mind?
Well, I go very simply. I look at the pre-market low, and if we break the pre-market low and we bounce and we don't get back over the opening tick, intraday trades long, no. I'm going to let it come down into the support edges. And that's really what I was looking at in terms of it coming into those support edges. But like, it's the NAS, it'll go further than you think it will for longer than you think it will. Here's the thing about bias. So I had a philosophy class in college, amazing professor, but she was talking about the nature of being sentient. And we had this big argument around Data, the character from Star Trek's Next Generation. Sorry, nerd popping out here. So Data, if Data was, because we are sentient and we know who we are always going to have a bias, no matter what. We have natural biases built into who we are. And so for me, it's always, hey, listen, you have a bias. Where do you say, okay, your bias is wrong, you must reevaluate? And that is always, if I'm thinking long and it breaks the pre-market low and it does not get back up over the day's opening tick at 9:30, I'm like, there's no longs to be had here. And then on top of that, my volatility bands, sometimes they'll walk the band. And so this is something that you mentioned. When it walks the band, it doesn't necessarily mean it's time for a mean reversion trade, because I love mean reversion trades. I'm always trying to pick the bottom or pick the top of things. It's just my nature. But those volatility bands will tell you whether things are changing or not, which is why I'm excited for them to eventually hit Topstep X, because it'll tell us what the flow of motion is. Now, while we don't have that, the anchored VWAP is perfect for that, because it gives us very recent trades on specific lows, and it says, hey, listen, if you aren't getting there, you know that you do not need to be taking any longs. And so what the individual has to do is go, all right, I've got to reframe and put my bias out and then take the other side of the trade, which can be very difficult, especially if you wait a long time and you go, okay, this has got to be the bottom. I mean, I've done it 3-4 times and it's still da-da-da-da-da. And so while you're trying to make that decision, that anchored VWAP off of your lows tells you where the market pressure is. Pardon me. It tells you where that market pressure is. And you simply have got to say, either I am trading what I think or trading what I see. Now, a lot of us can't tell the difference, because we go, well, what I think I'm seeing to trade is something, it might be completely wrong because your bias is coloring it. So you have to have at least that one thing that says, if I'm under this line, I'm wrong. And that gives me the darkest color of gray in my decision, that stream of hey, black and white. It gives me the darkest color of gray to go, all right, don't touch that until it gets there, because, you're just chasing good money after bad, or, you're trying to pick up pennies and steamroll.
Don't you feel like
Yeah, I think that's
biases are inside of us to help us build our egos? Like if we have a bias and we prove ourselves to be wrong,
100%.
then
oh my gosh.
I knew it. I made fire. I did this.
Yes.
And
that's my favorite scene from Castaway, by the way.
Yes, right.
Make fire. That's my favorite scene. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And it's hard to go, oh yeah, I was wrong. What I love about Dakota is that he will begin a day and he'll say, I'm looking to go short. And then 10 minutes of candlestick motion and he goes, nope,
long.
I'm long.
Yep.
And it's, I'm not sure how I don't know what his internal mechanism is of going, all right, that's absolutely wrong. Obviously, it's something that he knows definitively. But for me, I have to use something that's a hard line in the sand that says, no, you see that line. If you're under that line, you know that the pressure is still to the south. That's the beauty of that anchored VWAP. And it's been golden, and it's allowed me not to draw down into levels where, I'm $600, $700, $800 down, and then I have to make a real decision. And so it's clearly a game changer in terms of using it.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a very good, very welcome tool. And I've seen Dakota do that stuff live where he's like, yeah, it looks long. Going, nope, hold on, wait. Yep, long, nope, wait. Okay, all right, I'm going short. And then it's it's an 18-hour
exactly.
short, like 30 grand. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm going to go to bed. The short's on. I'm good. Wakes up the next day for 32 grand in his account. Well, I mean, how do you do that, right? The guy's a beast, and he trades his way, right? And Amory trades her way, and Hoag trades his way, and Robert trades his way. And we're not trying to push anything on. This is just a session of being like, hey, what do we think about changing biases? Do we have a bias? Is it good to have a bias? What are we using for the decision to change our bias? It's going to bring me right back to Hoag because, John, you like those extremes. I heard you enough. I'm going to go the extreme. They thought, yeah, it's gone far enough. I'm going to go the other way. So what do you see that makes you change your mind on the direction? Since it's gone down so far, it's time for a long. And it really doesn't quite there. And because I know you're not going to short because we are no longer on a high extreme, which would make you short. So what has to happen in your perspective for your trading that makes you flip the other side? Since you're already a contrarian, hey, it's gone down this far, I'm going to go long, and it keeps going. Well, you're not really at the top of a range yet to be able to short it. So I'm going to kick it back and hear your thoughts on that.
Okay. So one of the most difficult, I think, lessons that I've had to learn as a trader is don't fight directional markets. If the market's going one direction, just don't fight it. I do have, in the past, I believe that I have a tremendous gift that by the time a directional move has convinced me to join it, that's the low.
Not true, John.
I did it a couple of weeks ago. And that's just one of them. I forget what day it was, but the market was, tumbling. We were in, I think, power players, I think. And I basically said, all right, I'm going to do everybody a favor here. I'm going to sell one, and I want everybody else to buy it. And that's the best thing I could do for traders today is if I sold it right here. And it was pretty much the dead ass low. I think Jack even commented on it later on in the session. Well, Hoag called the low. I didn't sell it, but that's one of the things that I've learned about myself is by the time I'm going to get into a directional move, the directional move is probably over. You guys have heard me say it a million times. I could sell the low and buy the high over and over again. And, that's when the guy behind me in the pit poked me in the back and said, "You have no idea how good you are at this." "What are you talking about? If you're watching me, I'm buying every high and I'm selling every low." He says, "But your timing is impeccable. If you think you want to buy it, you should sell it. If you think you should sell it, you should buy it." Now, that's not something I'm recommending that everybody does. We're all trying to figure out good ways to limit risk. And, that might or might not be the best way to limit risk. But, so Robert, I do focus on extremes, especially like in range bound trade. I don't want to do anything in the middle because it's a coin flip. But if I can, get short up near the high, there I can limit my risk. Or if I can get long down near the low, there I can limit my risk. As far as, overall changing bias or direction, these are all things that come from longer time frame trades, longer time frame charts for me. I've never been very good at trading on a 5-minute chart or a tick chart. It's something I am trying to learn now because, I can probably be more active and more fun to watch, but, that's just not how I've learned to trade. And that's not, typically what I'm going to be thinking about doing. We're seeing a little bit of a reversal here in the S&Ps now. Yeah, we got a 3-bar reversal right there. Boom. 5-minute
All right,
chart.
here we are. The longs are, I just want to check in, and thanks for saying that, John, and pointing that out. The S&P 68% long on the tilt we're showing. So they're in agreement with you. They see that reversal you got going on there. And I'm looking at the 68% long, the average price being 5528 with their long. I'm on an NQ chart. So I'm going to put mine over to ES. 5528.5 is rough. So, yep. So right now, 69% of traders are trading the ES long at 55.28. So right around where the market is trading at this point in time, they are all long. And while I'm on that screen, let me take a look at quick look at the markets here. We have CL. Let me clear my chart from my previous drawings there. Looks like crude is trading around 81.65. I like Rip say 81 spot. He says that great. 81 spot 65. He's got the nice articulation. Right. So it went up for most of the day, right off the open. Crude oil pulled up to 81.25, a little bit of pullback to 80 spot 85. Now trading around 81 spot 65. Let's take a look at our gold buddy here, Eddie's favorite. Still kind of hanging around the highs from the overnight here, 23.46 spot 1. And nope, that is not the high. Massive high for the gold. Let's go back into our NQ and see what else is happening. 73% long on ES right now. Average trade of 55.28 on ES. Now that's what it looks like on NQ. There's not a heck of a lot going on NQ. At 58% long on NQ at 19,805 roughly. So it looks like 19,805 was just under where it's at now, 19,801. So maybe some traders got long on that last pull up. So wishing everybody the best on those. Anne-Marie, do you have a different approach to what would change your mind or change your bias based on instrument? For example, hey, NQ does this, that, and the other thing, and I'm switching. But if you're trading gold or something other product, another thing has to happen because gold just trades different than NQ and oil trades different than ES. So do you change them up for each time? I know you like the VWAP and you like the bands and anchoring. Do you stick with that across all instruments and times, or do you look at them a little bit different since they are different animals?
I'm a bit of a simpleton in the space that I always look for relative support and resistance, right? I'm always looking for relative support and resistance. And I don't shift the trade execution around when I'm trading. What I will trade differently is the risk, right? And so whatever the risk parameters are, I look for that lowest wick for that highest wick and try to get in where the heavy congestion is sitting. So no, I don't. I try to leave that as even as possible for myself in the trade. I do. I don't change that around at all. I will change the risk size, and I will change depending on how fast things are moving. I'll change some things according to that, but my execution is always the same. I look for the failure to head lower. I look for a test of the breakout, and then I will look for the fade back into the support zone in order to buy.
That's great. Thanks for sharing. And all of this goes into your OODA loop, I suppose. And while
exactly,
yeah, I'm going to get John's thoughts on the same question, John. Do you look at each of the markets different? Because I know you're mainly an ES trader, but you trade other things as well. I've seen you do it all the time. NQ seems to be a hot one, especially in the fast markets and getting power hour. Same question. Do you look at slightly different things based on the market that you're trading? And while you're answering that, I'm going to find that OODA loop link and put that in the chat.
It's a great question, Robert. Most of me says that every market, anything that can be bought or sold, is part of an auction process. Price is going to go too expensive. Buyers won't pay for it anymore. Sellers will take over. The market will auction to the downside until it is viewed as too cheap. And the whole process repeats over and over again. And this auction process goes in multiple different time frames. So in that regard, I believe that in just about every market, the structures, the mechanics of the auction process are largely the same. That said, certain products have different personalities or the way they move, like, the S&Ps. They were talking last week about the S&Ps being clean, much cleaner moves. The NASDAQ, of course, is a wily beast, and it's going to go too far. It's not going to go far enough. And then, we're talking about two products that aren't deliverable there. Well, what if the product is deliverable? Does that change that auction process? Well, when we think about what happened in crude a few years ago, nobody had any storage space, so crude actually went zero. You're not going to you can't see the S&P or the NASDAQ go below zero, and don't believe anybody if they tell you it can't go to zero. We saw that in crude oil. Deliverable products, I think that there is a little bit of a different dynamic to their auction processes because cost of carry and all of these different things. But overall, if you're using market generated information, market profile, volume profile, whatever you're using, I believe that the auction process is largely very much the same, if not tremendously related in every market. I don't care if you're trading S&Ps or if you're selling brooms. You price your brooms too expensive, nobody's going to buy them. You're going to have to advertise price lower, downside auction, in order to attract buyers. If you move price too low, you're going to run out of brooms to sell because everybody's going to come and buy your brooms because they're viewed as too cheap. Now you've got to find that equilibrium, and that's the auction process. I mean, it's in everything. If you're, again, selling apples or S&Ps, how do you like them apples?
Oh, you mean it's a supply and demand thing, right?
Right.
You may have heard that term once or twice. Yeah. I did find the OODA loop that Anne-Marie brilliantly turned me on to. I had not heard of it before, but I did share it. It's a first article. It's a Wikipedia article, so you can do your own research and Google whatever you want for it to get a better understanding or if there's a better explanation for you. But that's the one that I found. I know Anne-Marie talks a lot about it. She brought it on. And actually, Deanna knew about it too. As soon as you mentioned it, she's like, I use it all the time.
Deanna uses it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Deanna, yes. Deanna uses it. So changing directions, changing bias is the topic of this conversation. I'm going to put something on my screen over here, and I will actually screenshot this as well and put it as a link in the chat so you can download it. I did bring this up before, but I think this goes along with our change of bias. And in order for us to make that decision to, I don't want to say we're wrong, because it's not necessarily being wrong. The market changed, the sentiment changed, the criteria changed. It just happens. That's the way it goes. But we have to look at the part that allows us to make that change. Let's say I'm making this up because I'm not, but I'm a perma bull, right? I'm a perma market up, up, up. Well, that's my comfort zone. When the market's dropping, well, I may be a little fearful for that. That's what these first two are. And if you notice, the red is the comfort zone, the orange is a fear zone. But once we get out of that fear zone into the yellow and we start learning, guess what? We start to grow, the green zone. And you know what happens in the growth zone? We keep going back and forth. If we grow and we learn something, we come back, we learn it. Oh, okay. Well, let's pick the top one. Let's just do the very top one. Open yourself up for criticism. And that's a growth. Great, you get some feedback. What do? It brings you right back. Hey, acquire new skills. Get better at it. Face failure. Well, I'm going to read, watch, and listen. Practice what's learned. I'm not doing so great. I'm going to set some other goals. But once you get the comfort zone is where we stay, the orange zone, and I'm going to venture out, whoever made this graphic, I don't have it. I give them credit for it, but I would actually flip those, to be honest. I would have like the orange zone for the comfort, because the fear zone, to me, fear sounds like red. Anyway, that's what I would do. But this is the graphic. Again, I will share it, and hopefully you can grab this, because it's kind of on the same topic as what we're doing of changing direction. What are we going to do? Market's going up. I'm a perma bull. I'm loving this. Oh, shoot. The market's going down. We flip that switch in our head. We go back to our OODA loop. We go back because that's what we observe. We reorient. We make another decision. We act on it. Guess what we just did? We learned and we grew. We learned and we grew, because we get out the comfort zone. It's not long. We have to break out of that fear zone. Dang it, it's short. It's going down, but I'm a perma bull. We can learn and grow in that area, right? Whenever you say, John had a good one about the iron, and I'm going to leave that to you, John, to say it, but the iron being forged. And I like the one where, every diamond starts out as a lump of coal just under pressure. I think that's how we all grow. So, John, I'd like to kick it to you if you can comment on that as well, while I take a screenshot of this and give it to the chat.
So
the iron, the hottest forged, and growing, and that you're confident here.
Right. So, I like this because, I mean, and it's true, I would say the fear zone would be red, but, looking at this, if you're just going to stay in your comfort zone, you're probably not going to learn a lot. You're not going to change a lot. And most people, I think, are really seriously afraid of change, whether that change is good, positive change, or whether it's bad change. Of course, everybody's afraid of bad change, but one of my dad's wisdoms was always, the hottest or the hardest steel comes from the hottest forge. So if if you're going to change, if you're going to improve, it's going to take some heat. It's going to take some pain. It's going to take some failures. It's going to take some criticisms. Some of the criticism probably isn't going to be all that comfortable to hear. But if we're going to continue to learn and grow, and you've got to put yourself in that hot forge once in a while. We always used to joke is, how many times are you going to put your hand on the hot stove before you figure out it's a bad idea? But if you never did put your hand on that hot stove, you wouldn't know that it was a bad idea to do so.
And that's the thing about trading, right? Sometimes we have to put our hand on that stove. We really do. It's just the nature of the beast. We gotta get in there and go, all right, well, this is what I think, and it may be that it's perfectly fine, but until you won't know. And that's part of the execution process in trading. You can sit and watch a lot of us all the time, but if you aren't sitting in a space where you are actively using your head in those formations that go, okay, this is where I would go short, or this is where I would go long, or this is whatever the case may be, you're not going to understand how you execute under the signals or the interpretations that you are building for yourself, because trading is very personal. It's incredibly individual. And I mean, we all want to be able to put up numbers that are gigantic, but some of us just aren't built that way. And we work the way we work until we get better. And so we're doing this thing. My sister and I are doing this 30 days, and we're doing all kinds of these different exercises. And some of them I'm like, okay, I can't do that. But a week ago, I could only do 3, and now I can do 15. And so it's just a matter of repetition and building the muscle memory inside of your edge that tells you, okay, if I trade from here to here, the probabilities are in my favor to get this trade to go well. And that takes a lot of personal investigation. It takes a lot of quiet time looking at the charts, going over them after the day is done. Because the second we get into a trade, our ability to be objective disappears because we've got skin in the game. And so we constantly have got to be asking ourselves over and over and over again, is this what I should expect? And when we're trading very tight cycles, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, that has to go very, very quickly. And, you know, that's hard. That's very hard. And so it's better to, if you're looking for something that works all the time so that your brain goes, okay, I know I can be short, or I know I can be long, or I know I can be whatever, every single candle that closes, you go, okay, is this doing what it's supposed to be doing? Am I sitting in the right trade, in the right direction? Is the market confirming my thought that price action is going to drift lower or drift higher? And as long as that answer is yes, you stay in the trade. And if it's I don't know, well, then you start to watch. Am I above my old resistance? Am I above or am I below my old support? And this will give you a trending event that will tell you the direction that you're in is the right direction overall.
Right. I think what you're saying is we don't get any smarter once the trade is on.
You know, you say that, listen, that's totally right. It's totally true, but you might get information that says, I think my stop is too far away.
And I think that is something that Ginny Cristiano was telling us is the past is the past. We can't predict the future. If you're in the moment, if you're present now, then we can accept all that information. No bias, no history, no future. What's happening now?
And that's hard. 100%. You have to practice that.
It is hard. It is hard. You got to practice it, and that's when you get all that brain stuff happening. And I'll close out real quick with one of the things I said. I think it was a group coaching on Friday, I think it was, or Thursday, whatever I was on there. One of the things I brought up was that what we do outside of trading can definitely impact what we do inside of trading. And it was all around getting over our fears and changing our mindset. The one example I said was years of karate. What they had us do was make sure we use both hands to kind of switch up our brain and like get both halves working, make those new neurons, make those new connections, right? We're not all in Neuralink just yet, but the simplest things are brushing your teeth. I brush my teeth with my right hand. I had to brush my teeth with my left. Open a door. Dexterity was my right hand, the dexterity side, and then I would hold the bag of groceries with my left. Switch it. Open the doors with your left hand. Put your opposite shoe on first. Those, I think, are things we can do outside of trading that can help us make these decisions, to sum it all up, that if the bias that we are in or that we had, the market is not agreeing with that, we need to be able to stop, step back, make that change, switch gears for the direction, and hopefully it works in our best interest. We are
Robert,
just
can I
about. We are
comment?
definitely out of time. Absolutely, John.
Can I
Close up the last
comment on
comment, and we'll get the next session, please.
Just with your idea of using the opposite hand to help with your dexterity and all of that stuff. One of the many times that I quit smoking, one of the people that I was working with said, "Start smoking only with your left hand. If you smoke with your right, smoke with the left hand." Now, and I just got better at smoking with my left hand.
I was gonna say it broke your brain. Well, here you go. So practice makes perfect. We'll take that cliche. Right? It wasn't good, but you kept doing it. You got better at it. So,
No, right.
John, thanks for ruining my quote. No. I appreciate you guys so much. I love being on. Love doing these strategy labs. It helps me expand my mind. I always learn something. The chat did as well. They had a lot of great comments. But right now, we get back to the markets. You know why? Because it's Power Hour. Hashtag Power Hour. Send the pictures in. We have Andre coming up. He's going to be driving that segment. Dobie, always on. Does a great job on Power Hour with his levels. We have Zach Anthony. Funny Trader. Zach Anthony's joining us up there. So we'll be right back. Andre, Dobie, Zach Anthony, Power Hour. See you in a minute.
All right, let's do this. You know what time it is. It is Power Hour here on Topstep TV. The man in the middle joining us from Brooklyn, New York, Zach Anthony. What's up, my man?
What's up, boys?
Not much. Not much. In the green room, you said you were long. You got long the bottoms there in the Nasdaq. Tell us about the trade real quick.
Yeah. I closed out just when we were in the green room. I got long at 19,780 and 3/4. Yeah, and I just wanted to hold up until this consolidation right here. That was my target. I was considering holding a little higher, but I was thinking, don't let the greed get to me. Just take my profits. And yeah, it was a nice long. I had some losses trying to catch the long a little early. I was trying to get long down here in this consolidation first. So this managed to make those losses back plus a little profit. So all good with me.
Nice. Beautiful. There's my partner above him there. Dolby time, you got the keys to the house account. We're looking for levels right now. 20 minutes ago, what was that level you liked there in NASDAQ?
Oh, I know. I sent it to you in Slack. What was it? 19,762. And I was like,
yeah, that was a good one.
Decent. And then got down to 68s, and then I was about 38 minutes to go. And 17 minutes ago, I sent you wave goodbye to 19,762, Dre, because that is not going to be a level we're going to be playing. Not during this show.
Nope. But we regroup here, so we'll see what's going to happen. We do have buyers in the house. Delta update from my man John. Minus 23,000 ES, minus 6,300 in NASDAQ. So shorts are starting to feel the heat a little bit. Tilt, 71% long in the ES. They are long right now as we close in on VWAP here in the S&Ps. VWAP 55.39, about 6 points away. Gold did roll over a little bit, so let's see how this plays out. Dolby time. We are not in a range anymore, so we're going to have to look for levels to possibly get a pullback on the longs or sell a rip. What do you think?
I'm probably leaning long. I did add in some new kind of levels here. We're going to see how they play out. So this new color-coded and a slight pinkish color. Got 3 different ones, and basically all it is measuring is the previous range low, midpoint, and high. I have been starting to see a pattern between previous ranges and how they get tested, and say, like, if the daily range is extending, how does that interact with maybe a previous range that we've had? Does it go to the low, the midpoint, the high? So I got those marked on here now. This one that we're in right now actually is from June 14th.
Okay.
So I can make a little note there. So that's color-coded. So now we're kind of stuck at the midpoint of the previous range back in the June 14th range. Will that mean anything? Who knows? But we're going to keep track of it and see if it helps us going forward in making better trades and giving us a slightly better edge. But we did test the bottom of the previous range low from June 14th, which was around 767-ish, 768. So we'll see if it ends up being a repeatable pattern. But I think I'm kind of leaning towards the long side, unless we can. I think I'm leaning towards longs, to be honest. Just overall, I think we got our bounce in.
Yep. Zach Anthony, any levels you're looking for to perhaps get into another trade?
Yeah, so I'm looking at ES right now, ES and NQ, but ES specifically right here, I think this is a pretty important area, this 5-minute fair value gap. I want to see how we react inside this level. We also have previous days point of control that we're currently under.
Okay, so what price is that?
That is 534.
534.
So we're trading that there right now. So
yes, we are.
This could definitely be an area of resistance. I agree with Dolby. The longs can make sense. This could be a range day. We just make it all the way back up to the top of the range. But I do also, on NASDAQ, I have a directional bias a little bit, a draw on liquidity. I don't know if we're going to make it today, but these equal lows here on NASDAQ, I am looking for those to get taken at some point. We came real close, so we might just be rallying back up. But I'm gonna focus on ES now because the level's is a little more specific for me, and I'm gonna see how we react inside of here.
All right. Well, we are at 55.34 right now. He says point of control. So you want to see how we react right here, right now.
Yeah. This is important right here.
Okay. All right, Dolby time. I'm going to be looking for some levels here for some of our trusted traders.
Trying ES, or do you want to stick to the NASDAQ? I'm fine with either. I know ES is a little bit slower.
Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Let's do ES.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go. 55.34 quarter settle. So we are right there.
Made all those beautiful lines, Dre. Not even trying.
Oh, my bad. Okay, let's go to NQ. We can do NQ. My bad. Yeah,
no,
let's
it's
go
fine.
to NQ.
That's fine. Right.
Oh, my bad. You're like the #1 advocate for ES too.
NQ always has that secret sauce to it. Just makes you want to trade it, even though it hates everybody. Unless
dude,
you're
I saw the
Zach
funniest
Anthony here.
I saw the funniest meme today with ES and NQ. Have you guys seen that one? It's like Elmo sitting here, and there's like a bunch of fruits and vegetables on one side, and that's ES, and then there's just a pile of cocaine, and that's NQ.
Yep.
Elmo like the NASCrack for sure.
Sure does.
Just got an update with our live funded traders here. A lot of green on the board. This is amazing. Dakota up $23,000 right now. Nick for a tick up $3,600. That's what you get for being patient, Nick. Good job. Eddie S up $2,200. Eric M up $1,100. Tran L up $2,700, and Hassan up $5,100. A lot of green out there today. Good to see. Okay.
We like shorts in ES? Because we're kind of at this little range bound area up top. Are we leading longs in what are we feeling?
I'm definitely considering it, but I use tight stops, so I can afford a loss or two. So it might be worth taking one in a second for me.
You like a short?
Yeah, if we're going to hold short, I think this is the level we're going to have to hold.
There's one check mark for 55.34 short. We got to get another one. Settles 55.43 or 55.34 as well.
We're like check marks. Really 4-hour range in ES. Wow. It's not a market that I've really looked at much today. But it is a huge range in ES. About 55.20 up to 55.57.
Yep.
Ish.
Yeah.
That is pretty huge. Well, if that's the case, maybe I'm actually bullish and I didn't even know it.
Wait, what just happened? Why'd you flip?
So since we are in such a big 4-hour range, I wonder if because we most recently tested the bottom, are we going to go and test at least the midpoint or the top? So it kind of makes me think that there's going to be a little bit more momentum. There could be momentum to the upside since we tested the 4-hour range low. Maybe we test the 4-hour range high. So it could be just like a continuation sort of vibe there with the ES.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. We also have previous day's value area high is the next level above us, which is at 55.37.5. So if we take previous day's point of control and retest it, I would expect us to rotate back up to the value area high.
37s. Okay. All right. Well, while we wait for that to unfold, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you will see the hashtag Power Hour. Dolby, I'm going to ask you, what is hashtag Power Hour?
Never thought you'd ask, Dre. got TopstepTV all over the Twitters and the X's. So hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. Send us your trader wins, funded trader certificates, battle stations, and of course, tick picks. We want to see those trader wins. Feet picks go to MP. I think that is at Michael Patak, if I had to guess. But that's what he prefers. We want the other stuff for TopstepTV. So,
yes.
Hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. Send us the goods. We want to take it, put it on TopstepTV. See your creative content on air on TopstepTV. Very, very cool. And David R., I also wish I had $1 for every time I said range, especially in a range-bound market. Probably have enough for a trading combine.
Yes. All right. So here comes some sellers in the S&Ps.
Yep.
A little bit. 55.30 last trade.
I don't know. I think that's pretty good rollover right there. Pretty good rollover.
Not bad.
Just got to start pulling the trigger. 1.5 check marks is good enough at this point. 1.5. That's good. All right, let's see
man. I got
see what happens here.
Have you guys taken any trades today?
Negative.
Nah, nothing serious. Nothing serious.
House accounts at P&L of 0 right now.
Yeah, nothing with skin in the game. Maybe a couple fun trades in a trading combine that's never going to get evaluated just for fun. But nothing with risk on.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Nice 5-minute range in the ES. We can hold over 55.28s. That could be a resistance becomes support with 5-minute range over a 5-minute range, which would be pretty cool.
55.28 long.
Yeah, possibly. If we're thinking we're going to make a new set of higher lows, yeah, that would be resistance becomes supports, and then we want to look for continuation past 55.35. So maybe that's a discount for a long. It feels weird betting against the market, right, Trey?
Yeah, always, yes.
Really, we're gonna try shorts again,
especially the last couple of months.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be interesting. That's probably like the cheapest trade we can get, unless it gets down to like 55.24 and we like longs down there.
28s. Let's see. Yeah, Friday's value area low 55.27 3/4. So call it 28s.
Okay.
We'll give that 2 check marks.
I mean, 28s it's not even that far away.
Well, it's not. Thank you.
Ooh, like that sound. I like that sound. I mean, that means we're getting close, Trey.
70% long on the tilt in ES. Also, we got this negative 23,000 delta in ES. So maybe we get that squeeze. We haven't seen that in a minute. That was on right there. I like. Yeah, Jay Cook, we're doing ES right now. So yeah, hit me up with those if you see anything.
Any levels? We got JD in chat too. JD has some good levels. I've liked his levels before. JD, if you got anything, put it in there. And he's all out of tears today. I don't blame you. As I say, Dre, there's always someone somewhere who wishes they never traded today. I got a feeling there's a lot of people who wish they never traded today.
100%.
Oh yeah,
it's total mess of a market we got going on right now.
I will say that looking for longs on ES over NQ, in my opinion, does make sense just because there is relative strength between ES. ES is definitely trading a bit more bullish than NQ all day.
Rafael Rivera says there's a good chance NQ tests today's point of control at 19,907. He just retracted the.
Wonder what that means.
Right,
Is that
Rafael.
good level, bad level? I don't know.
We're coming up to 28s here, Dolby time.
Oh yeah, but strong candle though. That makes me a little bit skittish. I don't like seeing like a really long candlestick into my level. I want a short candlestick. Maybe if we get one more and it hangs out, we could be in a good spot. I mean, does anyone else here like longs? Or are we just the only? I just talking out of my ass right now.
Maybe we could put it in the chat. Who's working the chat?
Chat thing.
Price ES 55.28. Actually, right here, right now, like longs or shorts at 55.30 in the S&P's chat.
ES lets you actually ask that question and get an answer and still be within the same area within like a point or two, which is great.
That's what we like. Yes. Put up the poll. We got Jay. Check. He likes 28s.
Low needs to be taken first.
Jay likes 28s.
55.26.
I'm seeing more longs in the chat.
Okay. Well, we got 2.5, 3 check marks here. Let's see what the poll is.
Short.
I should tell you guys I am short, but my stop's already at break even. But I don't want to.
You're already at. Okay.
Yeah.
All good. What price and how many times?
55.32, just one contract.
Short one from 32.
So okay.
We'll update that.
It's a nice little toe in the water there.
Yeah, I'd like us, if it's going to go, I'd like to see us take the lows, but not too confident on anything. So I'm trying to manage risk aggressively. You can definitely just pop back up.
Well, we got 2 check marks, Dolby time. From 28. 28.
28, we got 2?
Yeah, Jay likes it.
Okay. And throw in a couple? Like, what's we trying to do? We got the whole 15K, Dre.
I think 5. I think 5's a good place to start. Yeah, 5's a good place to start.
All right, we'll do 5 at 28 evens. Is that what we want, 28 evens?
Yeah, let's see what happens here in the next 4 minutes.
I mean, we could spread them out, too. We don't have to do all. We can try to do it between 56.5 and 28. See if we can get, like, an average.
Hold on, you mean like 26.5?
Yeah, just try to buy them within that little, like, 3-point range. See how many we can, like, accumulate. It's a possibility.
I think we're going to get our chance right now.
We're gonna get it. Do we want 5s?
Yeah.
I mean, do we want 28 evens? We can grab them right now. Grab them at the store, at the ES store.
Yeah, I do like it. Let's do 5.
All right, let's put in 5. Let's see what happens.
We just tapped area lows.
28 bid on 5. 28 bid on 5.
Yep. And then do you want to try to like add more on the way down? See if we can get like a full 15.
Yeah, I like that.
All right. Let's try it.
Low of the day, 55.22.
Maybe you try to buy another 5 at 22s.
I like that.
I would love that, because that's my
stop
TP.
at like
both make money.
17s maybe.
We're gonna get these 28s.
That's too much room. That's like 10 points. That's not that bad. Are we gonna get the 28s? 28.
Just traded. Filled. Partial. Long 5.
All right.
All right.
Long 5.
Long 5 from 28s.
28.
Where's our stop?
Great question. I think we put it below 55.20s. That's about $2,200 worth of risk.
All right.
We did a flat 2,500 worth of risk. That puts us at 55.18.
18. All right. Yeah, make it
so
17 3/4 or something like that.
All right. 17 3/4. Hey, but when this trade is going like this, Dre,
I mean, nothing's
how about
nothing's happened yet.
28s?
I do CT trades. I do.
All right, let's talk targets then, since we got decent price action initially. What do we got? I think 44s are interesting. I think
VWAP
55,
39.
60s, 39 is VWAP. Well, that's good to know.
Yep.
Do a little VWAP here. Make a little annotation. Maybe make you something a little bit special.
In the chat, NVIDIA just sold off again. Let's trade 120s. Delta is minus 24,000.
37.5 is a good target, at least for a partial.
Okay.
Partial, yeah. I think honestly, I'd be so happy if we got over 35s. I mean, that would be pretty fantastic.
Yep, that'd be the push. George likes it. We'll see what happens here. Yeah. Tilt 60% long ES.
Okay. So if we add 5 more at 23.5, that would add about another $1,000 worth of risk approximately.
Mm-hmm.
Which would get us at around, let's say, almost $4,000, which I don't think is too bad, to be honest.
5 ES from 28, 55, 28. Yeah, let's look for some liquidity upside, downside.
Yeah, what do we got? We try to find a way to add in more with. We got what? 270 at 21 evens. We got another almost 300 at 20 evens. So there's some liquidity down at the 20s and 21s. Maybe we try to front run some of that with another 5.
Yeah, if it gets there.
Okay.
200 on the 28 bid. Nothing really sticking out though.
Maybe try 5 at like 22.5. I mean, there's some Although if this keeps on going this way, it's not going to be a problem.
It should be interesting to see what happens at 35s if we get up there. 35s would be.
Yep. Just, I really hope this ends up being a winning trade so we can gloat about taking literally zero risk on a live account trade.
We're not there yet, Dolby.
Perfectly. I know, but it's nice to think about, Trey.
It is. Yes, it is.
Nice to think about.
Zach Anthony, you are short from what price again? Sorry.
32. I got my finger on the trigger though to get out of here with just a couple ticks of loss. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Watching how it reacts here.
Mm-hmm. For liquidity upside downside, 200 lot at 35. There's 200 lot on the 28 bid.
We're gonna work 5 more at 22.50. There's like enough size down there. I think we can go and get scooped up. Actually, you can move this down a little bit.
Those are the lows
just
of the
before
day.
The first. Yeah, let's do 21 and a quarter. Yeah. So we would take very little risk on that. That'd probably only add about $300, maybe $400 worth of risk to our trade right now. Should put us at about $3,000.
All right.
What's NQ
Stops
doing?
What is NQ doing? Nothing.
What's YM doing? Nothing.
YM never got to 40,000. Literally one tick away from 40,000. Yep. They might try to. They might try to scoop this liquidity on the 28 bid. There's 200 sitting there. 210 now.
Yep. I'm never going to feel bad about a position that immediately went into our favor and is hanging out. I mean, it's way better than the opposite, which is sitting in the red and then having your stop turn into resistance.
Right off the bat.
Always.
Your entry turn into resistance. That's never fun. Man. Chat looks a little bit divided right now in this one.
On the poll, chat 59% like the long from 30s. So give it a check.
Yeah. Some think this is guesswork.
Guesswork? We just talked it out.
We did talk it out.
Trading is just educated guesswork, man.
With less risk management.
And risk management, yeah. But you never know what's going to happen.
Nope. Anything can and will happen. Delta minus 24,000 ES. Let's squeeze them.
I don't think this long looks that bad on a long time frame chart. If you go to like a 4-hour chart, I mean, we did kind of buy in discount.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not the worst. I mean, obviously there's like a cheaper price and it's like down by 55.20, but I don't know. But in general, I think we're in a good spot as far as like market structure goes.
Agree. Well, while this drama is unfolding and building, please click like, please click subscribe. Let's get to 102,000 subscribers. Again, tomorrow's big celebration for crossing that 100,000 subscriber mark.
Yep.
Tune in. Got you guys. Ooh. Like that. Just hanging out right now. Lower left-hand corner, you'll see the countdown clock to the closing bell. Right now we are long. Yep. We working any more bids, Dolby?
Yeah, we're just working 5 at 21 and a quarter in the ES.
Buyers do continue to step in here.
Reasonable. Because we'd be still like buying within the range. So we are like dollar cost averaging down. We just end up taking a lot less risk on the other 5. And if we do happen to get filled and it goes in our favor, then our position is averaged in on an area that looks just incredible on a long time frame chart, which is ideally where we want to be. I like this trade too, Coach Jay.
Agree.
We have a lot of things working for us. We're kind of in discount on like a longer term time frame. We got resistance becoming support, some 5-minute candlesticks, so that's always nice. Not a huge fan of the lower highs in the ES.
On the 5-minute or
on the 5-minute, but
you might try to test these 28s one more time.
29 straight.
Even like 1950s would be interesting to add more to as well.
Game of wall 54.65.
We only do have 30 minutes left. You're not wrong, Daniel. But a lot can happen in 30 minutes in Power Hour.
Oh yeah,
I've seen it before. I've seen a lot of crazy stop runs to the downside to the upside. It's a whole different world.
Seen it all, man.
Sure have.
Yeah. You've been here for a lot of it, Zach. You've witnessed some real silly action.
Zach, weren't you the volatility killer at one point?
I am, and it looks like I am again. I mean, we got nothing going.
I love it.
Yep. Yeah. I do like that our position has been in the green the entire time. Every single second, this position has sat in the green, which we enjoy.
Yeah, this value area low is just key right now. It's buyers are supporting it.
Mm-hmm. It's just, we need news, right? We need news to go down. Yeah. Is there any news to really push us down? Is there enough there in this environment to
NVIDIA is the only thing
down to? Yeah, but that's like NASDAQ. That's not even unless it's crossing over.
I'm seeing nothing here on the wire here to indicate that, but eyes on the prize.
Yep. Well, we only got 5 right now. I mean, so where are we thinking about taking profits? Probably at least 1 or 2 at VWAP, just because. So that's around 39, Stray?
39.
39 evens?
Yep.
All right. Maybe we do 2 at 39 evens. And then maybe another at 44.50, and then let the other 2 run.
If we get there, we gotta get through these 35s. If we get there, then I like the chances. We are currently in a tug of war right now. Seeing there's
not a chance. All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
We gotta break this little micro range we're in, one way or the other.
Yes, we do.
Oh yeah. Very, very tight here. 4-point range in the ES currently. But that can all change in a blink of an eye.
Come on.
Maybe Pelosi, like Nick Vertick suggests, comes out and says she's cashed out of her. It's only her conviction in NVIDIA and AI that's keeping up the markets. An 80-something-year-old's faith in AI is what's propping up the entire market. What a great timeline.
Take a look at the tilt here. 67% long in the ES still. He just needs to make up its mind.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Stanton says, market doesn't need news to go up or down. It does what it wants whenever it wants. Yeah, more or less.
I'm just hoping we get like that passive buy that comes into the indices.
Exactly.
That when there's like no news going on, it's a slow day, got power hour, just a natural bid hopefully takes our position up and out of 35 evens.
That's the thing, right? Sometimes when it comes to going down, it usually goes down with news.
Yes, it does.
Otherwise, it'll grind up. It could grind up forever without bad news.
Yep, it's good. It's good in Brooklyn. Anything exciting? While we wait,
Brooklyn's good. I was telling you guys before, we had this crazy heat wave. Like, it's been kind of miserable the last few days, but it's getting better just in time for you, Andre, when you get over here.
Appreciate that. Yes.
Nice.
Knows. We got some liquidity up here at 32. We got about 300 lots sitting on the offer at 55.32. See if it wants to go grab that.
Dude, that'd be nice. Yeah, what are our upside targets here? We got more upside. We got, let's see, 32s. 32. That's not even that far away.
It's not. And then 200 lot at 34. Only thing really sticking out. That 300 lot is the only thing sticking out. 32.
Yeah.
Or 300 to 32.
Keep an eye on that. Maybe that. So if that disappears, Stray, do you think we shoot higher? Do you think that's keeping a lid on everything? Is that
question? It's a spoof.
32 evens, which we're getting pretty close to.
Icebergs, then see if it comes back in. We'll see if it gets filled first of all. Here we go.
See what happens in these 32s.
Right, there we go.
And there's not a lot in between 31 and 32 right now.
32. Oh, okay. I like that. What's our next block at 200 then?
Yeah.
Not until 49 evens? That would be fun, Dre.
Yeah, it would. Here we go.
Just a straight shot out of 30.
Why not? It just happened. Just do the right thing.
Are you still in this trade, Zach?
Yeah, I'm still short.
You're still waiting for what, 32s to break even, right?
Yeah, like if we close above 32s with a little bit of conviction, I'll just close it for a couple ticks loss.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
All right. Sorry, we're betting you.
Oh man, that's the game.
Mutual trade. I mean, listen, you had a good. Your trade idea was technically up at least 4 points at one point in time. So,
Yeah, and I mean, I actually like the longs too. I like your trade, and I like the shorts. I think it really all depends on which way we break this little range we're in.
Yeah, it's funny. Actually, I like your short too, but it's like, when we're stuck in ranges upon ranges, it's a coin flip. Which side do you want to take the?
Here come 32s. Here come 32s. 32s all bad. All filled.
Gobbled up. What's next?
Just went offer though. So was it iceberg or what? 32's bid.
Someone's saying add 5 at 32.50. Want to add 5? There are some people who do enjoy adding when they're up in a trade. I don't know how I personally feel about it, but if you can get like a consensus here in chat to add more at 32.50.
I think adding is nice when you have momentum, but right now we have no momentum.
Damn, sellers came in. Hey, Jay Cook, was that iceberg? Let me know.
That's where I get a little bit apprehensive about adding within a range at the range highs, because you're paying a premium to basically ruin your entry.
Yeah.
And if you get a pullback like this, now you're probably already in the red, whereas before, so you're kind of giving up, I don't know, probably 2 to 3 points of positioning. It just has to move immediately.
No iceberg.
Okay,
no iceberg. Thank you.
Kind of in no man's land, which is not really where you want to be.
No, there's like a mastery to adding into winning positions. I've never been good at it. I like to just be one and done. I'll trail the stop if anything.
Like maybe if we can, I'm trying to draw a really janky thing here. But if I got like this yellow line, so like theoretically, like maybe if we like broke out of 32.50s and then came back and tested, I'd maybe want to add 5 on like a retest and see if it
right back to
28 out. Yeah.
I really want to get at least a 1 minute closure below the 28s.
It almost tried stopping you out, Zach, before it
sure did
starts playing down here.
Well, it was hovering around my entry, so I didn't move my stop to break even. I just had my finger on the trigger ready to close it, so that would be a near break even loss. But look, we might just pop back up again now.
You gotta stop out. You gotta stop out. You gotta stop out.
Once those 32s went bid, they sold that and just kept it going.
Yeah.
Huh.
So 5 minute range broke to the downside, but maybe failed. Now we're back within here. Did it? 32s get replenished? Nope, nothing on the ladder. Oh, 32's got another 224, so it's like 32 evens has some interest in it.
Yep.
But that is the range high, so maybe that's not that surprising.
Yes, we'll have quiz results. We'll have that. Got a trade on right now.
Yeah, with Topstep X, you get 100 up and 100 down with L2 data. Don't forget that.
What's a 5 minute look like? It's not giving me anything here to go with. I have no idea.
It looks like a 1 minute. That looks like 5 minutes. 15 minute looks the same. 30 minutes.
They got some big offers above here.
Yeah, I see that. We got another 250 offered at 32.
Yeah.
Yep. But after that, though, I mean, it's kind of smooth sailing. We can get above 32s. Then we got 34s. And then it's all hundreds up until like 49s. That's the next set. So it's a pretty big gap above 32 if we can get any sort of momentum to get through it.
Interesting. Yeah.
I mean, our trade idea is still valid. There's no reason to think otherwise. We're playing this range. We're waiting for the range to break out. Zach's also waiting for the range to break out. I think chat is waiting for the range to break out.
We're all, let's see if quiz results good. Ready to go.
Jesse James, what is 100 up and 100 down with level 2? So you can see if at my dome over here on the right hand side, dome, ladder, whatever you want to call it, got the numbers going up and down. So you can actually see 100 offers down and 100 bids. Sorry, 100 bids down, 100 offers up. So typically you only get 10 up and 10 down, which means you'd only see the first 10 ticks from where we're currently trading. But with TopStep X level 2, you get the first 100 up and the first 100 down. Very cool.
Yep, crucial.
So I don't really trade with level 2 like that. So when you guys see, you look for like a big order at a certain price, and will you look at that as maybe giving you a directional bias or something? Like the market's going to want to fill that order? That's the idea?
Yeah,
like
typically, yes. The market will, a magnet. The market will seek that liquidity, as we just saw at those 32s. And it's what happens after that. But,
Yeah.
So we're not getting we're only getting lower highs, Dre, which is really annoying. How do we look on the 4 hour still? The 1 hour.
Buyer step in.
It doesn't even look that bad. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't look that bad. Longer time frame, we look okay. looks very range bound, yeah.
That's pretty much what's happening. All right, James, thank you. I got 16 minutes left in the session. Man, Zach Anthony is short. House account is long. Both can make money.
I might close this a little early if we start getting close back towards previous day's low, around like the 23s. I might close it early. See.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be painful. It's gonna be a painful trade. That's all it's gonna do.
Could be a whole lot of nothing too. John, what's Delta? Just in case. Last time it was 24,000 negative about 15 minutes ago. Looking for reasons to stay in this trade.
I mean, ES tilt is long, 61%. Average is 31. So we have a way better entry than the average. That's pretty cool. Hang our hat on that. We have a 2-point better entry than the average. I don't like the lower highs, but
Yeah, NASDAQ
looked like time frame. It's not that bad. Sorry, were you saying, Dre?
Yeah, minus 24K in a little bit. Yeah.
I'm just watching the way these 5-minute candles close. For me, in my case, I want to see a 5-minute closure below the previous day's value area low at 28.50. That's really what I need to see. But we just keep whatever the wicks do, it's not really telling me much. If we close back above, we're still just consolidating.
Yeah. I mean, Dre, we flatten this right now. Get 250. You and I go out to dinner.
Yeah.
Probably get some steak. Call it that's a scratch. I mean, it's not too bad.
It's not too bad. I like this trade. I think we talked it out.
So do I. Well, I like it even more at 21.25. So obviously, I'm going to like it at 28 even.
If you like 28s, you'll love 21 quarters.
Yeah, and you'll love them at 19. So maybe even at 17.75.
Yep. All the way down. All right. Well, while we let this play out, we got less than 15 minutes here in Power Hour. James, I'm going to throw it to you. Let's do some quiz results. # Power Hour. In the meantime, if something happens in the markets, we'll cut to that. But James, what do we got?
Yeah, let's hit it up. So here are our quiz winners of the day. Maybe make it a little bit bigger for y'all.
I thought for sure we'd see a certain name in there, but we did not. Nick for a lick. Not bad, not bad.
I like that one.
Kim Fox got soda'd. Is that a reference I don't get? Did she get soda'd? What does that mean?
She did accidentally. She, I think she's crossing a crosswalk or something, and then someone who didn't know it was Kim Fox actually threw a soda at her.
Oh boy!
And then he got charged for like federal crimes or something. So it's like totally heinous.
Yeah,
He
don't
didn't even
do
know
that
it
to
was
the
Kim
state
Fox.
attorney.
He didn't know. It's accidental.
Oh, Tony Hawk 2. That's my joke I stole from the internet.
Nice. There it is. Yep.
All right. Thanks for playing Top Quiz.
Yep.
Moving on to some Power Hour submissions. We got classic setups to show. Very cool
Nice.
stuff.
You got to turn your head a lot with that one.
Yeah,
man.
head's on a
Vaulted
swivel. But you
ceilings.
got
Head on a swivel.
a good
Hope
setup.
that rim's
though.
air conditioned.
All right, got another one coming up here. From Haru, accidentally went over the consistency rule limit a little bit, but locking up the combine. So, you went over a little bit, no big deal. Come back the next day.
Yep.
Love that lockout button.
The best.
Yeah.
All right, we got two more really quick. Lost Trader, man, I love the stuff you make. Here's the thing. Lost Trader sends in like 3 really good ones a day, and I have to be fair and only pick one. But man, they're all quality. But this
That's pretty good.
That one's really funny.
And then it wouldn't
That's
be
funny.
Power Hour without our Carl Hungus meme of the day.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Island boys.
Yeah, those
The Island
guys.
boys.
Those guys.
Yeah. It's not cool.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
funny stuff.
Anything for a click. Thank you,
Well,
James.
Thank you. Don't forget,
Yep.
tomorrow's a big day. So if you got big content for Fast Markets, create it, hit it up, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep. And we'll see you then.
Trey taking a little bit of heat here. Not a
Little.
lot. But
No.
we're not seeing those higher highs that we want to see on a 5-minute range that spells bullishness. This kind of spells bearishness right now. So we got to get buyers have got to come in.
Are you still thinking about adding?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Look, if you go to the 4-hour chart, I mean, we got a lot of wicks down here. 1, 2, maybe even 3. So buyers have come in like really consistently over like the long time frame, all the way going back to what, like 9 o'clock on the 21st. Like buyers have come in. So I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to buy more.
Yeah.
I just closed out of my short, so hopefully that'll get you guys to get this thing going. Yeah, I got a 1.5 R, so I'll add it.
Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little stop run down to the bottom here, and then maybe get scooped back up to the upside. I mean, honestly, for a house account trade, this is still really low
there it
risk
goes.
for us. Yeah,
Oh my God.
I mean, we're still in the range.
Zach.
I just did that twice today. It's all good.
Well, Nick for a tick apparently had that happen too. I mean, it's tough because it moves so slow, and then once you get out, then it wants to make the run. We got MOC coming up.
I've been making sure that I take my profits more quickly though and more aggressively. So it's actually the way I should be trading. Damn, just made the lows though.
Yeah,
we add another 5 at 19 evens is the next question. That would get us to 15.
Where's your stop?
Beneath here.
Beneath here. That's exactly right. 'Cause we don't say our stops out loud. We're listening, Zach. We are listening.
Yes. Well, we're not there yet.
Well, over the wire here, stocks, we're seeing how they're struggling here. This is after NVIDIA fell nearly $400 billion. Ouch.
Jump change.
Yeah, well,
so much.
$400 billion.
NVIDIA trading.
So we got these MOC should be hitting the wire here any second.
Delta. Oh, we got to stop in, Momo, man. Always.
Oh, we have a stop. Guys, listen, this is a cheap
It's
house
on there.
account
You can
trade.
you can
As
see
far
it
as
on
house
there.
accounts, as far as house account trades go, this is a cheap trade. I mean, we're only risking what, 2,500? That's nothing.
Buyer stepping in.
Yeah. NASDAQ's having a little pop too.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Backdoor entry.
Hey, look
Backdoor
at
entry.
this. Backdoor entry. We did not add. We were trying to add a 21 1/4. Maybe we could have tried adding one at 22 3/4, which was more well within range. Ooh, MOC.
Yeah, that's All right, we've got the S&Ps, 945 million to the buy side. We've got the Nasdaq, 337 million to the buy side.
Nice.
Dow 30, 74 million to the buy side, and the Mag 7, we're down. Let's see here, 202 million to the sell side.
Ooh,
so S&P, and these are moving to 834, 833 right now buy side. Nasdaq 226 buy side, but the Mag 7, the only one on the sell side here today right now.
Hey, Eddie, do you like how Financial Juice is doing, showing the MOCs now? Kind of like it.
No, not at all.
You do not. Not. You just want the straight numbers.
Yeah. I mean, it's moving. I think they're doing more than they really need to be.
That's true.
But then they give us the numbers anyway here. I'm going to post those.
Whistles.
And they're going to be a little different from what I said because they are moving. So, but give us that live one.
All right, currently trading 55.24. 7 minutes left in the session. Again, tune in tomorrow. Celebration for 100,000 subscribers. Pretty cool. Zach, you are flat. What's your P&L on the day?
We are up just under $1,000.
Nice. That's awesome for a day like today, man.
Well done.
We're still working our 21 quarters.
Okay.
I'm gonna get us.
We took a poll earlier today, and a lot of people made money early and locked things up. I think we had a higher percentage. People making money earlier today.
That lockout button.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Savior.
Yes, it is. All right, we are seeing some liquidity to the downside here. There's 400 on the bid, 300 on the bid, 55.20. 200 on the bid, 55.21.
It's been there for a while. That 20's been
32s
there for a while.
32s were the sell, huh? That was a trade.
Yep.
Zeem says, I don't think you should add more quantity on the house account. Well, we're not yet.
Not yet. 21 1/4. We'll add 5.
I mean, these last 5 minutes, it could pop.
Oh, yeah.
Playing a very, very big range here. I mean, we're really looking at the bottom of a 4-hour range that we're trying to buy. So,
I mean, these.
We're hoping that we get the long time frame players coming in. You said negative delta still, right?
Yeah, mine's 24,000. Hopefully heavy. Going into 6 minutes left. It's pretty heavy. Take a look at the other markets real quick. Crude trading about near the highs, 7 cents off the highs, 81, 71. Gold not doing a whole heck of a lot. Dow's just chilling. Never got to 40,000. Currently, house account is long the S&Ps with 5 minutes to go. Liquidity injection coming in 40 seconds.
Just a little fiver for right now. Maybe it'll be 10 if we can get down to 51 1/4.
Yeah,
basically playing the bottom of the 4-hour range.
Exactly. Good risk management here.
Booster.
Go. Keep trading.
Retro. Go. Idle. We go fly.
Guidance.
Go. Guidance. Go.
Go. Go. Buyers, go. No, 15 seconds.
In like NASA.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna need a space rocket ship here.
6 or 7 ticks away here.
You need a ticket to the O'Hare.
The
We're
O'Hare
not
trade.
trading that much size. Not
So
trading
good.
that much size.
All right. Yeah, just hit. And
let's see. We get filled. Come on.
We're working what? 21 1/4?
Yeah, just 5.
Okay.
There's 400 sitting at 20 evens, though. Do you want to buy 5 there, too? For 15?
I'd rather buy 5 on the 20s instead of 21 1/4. Because if we go through 21 1/4, I bet we'll go to the 20s.
Let's move it down. Or I'll do 20 1/4.
There you go. Okay.
You're only risking 9 ticks on that second 5 lot.
That's 55.
Button is. It's on top of your Topstep X, right next to your DLL. It's at octagon with the exclamation point in it.
A little stop sign.
Und stoppen Sie signs, yes.
That's right.
Yep.
Right.
Right there.
5 on the quarter.
Still waiting.
20.
Let's see what happens if 20 evens gets filled. Just waiting with bated breath. That's a definition of a more on trade.
Saw that.
No,
Yeah.
not necessarily. Not
All
necessarily.
perspective. It's all perspective on this one.
We're trading such a big range on the 4 hour. I don't necessarily think it's a more on trade. It's also not like this order has been sitting in here for like half an hour, so it's not like we're just slamming like the buy button as this like moves against us. If I like remove my stop,
you
like,
never
if
get
we,
there.
like, remove the stop, yeah.
I think this could also set us up for longs tomorrow, being this low in the range. Like if we, if we stay here, build some bullish structure going into tomorrow, I think there'd be some good longs on the table.
Did we get it?
There is, yep, we got it.
What's our average price now?
24 and a quarter. We might get stopped out like insta. We just got stopped out though.
All of them?
3,200. Yeah,
all of them.
Minus 3,200. Yeah,
Yeah,
all of them. Yeah. I mean, we only accepted like $600, I think, on that second set of 5. That was pretty tough.
We had a big swing in the MOC, the imbalance.
They go sell side, Eddie.
Yeah, they kick sell side. Your Nasdaq went 1,244,000,000 sell side.
Sell?
All of them sort of kicked in.
Wow, that's crazy.
S&P 1,296,000 or 1,296,000,000 sell side.
Yeah, NQ took those equal lows that was kind of the ultimate target, which is why I wanted to stay short earlier. These equal lows right here. I wasn't sure if we were going to make it to the end of the day because we had such a big move down, but we got it.
Yeah.
Right,
no, I mean, we were just trying to buy
now.
basically the bottom of the 4 hour range. So I'm not sure why some people in chat are upset about the trade.
Oh, damn, y'all got smoked.
Easy.
Long as the play. Oh, man. You guys are loving it. You guys love it. 1 minute 45 seconds left here. Don't sweat it.
Yeah, we had some
trade
resistance
you guys are
here.
geniuses.
Common support. I mean, it was a cheap trade because we only lost about a fifth or a sixth of our daily loss limit. So
90 seconds.
Like, I think as long as we can keep a trade under like $4 or $5 grand for a loss, I think that becomes pretty achievable to get back. So we've had plenty of days where we've made over $3,000. So I don't think it's a huge loss. I mean, if you wanted to make a case that we could have gotten flat because we didn't see our higher highs on that 5 minute, maybe that is when we pull the trigger and maybe try to reassess there. But this could also just pop back within range and close pretty favorably. I mean, it's just
45 seconds.
It always happen. Still
wasn't violent. 71% long ES. Zach Anthony, thank you so much for joining us today. Nice trade. Nice trade, by the way. It's being short there.
That was a great one. Shorts won.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Yep. That's the way it goes.
that was
we lose,
awesome.
we win.
Yes, you do. Yes,
We
you
lose some, we
do.
win.
Make sure
It
to
happens.
tune in tomorrow. Closing bell coming in here in about 25 seconds. My man Eddie's going to take us out. Let's see what happens here in the next 20 seconds.
Let's see. Yeah.
We got liquidity. 1,000 lot. We got 1,000 lot sitting here at 17 just got filled. 1,000 lot on the offer. 55.17 filled. S&P's. What else we got? Another 1,000 lot right there.
Thousands. Yeah.
Another 1,000 lot. 17 quarter. Another 1,000 lot coming in. Boom. Filled.
Just slamming it.
Look at that. They are slamming this.
Just taking the other side.
Orders. These are market orders. Yeah.
No, it's crazy. That's
There we
been
go.
wild.
It's fun close.
It's
All
not
right,
close, but
guys.
we are.
Thank you, Zach. Dolby time. Let's get them again tomorrow. Eddie,
we
go
will.
ahead.
All right, yo. Thank you very much for being with us here today at Topstep TV. Well, I hope you learned something, just one thing, and you will be moving forward. Tomorrow, let's take a look at the breakfast buffet. We do got speakers early. It's indicating that Bowman's going to be speaking at 6 a.m. We have a 7:30 number, the Chicago Fed National Activity for May. Scrolling down here, 7:55, we got Redbook. 8 o'clock, house price index. We also do have our S&P HPI composite. Big number at 9 o'clock, consumer confidence for June. And we also do have a 9:30 number here, Dallas Fed, Texas sector. Fed Governor Cook going to be speaking at 11. 12 o'clock, high noon, we got a 2-year note auction. We also do have at that time the M2 money supply month over month. Bowman at 1 o'clock, a little after 1 o'clock, Bowman. And don't forget tomorrow, API crude stock numbers. As far as our talent for tomorrow, boy, just remember, we are celebrating 100, the 100 subscriptions. We're going to kick off that celebration tomorrow. And we will have some goodies for you. We're going to have a discount for the viewers and a giveaway for a free reset. And not necessarily tomorrow, but stay in tune. We're going to announce that first thing. We'll get that out there. And we got other things that are going to be shared throughout the week. Let's take a look at who we got tomorrow. We've got to open up. We're going to have Rip's going to join Hoagland, myself, Johnny and myself. We're going to open up, fire up the machine, get the party started at 8 a.m. Central Time. Coming up for Fast Markets, we got a slew of people. Andre, MP, Coach Dakota, Rips, Hoag, Anne-Marie, Deanna, and Carl might even join us. Yeah, Carl Hungus might drop in. Power players, Andre, Dolby, Jared J. We've got TopQuiz, Danielle, Rips, and Dakota. It's going to be a special one, so I would definitely make sure that you're here tomorrow. Andre and Ben for Shoulder Tap, JD and Hoag for group coaching. We've got the Rips and Coach Dakota taking over tomorrow for our 1 o'clock segment. Remember, these are Central Times. Andre, Hoag, Rips, Coach Dakota, Coach Jay. I'm not going to miss that one. And to close out the show, we've got Andre, Rips, Coach Dakota, Austin Silver, Dolby, and Nick for a tick. And don't forget tonight, Slow Markets with Dakota. We've also got At the Buzzer right now with Coach Jay and Coach Paul over in our Discord. We do have Coach Ray Volume Profile at 6 Central, at 7 Central. Coach Vince with Technical Analysis. So we've got you booked all night. And don't forget Game 7, Big Hockey Stanley Cup. This is a big game. It hasn't been a big game like this for a very long time. Oilers coming back from an 0-3 deficit. And we'll see what the Panthers got up their sleeves. So it's going to be a good game. If you like hockey, I suggest you watch that. But otherwise, have yourself a great evening, okay? Time to log off. It's family time right now. You spent a good day here learning, trading, and so forth. So get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.